Good morning. Good morning. We have a jam-packed day ahead of us. We're going to get through a ton of stuff today. We're calling a bit of an audible in the beginning, thanks to Trial and Error Podcast. And we're going to thank Amy E. also for sponsoring this. She sent a super sticker to start the stream off. Thank you, Amy E. Give me a second and I'll drop her link. You guys got to check her out as well. We have footage that, unless I stepped away for a full 50 minutes and totally missed it, from that November 19th hearing, that would have been Wednesday. And remember, we only had clips that we were able to watch. Well, Trial and Error Podcast uploaded TBI agent Valerie Troutt. So unless I'm losing my mind, I think this is footage new to me. It's probably new to you guys. Let's also make sure we show some love to Trial and Error Podcast for getting this to us. So I'm dropping their link in the chat as well. T&E for Trial and Error. We're going to get Amy E's linked in the chat. But we're going to watch this. This is about 45 minutes. I took a quick peek. There is an interview with Rebecca Earp that they're going to try to get admitted, and she's going to tell us more about the routine, the behavior of Brent Booth and another TBI agent that we have not heard too much about, Van Hauser. So I'm excited to see what this is. And then we're going to go time travel back to 2017 and resume with the 2017 trial footage. So I'm excited for this. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody that's getting ready for Thanksgiving tomorrow is getting hungry. Let's see what we've got.
State your name, please.
Valerie Troutt.
And spell your last
name?
Yes, ma'am.
Troutt.
Okay. And Ms. Troutt, you are not here voluntarily, is that correct?
I'm under subpoena.
All right. And what do you do for a living now?
I'm self-employed.
Did you work for Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, TBI, during the investigation of Holly Bobo?
During a
Crimes
portion.
Against?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
When did you leave TBI?
2016.
2016. Were you working for TBI the April 13th, 2011?
Yes, sir.
What was your general job description during this time frame?
I think I was a polygraph examiner during that time.
Okay. Did you do other things?
Yes.
During the wiretapping of Terry Britt, did you listen to Terry Britt's wiretapping?
Yes, sir.
Phones?
Yes, sir.
And his home?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything done that made you suspicious of whether Mr. Britt might know he was being wiretapped?
It did seem that he was cagey.
Okay. Did he play music loud?
Yes.
How often?
I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that.
Wait. Oh, okay. So they can't hear anything on the wiretap. So remember from the other testimony during these 2019 hearings, the state kept trying to downplay the very, what to me seemed obvious awareness of these wiretaps. And now we're hearing this new tidbit. He would play loud music often, which people can play loud music in their own house. But now it goes to the fact, well, we didn't hear anything incriminating being discussed on these wiretaps. Well, if he was always playing music, whether he knew about the wiretaps or not, wouldn't you not have been able to hear plenty of what could have been discussed during that time you were wiretapping him? So the constant downplaying from the prosecutor is just, it just continues to shock me, because if they wanted to go after Terry Britt, if they wanted to put Terry Britt on trial, they would have the opposite perspective than they're maintaining during these post-conviction hearings. They'd be like, oh, he was obviously playing music to hide incriminating things he was saying. It's consciousness of guilt. And just to see the role reversal just blows my mind.
There was a lot of whispering, stuff that you normally wouldn't expect on someone, how they communicate inside their own home.
Were you a part of the Terry Dicus presentation, PowerPoint presentation, on why he thought Mr. Britt should be indicted?
I don't remember a PowerPoint.
Okay. Do you remember the prevailing attitude in TBI at some point regarding whether Mr. Britt was the prime suspect?
I don't know how to answer that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you remember when a certain part of TBI believed he was the prime suspect?
When Terry Dicus did, yes.
Okay. Did other people?
I just remember Terry Dicus.
Who was John Mayer?
He was the special agent in charge.
And did he leave at some point?
Yes, sir.
When did he leave?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did he leave during the Holly Bobo investigation?
Yes, sir.
And he was very much in tune to this case. It's a fair statement.
Yes, sir.
Did things change after he left?
Yes.
How so?
Difference in personalities, difference in, I would say, level of caring in the supervision. He spent a lot of time.
Who's he?
I'm sorry?
Who's he?
John.
Okay.
Mayor. He spent a lot of time. He was one of the initial responders. He was vested from Jump Street. He cared.
Who replaced him?
Jack Van Hooser.
How would you characterize Agent Van Hooser's approach to this case?
The antithesis of what I just described.
How is his, did you observe his attitude towards the Bobo family?
Yes. Hostile. Adversarial.
I'm going to pass to you. Can you pass the witness the exhibit binder and go to what's been marked for identification 21?
Thank you.
Have you ever seen this document?
This binder?
If you can go to what's marked exhibit ID 21.
ID 21?
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. I'm not seeing how that's identified on here. I see a 17 CR.
It should be numbered 1 through, it's exhibit 21.
21. I see.
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think I'm there.
Okay. To and from blank.
Yes, sir.
And can you just review this document?
I've not ever seen this letter. I've heard of this letter. I heard discussion of the fact that this letter was going to be drafted.
Hearsay, hearing
The
discussion.
objection is hearsay based.
Your Honor, I don't oppose the objection as it relates to entering this document. I might ask these statements to come out for another purpose. But as it relates to trying to enter this,
So, I mean, it's already in the evidence.
let me back up and ask it more.
Okay, please rephrase your question. The question is the response that she was about to give was testimony that someone else stated, statements made by others. So rephrase your question.
Okay.
So the objection is the same.
You heard conversations in the TBI building or where TBI officers met attacking Clint Bobo.
Objection, Your Honor, the conversations that she's heard.
It's not asserted for the truth of the matter.
I proceeded with the investigation.
Firmly established by plenty of other witnesses. So I'm going to allow question.
What do you think the other judge would have done? Because remember, the only reason we have this judge presiding over this hearing, because we're still in the trial court level, is because the former judge retired. Look at her face. Hold on, let me move the sticker. Thanks for the reminder to hit that like button, Amy. Oh, Amy. The other Amy. Let's put the other Amy up to block this Amy.
Did you hear TB?
Yes, sir.
And what officers made statements hostile to Clint Bobo?
I think at some point, probably everybody had some issue with the initial report.
Okay. Can you help the timeline as to when Van Hoosier came on board?
He was always there.
Came in charge?
Okay, I don't know. I don't know when John Mayer left, and I don't know when he took over. I could get close, but
Within 2 years of April 13th, 2011?
close, probably.
When Agent Van Hoosier came on, did you think the case against Holly Bobo had become, the people who did this, the person, did you think it had become a cold case?
No,
When you came on, when you were working, when do you remember the Zach Adams, Jason Autry, Dylan, and Shayne becoming relatively important suspects?
speaking for myself, because their names had rung from day one. Speaking for myself, there were statements being made that Jack didn't see the viability of being able to prosecute this case. And there was talk that they were going to drop the case. And I remember getting pissed off about it because the reason behind that was because Jack couldn't control Karen, and it had gotten ugly.
Do you remember when Dennis Benjamin came involved?
I never knew Dennis Benjamin was involved. I saw him one time in a conference room and had no idea who he was.
Do you remember when that was?
No,
Was it before
it was after.
Zach was arrested in March of 2014?
It was after Jack Van Hoosier became SAC.
Okay. Any conversations about who this gentleman is?
I remember Agent Ferguson and I met him at the exact same time, and I remember us looking at each other, wondering what this was. I remember he had a checkbook out, and he was going over his expenditures, and Jack was going to see about getting him reimbursed. And I remember just wondering what was going on. We worked this case, for years, and suddenly there's someone sitting here getting paid, and we have no idea.
Did you have awareness of who Without Warning was?
No.
Okay. At some point, you were tasked with talking with witnesses, correct?
Sure.
And do you remember what Operation Honeybun was?
No, sir.
I can't. Operation Honeybun. Oh my God, is that something I can Google?
What's this been in your exhibit? Is that a copy for me too?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hank documents, excuse me. Warrant for identification.
There's a rabbit rescue, but I don't think that's what we're talking about.
Can you identify this document?
Do you want this exhibit back?
You can fold the back book and just have it
Okay.
next to you.
At first blush, it looks like a search warrant.
Title of the document to the right is Special Operation Plan.
Yeah,
What is that?
if I remember, it's a document that had to be completed before a search warrant.
On an internal TBI document?
Yes, sir.
And if you look at this document, does it look authentic to you?
I think so, yes.
Do you remember receiving this document prior to your working
Prior to my working.
in late February, early March of 2014?
Specifically, I don't.
Do you remember receiving assignments in late February, early March as to who you're going to interview?
We conducted so many interviews, those dates don't mean anything.
Hand the witness another document.
All right, so it's the last one not going to be.
She can authenticate it, Your Honor. If we can just mark for ID for now.
We'll mark that. So the 110 is for ID only.
Thank you.
And we'll mark the next one. One-page document for identification of this stage. Exhibit 11.
Do you remember looking at this document?
I don't, but if I may say, it's been 10 years. Yeah.
Fair.
I remember the interviews, but I don't remember this document.
Okay. Your Honor, we'll just mark this for identification.
Mark, exhibit 11 will be identification.
Let me ask this, Mr. Troutt. In late February, was there an activity where Highway Patrolmen call it flood the zone, or an intense focus on multiple interviews, search warrants against Zach Adams, Shayne Austin, Jason Autry, Dylan Adams?
I've never heard of flood the zone. Did you say
Just where a lot of people focus a lot of energy at one time on multiple things.
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Do you remember talking with multiple witnesses in a several-day time frame?
I don't remember ever there being a certain time frame that suddenly it was enhanced. It was interviews all day, every day from the first day.
There was a lull in the case, you would agree.
I would not agree, because during that lull is when there was time to back up and start doubling down on the information we had obtained, to start distilling it, to go out and then do more interviews. I don't remember ever having a lull.
Okay. Do you remember when the focus changed to the 18?
Again, I tried to answer that earlier. It changed for me when I thought they were going to drop the case. So I was backing up trying to put something together because I didn't want them to drop the case. And that's for me when I started reading the IRs and seeing that the case was there. It just needed to be put together.
Do you remember talking to Mr. Dinsmore in March of 2014?
I do
Wow,
remember
Honorable. Yeah,
talking
that
to
you're
Mr.
right on time.
Dinsmore, but I don't know if those dates are correct.
Okay.
This is bringing the timeline full circle. The investigation's falling apart. There's pressure from the community. And this is interesting to watch after getting through 2.5 days of the 2017 trial, because we saw witness after witness getting up there saying, I either knew the Bobos or I didn't know the Bobos, but I heard about it. And we just wanted to put this nightmare to the end. It was a town full of people putting, their hero hats on, their hero capes, doing a very good thing, making a very valiant effort to do what they felt was a noble cause, the right thing. And I think it is a noble cause. But when you have those blinders gung-ho and someone tells you that, hey, this is the guy, it's very easy to bring the pitchforks out and start tarring and feathering and taking all of that heroic rush and directing it towards somebody that is being labeled as the bad guy. And all of your perceptions, all of your observations somehow start morphing to fit that, yeah, you know what? This was suspicious. That person was suspicious. Everything that they did is now suddenly suspicious. And somehow layers start getting added that were never mentioned in statements to investigators previously, or you didn't realize back then, or maybe you changed your story completely. Now we're hearing that there's this timeline of pressure within TBI. This investigation is about to be done. And then we go talk to Vincent Dinsmore, who's going to be the one that tells us Dylan's the weak link. Dylan Adams, Zachary's brother that has cognitive disabilities. He's the weak link. He's slow. Go talk to him. And if you have not seen what happened with his interview, I highly recommend doing a rewind on that. He is led and fed all of the details of the case. And I think the state knows it's so bad. We heard from Jennifer Nichols, the prosecutor that took a stand at these recent hearings. She was willing to admit that Agent Booth and his partner, I think it was Jackson, improperly led Dylan, but she didn't want to concede that it was too bad, and she didn't want to say that she didn't condone it. But they never used it at trial. They never used it at trial, which to me signals they know it was really bad for them. And my impression of the interview is Dylan sitting there going, yeah, while TBI agents are sitting there going, and did you see pink panties? Yeah. And did you all take her to a couch? Yeah. He's not giving the information. He's being fed the information. But then they're going to say he knew details. And because he knew certain details, he must have firsthand knowledge of the crimes. It's just disgusting, this whole process. So anyway, let's get back to Valerie Troutt. But you came here right on time, Honorable Yvette, and good to see you.
A document went for the court labeled IR 2009.
Has not been entered yet?
It's not, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll mark for identification at this stage, exhibit 112.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is that your writing?
I have not had time to read it. I see that it's a typed IR. I would assume that it's my IR.
And Your Honor, I'll need to, if I can approach the witness and redact and take away certain documents. I'll show the general what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm going to do another pause. So, I'm down the rabbit hole with this case. So I was sitting on Facebook researching, different names, pulling up old Facebook posts from 2017 when the trial was either happening or about to happen. So it was a bigger news story. And I think it was a reporter from like CBS 5 or some syndicate. And his post was just, he did a records request, grabbed one of the investigative reports that showed Clint Bobo did hypnosis. So he went to the TBI agents. They did hypnosis. I don't know the proper way to say it, but like a hypnosis statement, a hypnosis interview, hypnosis testing, but whatever. He did hypnosis and he goes through his details. And I was looking at the comments in reply, and these comments are from 2017. And I was really surprised. I was really, really surprised. Those comments were like, I don't think they have the right guy. I don't think it was Zach. This investigation, I don't know if they did it or not, but this investigation just seems weird. And I was just really surprised at the contemporaneous atmosphere. And I don't really know the locations of those that were commenting on this, like CBS 5 syndicate. Maybe it was like another area of Tennessee, not close to Darden. I was just surprised that it wasn't just like a pitchfork fest. So I'm actually kind of interested. Maybe when we're done watching the Jason Autry day 4, maybe we can like sit and scroll through some of the law and crime comments and look for the ones that were from years ago and just like get the vibe check, the pulse check from what people thought back then about Jason Autry's testimony. Because when it comes to the community, people close to Darden, it seemed like everybody was in that courtroom wishing they could be the firing squad themselves. So.
And on your copy, the
Back
last
2 pages.
yes, and the last statement on the IR.
Last statement on the IR.
Good recommendation. Iceman
when you're
says
familiar.
Terry Dykes' book, worth the read.
Attachment?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Do you remember this conversation with Mr. Dinsmore?
Again, I've just got through the first paragraph,
There you go.
but yes, sir.
You take as much time as you need.
While she's reading, there will be objections from the state.
No.
Hearing this, I will mark this, no other than evidence, exhibit 112.
I'm trying to read fast. I remember this if you want to ask.
Okay.
I think I remember.
Someone just opened a can of soda.
Do you remember? Let me ask this. If Mr. Dinsmore told you things, did you reduce it to your report as accurately as you can?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically if Mr. Dinsmore ever told you that Zach hid a truck at Dinsmore's house? And you can direct your attention to the last paragraph on the back, page 2.
I don't remember it, but I documented it.
Okay. And at no point did you document that the truck was actually at Dinsmore's house?
I will say that at no point did he tell me that, or it would have been documented.
Okay.
Now remember, this is interesting
Nor did he
because
discuss with you.
Brent Booth told us he didn't really take notes. So we do have some information about coming from Brent Booth and it's from those recorded interviews where he goes and speaks with Dinsmore. He goes to Indianapolis and he speaks with Brent Booth one day, and then a day and a half, like 2 days later, he's speaking again. And that's when Dinsmore and his wife are like, oh, we thought about this overnight and now we remember totally different details. And Booth's like, I didn't want to put words in your mouth. And they're discussing that Zach either had his truck parked inside the garage or to the side of the garage, the barn outside. But Brent Booth didn't take notes. He only had this recording. So now Valerie Troutt, who seems like, hey, if it was said, I would have put it in my notes. And I remember asking about a truck, and I don't have an answer confirming or affirming that there was Zachary's truck as part of any answer. So that's interesting.
Any kind of gun that he thought was used in the crime?
No.
Thank you
You
for
would
becoming a
adopt it.
member,
Yes.
Tyra.
After this, you interviewed Rebecca You interviewed her multiple times, correct?
I remember 2 times.
Okay. And did you record one of those?
I hope so.
All right.
We're gonna play, before you do this, let's pull exhibit 112 back out your file, Mr. Banks, so we can look at it together.
Did I have a writing on that?
No,
Okay.
this is IR 2009 that was just testified. You got it yet?
I'm going to redact the way I think I redacted on the witness's copy.
Well, I want you to look at the third paragraph from the bottom on the back, on the last page. That same topic is referenced, and I want to know if that needs to be redacted.
It does, Your Honor.
That entire paragraph then?
Yes.
Okay, then you can pass that exhibit back to Mr. Banks. Yes, and actually the sentence prior as well. The last sentence of the preceding paragraph. Witness doesn't need those back, correct? That's marked 112. You might proceed with your audio.
Prior to your interview with Miss Earp, what was your understanding of the importance of Rebecca Earp and Zach Adams being together the night before April 13th and the morning of April 13th, 2011?
Goes back to that same time frame when I started reading the information that we had, and it became apparent that she was his alibi.
Okay.
May I also add something? It became apparent that there was issues with that.
And you're interviewing her now 3.5 years after the event.
I don't know. You've got the dates.
If you could turn around, you can see it on the screen behind you.
So this is a video.
Yes, sir. You see the date on the bottom right?
Yes.
And
When she's prego.
was that date kept contemporaneously to your recording?
I don't even know if this is my recording.
Okay, we'll play it a little bit.
All right, so before we hit the play, my notes from yesterday, because we happened to watch Rebecca Earp's testimony yesterday. I noted that she was pregnant with her first child during the September 2014 interview. Zachary Adams is already arrested at this point. Valerie Troutt, TBI, threatened to take her unborn baby, which was not Zach's child, and she was pressed about multiple statements changing over time. And I think they go back. There's some other notes where they weave in and out. Because by 2014, she was already aware of the AT&T phone records. And that's the information that Jennifer Thompson used to start pressing her about how Dylan's phone wasn't used that day, even though her previous testimony said that Zach was calling her from Dylan's phone. And also that her phone records showed her at her mother's house. So she was interesting to see this now. I don't know what we'll get out of Valerie Troutt, but Rebecca felt like Valerie Troutt was threatening her because she was pregnant at the time. And, potentially if Rebecca Earp was still using drugs, there were threats that the child would be taken away because she would report her as being an unfit parent. All when the case is on its way to maybe final salvation, because it was almost about to be dropped at the end of 2013. The real I am shout. Oh my gosh. I don't know, but I'm not looking at it. It's too blurry. There's a cat. Oh, it's gone.
I apologize. I've been around a lot of guns that I can't hear out of one ear.
Ms. Troutt, do you recognize yourself in this video?
Yes.
And you're the TBI officer?
Yes.
In the blue shorts and white shirt, who is that?
I don't know.
Okay. Keep playing.
Have you seen recently in the news where Dylan's been charged? Yes. Tell me what you think that's about. I really don't know. Like I said, when I was thinking.
Do you recognize that voice?
I don't. I do remember that Rebecca was pregnant, so I'm assuming that's who that is.
Okay.
You remember she was pregnant because you
Out there,
was against her.
I was mostly working. When I was there, Zachary was there now, but I mean, he was being a lot.
I can't hear your objection. Say it
I'm
again.
gonna object to the foundation being laid, that she's assuming this is a certain person. I don't think that satisfies the
Well, I can't see her face.
object being admitted at this point.
Mr. Bates.
Yes, Your Honor, if I can. First,
Just let me contextualize while they're objecting. We are going back to the deep dive on the hearings for post-conviction relief and new trial because Trial and Error podcast uploaded footage that when we watched what we could find of the Wednesday hearings uploaded by Law and Crime, there was like, I think the Paul Hagerman clip was there, and there was one other person that was clipped from that Wednesday. And then their Thursday and Friday days were full. But Wednesday, it was only uploaded in clips. And I didn't see this, but Trial and Error uploaded it like 8 hours ago. So, and I think they have other footage that they might be uploading. So definitely let's make sure we're also giving them some support, helping them out. The work that they're doing is incredible. Like, I would love to see what Trial and Error is doing. And they're going to continue. They said they're going to start a second season doing this for, it seems kind of like more like cold cases where victims haven't gotten justice because investigators get laser focused and then don't want to steer course correct. So looking forward to see what they continue to do. Obviously, this is their first focus. But I would love to see the type of research and detail connecting and research work that they are doing over there for other people. So let me get their link. And then we're going to go back to the 2017 trial.
hand the witness IR 2738.
We also love them because they bought Jennifer Nichols' campaign domain names.
IR 2738 going to be the report she generated after this.
Yes, Your Honor.
Video's been started, so we're marking it for identification at this stage, exhibit 113. And the IR will be for identification 114.
Can you look on IR 2738, what's just been handed to you?
Yes, sir.
And does that look like a report you generate?
It does.
And what's the date of the interview of Rebecca Hurd?
The date of the interview is 9/29, and the date of the report was 9/30.
Okay. And the date of the video is what?
9/29.
All right. Do you believe the person you're interviewing is Rebecca Hurd
Yes.
on this video?
Yes.
Your Honor, move to make.
Satisfy authentication. We'll move into evidence exhibit 113. And I'm going to go ahead and move into 114 as well.
Did Dylan ever tell you that he did anything at all? No, we didn't. We're at a stage in this investigation.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Imagine if she was confronted with this at trial. Even just this one little clip. We have not watched that much of this interview. But yesterday we heard that after they'd already been broken up, this is Paul Hagerman doing the questioning. After they'd been broken up, we had the storyline. And I said yesterday watching it, I didn't believe it because I'm watching this 2017 trial with the knowledge that there is now alibi evidence for Zachary Adams, Dylan Adams, and Shayne Adams that makes it impossible that they could have been on the location of the same trail where Holly's phone was being located at the time that Holly's phone was moving. So I have that hindsight. I can armchair quarterback. But watching her testimony didn't make sense. She came up with this theory that, hey, I didn't say these things back in 2011 and these previous interviews because I was scared, because he threatened to tie me up like Holly Bobo if I were to leave. But now this is after she's been long broken up with him. She's been in with somebody else. This is not Zachary Adams' child that she's carrying and about to give birth to. This is 2014. And here she's saying nothing to do with it. Let's run that back. And she was not confronted with this at trial.
We're at a stage in this investigation where we're about to charge a lot that has not been charged already. Right. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I've been sent here by supervisors who don't think that you've been entirely honest. And I've been told that either you are entirely honest or that something like that is going to happen. And I don't believe in BSing, and I wouldn't want you to BS me. So I'm telling you that's the situation that I'm in, okay? I've told them that's true. I mean, I've told them everything that I know. I've even called you out and gathering information. Well, I pulled every single thing that you've ever told. And what I would like to do is once and for all go through it and just get it right one way or the other so I can go back and either that's going to be enough for them or it isn't. All right? Is that fair? Yeah. All right. Once and for all, explain to me where you were the night before Holly went missing. The night before? Uh-huh. Because I can't tell whether or not you stayed with Zach or not the night before. I don't remember really. It's so long ago.
You acknowledge that you said, I'm going to take this to my supervisors, and essentially dangled she could be prosecuted, correct?
That's what I said.
Do you remember what supervisors told you that?
I honestly don't know if that was legitimate. It could have been, and it could have also been me letting someone else be the bad guy so that I could still have some rapport with her.
Good cop, bad cop.
And she's asking about a night 3.5 years ago, and she says, I honestly can't remember. Right?
Yes.
You did not put that in your report, did you?
That she honestly couldn't remember?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I put anything in that? I mean, I'm asking I don't know. I need to read it.
Okay, you read it.
I'm assuming I didn't if you're bringing it up. Further along in the interview, does she change what she remembers?
Yes.
Well, that might be why it's not in the report.
You would agree it's relevant that the first thing she says is, honestly, I can't remember.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay. Now,
She said it was years ago.
can you take it down? At some point, you arrested Zach Adams on unrelated general sessions charges, correct?
Yes.
What were they for?
I remember assault.
And do you remember what day you arrested?
No.
Do you it was in Decatur County General Sessions Court, correct?
I think so.
If I handed you a webpage from courts to look at that summarizes hearing dates, would that help refresh your memory as to when?
If you tell me that's where it was at, that's fine. Then I agree.
Talking about the timing of it. I can.
Same. If that's the date, sure.
You can pass this document and then look at it, hand it back to the court officer, please. In 2 pages.
It has the date of the hearings and the arraignment, but I don't see the date of the arrest.
Okay. What's the date of the arraignment?
The arraignment was 3/3 of 2014.
In General Sessions Court.
It doesn't say.
Who was the judge?
Ricky L. Wood.
Do you know if he's a General Sessions judge or
I
circuit?
don't.
Okay.
Bradbury knows. Doug Bates is on it with the
You
details.
can hand the document back.
So I'm guessing
Zach,
where we're going is we had to fit the calendar timeframes for whatever indictments that they wanted to, whatever charges they might want to add, because he mentioned March 3/3, so March 3rd, 2014. And this Rebecca Earp interview is September 14th. So maybe they're trying to keep it within the required time frame.
was arrested on unrelated charges in March, correct?
I don't remember the date, sir.
Okay. But he was arrested and the victims allegedly were Tara Carrington and Amber Bray, right?
I think that's who the victims were. It's been a long time.
And this was right when, do you remember it was right when the search warrants were executed on Mr. Adams' house?
No, I don't remember that.
The case never proceeded and was dismissed. Do you remember that?
I don't. I just remember never going to trial on it.
Were you in the TBI when Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth interviewed Dylan Adams in September of 2014?
Yes.
At the time, had you formed an opinion as to the routine practices of both Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth as it relates to their integrity and their job they did with TBI?
Objection, Your Honor, to her opinion. She's not been offered as an expert.
Opinion evidence here, Mr. Bates.
Yes, Your Honor, under Rule 406, evidence of the habit of a person, animal, or the routine practice of an organization, whether corroborated or not, regardless of the presence of the eyewitness, is relevant to prove that the conduct of the person, animal, or organization on a particular occasion was in conformity with the habit or routine practice.
So you're asking.
Look, guys, look at this podium. Just look at this podium. He's got like what, 1, 2, and then something in between 3, 4, 5 legal pads. This book.
About the practices of her fellow TBI.
I am, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Valerie, any other?
He's asking for opinion evidence, and she's not been proffered as an expert to give that opinion evidence to the court. She can testify about routines. Did they come to work usually on time? Did they obey traffic laws? But she can't give an opinion to this court.
Okay, wait, we're gonna rewind to look at the DA. Sorry, I was not looking at the screen, but I'm totally down to watch this. Is this far enough?
Corroborated or not, regardless of the presence of the eyewitness, is relevant to prove that the conduct of the person, animal, or organization on
This is so okay. Remember how Adrian Love in the YSL trial would always make Adams go and find all the citations in case law?
a particular occasion was in conformity with the habit or routine practice.
So you're asking about the practices of her fellow TBI.
I am, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Valerie, any other?
He's asking for opinion evidence, and she's not been proffered as an expert to give that opinion evidence to the court. She can testify about routines. Did they come to work usually on time? Did they obey traffic laws? But she can't give an opinion to this court of their, I can't remember now the broad language that Mr. Bates used, but just their general conduct as investigators and how they did things. She's not an expert.
You did ask if she formed an opinion about their habits.
We want a volume check. Let's do a volume boost, you guys. So Keisha wants the courtroom volume a little louder. We're going to boost it. So if you have it super loud, now is your chance to dim it down a little. And here we go, replaying with new volume.
Okay, I'll prove up specific
All right,
facts.
let's see what,
Okay.
very narrow leeway here.
Okay.
So the objection is sustained, you can rephrase the questions.
Had you observed behaviors of Jeff Jackson and Brent Booth and their routine practice as officers that concerned you?
Yes.
What were they?
That Brent didn't document interviews as well as maybe he should have. Maybe a little sloppy.
Did he suggest what witnesses say?
I never knew him to do that. It was just more not being good at documenting, keeping up with paperwork, that type of thing.
What about Jeff Jackson?
Jeff Jackson was, in my opinion,
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm
Just
sorry.
what you observed.
Sustained.
I observed him talking more than most of the people he was trying to interview.
Okay.
So there you go. There's your yes.
I want to talk about your opinion as to Brent Booth's truthfulness.
Objection, Your Honor.
This is now, he's a testifying witness. He was a testifying witness at trial.
It's Your Honor's job to be the judge of Brent Booth's.
Yeah, I'm assessing.
Credibility.
Correct. And Rule 608A states the credibility of a witness may be attacked or supported by evidence in the form of opinion or reputation. But subject to these limitations, the evidence may refer only to character or truthfulness or untruthfulness.
And it's a very limited question for the purpose of a jury who is assessing. But it's not just a broad brush, give me your opinion and your thoughts on someone's credibility.
Oh, in this instance, your objection is noted. The court's making the credibility assessment, and the court will give this particular opinion testimony the weight it deserves. So I'm going to allow the question.
You form an opinion out of truthfulness of Brent Booth.
I had not formed an opinion. Is that what you want me to do?
Do you have one now?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's a risky question.
Let's go back to
Yeah.
relevance in 2025 to what transpired in 2014.
Brent Booth testified in May that he saw the recorded ATM video prior to trial.
Objection, Your Honor, to sharing with this witness what another witness said in the hopes of garnering the answer that he's looking for. Her opinion as to anyone's truthfulness today has no relevance and no bearing on the actions of these people almost 10 years ago.
We can excuse a witness if we need to argue this further.
No, we're not going to do that. Again, the court will give it the appropriate weight and make a credibility determination on its own. Go ahead with your questions.
You have an opinion of the truthfulness of Brent Booth.
Yes.
What is it?
That he was fearful of losing his job and that would sway whatever he said.
Opinion testimony as to the truthfulness of Jack Van Hooser.
Has Van Hooser testified?
He
No,
testified,
sir.
he testified at the original trial and rebuttal.
Testified in this proceeding.
No, sir.
Not in this proceeding.
So not allow that.
What sucks about that not coming in is I have suspicion that Van Hooser might have been the special agent in charge that could have been the one in the capacity to turn Terry Dykes's write-up into like a formal IR and a formal investigative report. Because we heard Dykes say, this was it. I turned it over and it should have been turned into an IR. It would be the like supervisor that would have done that. So I'm wondering if that was Van Houser. And I think this might be the end. There's like a few seconds here.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Oh, yep.
Cross-examination, Ms. Rowe?
No, Your Honor.
She said, we know this lady does not have anything we want on the record. But yeah, all right. So that was, again, guys, we were diving forward in time, but sort of back in time to Wednesday of this week. This is a clip that Trial and Error Podcast uploaded that I didn't see when we were doing the clips that were available from Law and Crime. I think they might have more footage that they're going to upload, so we'll keep an eye out for that. They've been amazing at what they're doing, and yesterday I'd written just a comment in general on one of their videos, like to show support for their footage, and they're like, hey, feel free to use any of our stuff. So I'm really grateful that not only they're open to us using those video breakdowns of the alibi evidence and the firearm stuff, because it's helping me digest things that are difficult. I don't feel like in this 2017 trial, and this is a criticism of, it's the state's case in chief still, we had the openings, and we're starting to get to some mapping of where Holly's personal affects were recovered. But I still feel clueless. If I didn't know any background, I'd have like no idea where anything was, what was going on. There's just no, for the 2017 trial in a bubble, there's just nothing to like visually follow. So like, I'm really appreciative to have the stuff that Trial and Error podcasts are doing. And it's bittersweet because what I'm able to understand because of the way they're putting the information together and the way that the information's coming together with these post-conviction hearings, the jury didn't get any of that. Didn't get any of that. And did we listen to Ferguson yet? Okay, wait. Do you mean in the 2017 trial? Or post-conviction? Because I don't know if I saw a Ferguson on the stand for the post-conviction hearings. So let me know. Oh, okay. Wait. Maybe we'll stay in 2025 for a minute. Let me look. Ferguson. Actually, you know what? I think I saw that was uploaded. And then I didn't see, I swear I saw something that was new, and then I couldn't find it. Maybe I just didn't look at the thumbnail hard enough. Do you know when they uploaded it? Oh, there's no video. Okay, let's look at their screen here. And guys, I'm going to drop their link in the chat again. Let's check that out. Kathy Ferguson. Oh, this one's 4 hours. All right, maybe we'll do a different stream for this one, you guys. Maybe that'll be what we do tomorrow. You guys want to do that tomorrow? Because I want to do like a shorter 4-hour stream anyway. Tomorrow we'll get together and we'll listen to Kathy Ferguson. And today we'll go back to 2017. Cool beans. This will be fun. I'll put like a turkey on the screen while we have this audio playing. So plan for that tomorrow. I was trying to figure out how we can do a shorter stream tomorrow so I can cook my Thanksgiving dinner. But still, I'm so invested in this case. Great recommendation. Very excited for this. So that will be tomorrow. Let's get over to 2017. We'll get in the magic school bus and time travel. Let's see. Law and Crime. I had their playlist up ready to go and then I closed it, trying to close a bunch of tabs. I closed the wrong one. Let's see. Oh, nope, those are the hearings. But trial 2017. At this rate, I'm just gonna go to the direct testimony. We were watching the what was her name? Laura Hodge. I've been thinking about the Karen Reed trial a little bit because now my browser history, like my browser history used to show me every URL that I visited, even if it was within the same tab. And now it only shows me the most recent thing that was on that tab when I closed it. It's like not complete. It's combining things together. So I have not been able to use my own history browser to go pull up links that I recently had open. I don't know what's going on. Let's watch the trial. Laura Hodge.
Than you really already know. So we're going to be breaking early today. We actually are in good shape. All right, continue for the state.
Okay, so for context here, this would have been September 13th, 2017. This is the second part of what we were watching yesterday for day 3, but it's still going to be Laura Hodge on the stand. I think they took a lunch break. So.
All right, I think we have.
And do you guys want a volume boost on this one? Let's get to some talking and you guys let me know.
On the overhead, if you could introduce yourself where you were.
Okay.
What that is.
This is marker 37, and the area I'm circling is an earring.
And just to get us back to where we were, this is that middle, this is the actual ditch. To the left, we had all those personal belongings. To the right, we had some other items. But this is in the ditch, more toward the south end of the ditch.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I hand you a bag. You could open that bag and take it.
Sorry, we'll boost it. So get ready. We're going to boost the volume again.
This is the earring that is in the picture. That is marker number 37.
What's the mark? There's one of 6 on the overhead as well. Is that what is that?
That is a close-up of the earring in marker number 37.
You could have this bag marked as exhibit, or the earring marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Exhibit 130. Right here.
Yes, sir.
Just hold that up there for a minute. And we'll, go ahead and show the picture. Now, when we were talking about the overview of this scene, crime scene, you indicated that there were some remains, some human remains also among all these personal possessions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to put what is the mark exhibit 107 on the overhead. This one's kind of tough to see. We're in a ditch here still, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And I believe it is somewhere in this area there is a tooth.
Okay. Let's move to the next. 108. Is that the same? It looks like the same placard.
I can't tell if that's 32 or, let me check, or 30.
The photograph and you can see a little better on that.
Yes, sir. This is 32, just a little bit farther away, showing it in the ditch.
It looks, back up there, like a pretty deep ditch in that area, at least, is that correct?
Yes, sir. This area, I would say, is several feet deep.
Okay. Now, when you and your team found actual remains or items that you thought were remains, what did you do with those?
Well, we photographed them and we packaged them into brown paper bags. And then I personally turned those over and signed those over to Special Agent Brent Booth.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were they then taken to the West Tennessee Forensic Center in Memphis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have, is it 9 on your board? What is that?
This is teeth. There's one here and there is one here. We marked those as one marker because they were so closely together. So that's 2 teeth at mark.
Given to Brent Booth where they were taken to Memphis? Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. You have program 110 or exhibit 110? Agent Hodge, what we're looking at here.
This is a tooth. That is marker number 30. That is also in the ditch.
Okay. Also delivered to West Tennessee Forensic Center through Special Agent Booth.
That's correct.
Now, as we're looking at these teeth, we're going further and further down that ditch. Is that correct?
Yes, the markers that we just previously looked at were at the southern portion of the ditch, the upper portion. And as we're going through these markers, we're going downhill in the ditch.
Is it 111? That's what we're looking at here.
This would be a bone, what was described as a rib.
Okay. That was also delivered to Memphis West Tennessee Forensic Lab.
Yes, sir.
112.
Marker number 25 is a hoop earring.
Okay.
And it is, I'm circling it right here.
It's kind of tough to see.
There's the silver portion, and then it's coming around like that.
Okay. Agent Hodge, I'm going to hand you a little brown bag if you could take a look at the contents of that. It's on the down.
This is the hoop earring that is shown in the picture as marker 25.
And if we could have that mark.
131.
Hey, Hodge, if you could, we're looking at some really small things here and teeth and things like that. How did you guys find those things? If you could describe it, Jerry, how you and your team managed to unearth all these items.
Some of the items, such as the bones, we would just see. Most of the smaller things, the teeth, was the second day we concentrated in the ditch area by scooping the dirt out 1 shovel at a time, small shovels, and putting them in 5-gallon buckets. And we had sifters, and we would sift through the dirt. But basically, we were uncovering the small things, such as the teeth, 1 scoop of dirt at a time.
No, she could publish that hoop earring that we were just talking about. Now we're going to put what has been marked as Exhibit 113. You can tell us what we're looking at here.
Marker number 27 is a pink fiber with a label. And marker number 9 is a rib. And I'm not sure if I can pick it out. I'm not sure exactly on marker number 9 where it is, but it is somewhere in this area close to marker number 9.
Okay. Find it with a closer inspection.
Yes, I do see it now.
Okay. I'll put it back on.
Okay.
Can you find it when I put it back
Yes,
on?
sir. This is the rib right here,
Okay.
the bone.
That's right near that pink fiber that we've already seen some of. Is that correct?
This is a different pink fiber.
Okay.
The pink fiber we had earlier was different than that was really a piece of fabric. This is literally a fiber, a string, a pink string with a small label attached.
Yeah. What marker? And that is marker number 9.
Number 9 is the rib.
27. I'm going to hand you a bag. If you could tell us what's in that bag.
Inside is the pink fiber with the label.
Okay. That appears to be a label or a tag there.
Yes, sir, that's a
Don't
tag that says Anvil, I believe, on it.
Okay.
ANVIL.
Yeah, we have that mark as the next number.
132. What do you call the pink
Pink fibers.
fiber?
Yes, sir,
With the tag.
with a tag. Yes, sir.
Right here.
Yes, sir, it is.
If you could show that to the. I'm going to put the exhibit 115 on the overhead. And tell us what that is.
Sorry. Marker number 26 is a tooth.
I'm going to put the chart back up there so we can kind of have an idea of where we are now as far as in the pitch. That was marker 26, and you indicated there was 2.
Yes, sir. Marker 26 is located right here.
So we're about halfway, or the third way down roughly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now that tooth we just talked about was also delivered to the West Tennessee Forensic Center, correct? And
Yes, sir.
Can you put the photograph or item 116, exhibit 116 on the overhead for you? If you can see what that is.
Marker number 7 and marker number 8 are each a rib.
Okay. Can you tell where they are? From the
Not
photograph?
from this angle on the screen.
I'll hand you this photograph and see if you can find them a little bit more close to that.
Yes, I've got it.
Actually, we do have something. Have a closer one.
Okay.
That's 117.
Yes, number 7 is right here, the rib in number 7.
That's number 7.
Yes, sir.
And we'll put the exhibit 118. Both of those ribs, you also, same process where you took those, you gave them to Special Agent Booth, who then delivered them to the West Tennessee Forensic Center.
Yes, sir.
This is exhibit 118. What are we looking at here?
This is another rib, marker 38 here.
It's also taken to the West Tennessee Forensic Center.
Yes, sir.
Put exhibit 119 on the overhead.
This marker number 6 is a tooth.
Also delivered to the West Tennessee Forensic Center.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 120. Can you see what that is?
I see marker number 6, which was the tooth that we just had up there, a close-up. So
Okay.
it's right in this
I
area.
think we got those reversed. Okay. And that's where that's a broader view of where the tooth was found.
Yes, that's just a little farther out, and there's another flag right here
Okay.
that is another marker.
Okay. We're going to put exhibit 121 in there right now.
And number 5 is a rib.
Where are we in the ditch now?
We are down the ditch almost all the way to the flat area from the top, so we've moved north.
And this rib that you described was delivered to the West Tennessee Forensic Center as well,
Yes, sir.
with the other remains. Put exhibit 122 on. Is that a wider view?
Yes, and this picture is actually, should be turned counterclockwise. There we go. This is at the bottom, closer to the level area at the bottom of the ditch, and this is going back up. So number 5, number 6 was above it, and so forth, from how we came down through with the markers.
And I'm going to put the chart back up so you can kind of show us with your graph where we are now.
The previous picture of number 5 was taken standing down in this area, taking the picture up this way, back up the ditch.
Okay. So now exhibit 123.
This picture is at the bottom of the ditch. The ditch is coming along through here, and this is toward the bottom where it starts to level out.
Okay. Now we have a better close-up view of that, and this is exhibit 124. You can tell us what we're looking at on this one.
And marker number 12 are 2 ribs.
Those 2 ribs are also delivered to the West Tennessee Forensic Center.
Yes, sir.
We have exhibit 125. What are we looking at here?
This is at the bottom of the ditch in the leveled out area, and that's marker number 28.
Is that the last item that you found?
Yes, sir, in that ditch.
Did you guys go and we have a closer view of that item you found there, but did you guys go further? How far out did you go, if you can remember, as far as the entire crime scene?
From the ditch, on either side of the ditch, we probably went approximately 20 yards. And then on the north, where it levels out, this area here, we went approximately another 20, 25 yards, and the same in most all directions from the ditch.
And this was the last item that you were able to find in this direction?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say. We're going to put up exhibit 126. Is that a closer view of that last item in the ditch?
Yes, it is.
What is that?
That is a lotion bottle.
We have one other photograph. It's 128, I think. Is it 128? Is that the lotion?
No, it's 127, I think.
Sorry,
Black hair tie was 128.
Okay, directly. Yeah, this is exhibit 127. And what is that?
This is the lotion bottle that was at marker 28.
You guys tagged this lotion bottle as well?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'll fast forward a bag and you can look in there and tell us what's in it.
It is the lotion bottle that is in the photograph that was marker number 28.
We have that number as next.
133.
If you could show that to the jury. Thank you, Jason Autry. And we go back to the chart, which has been marked there, the record page 1. So now we've looked at everything that you found within that ditch and at the bottom of the ditch, correct?
That is correct.
We've looked at all the items that you found on the west side, or the bank of the ditch on the west side, correct?
That's correct.
There are also, it looks like a number of things that are eastern side of the ditch.
Yes,
Okay? A number of things were found there, is that right?
that is correct. Yes.
Also, it looks like a variety of things. I see some yellow and, well, some different colors over there. You found some remains over there?
Are you talking about this area
Yes.
here? This is the area that I spoke of earlier that had already been taped off when we arrived on the scene in September the 9th, 2014. There weren't any items in here, but the markers were left to where those items were.
Okay. And you're aware of the items that were found there?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you 17 photos. And if you will go through those, let us know if you recognize those items, those photographs.
I'm going to object to the witness testifying about something that's not based on her personal knowledge.
Judge, we talked about this. I talked with them about it.
I guess I didn't understand, Your Honor, about the fact that it's not based on her personal knowledge.
Well, she indicates she has personal knowledge of the items. I spoke with the defense counsel about these photographs and indicated to them that although she knows what was found
They were
there.
going to try to stipulate to speed things up.
Right.
If this is something that she can testify, she knows where it was. Is this,
As long as they lay a foundation that she knows where these things are, Your Honor, I just want to be clear about that. If they can lay a foundation that she knows where they are, that's fine. But if it's just some kind of guessing,
what I'm saying is, can we get this to one witness rather than calling multiple others that would accomplish the same purpose?
I just want to make sure the information she's going to give is accurate. So if
Well,
they can-
certainly, I understand that.
Okay, so if they can lay a foundation of how she would know this information to be accurate, then that's fine.
Okay.
I just, apparently I misunderstood it earlier when we were discussing.
Well, from that one, I've tried to encourage the parties to stipulate or do things that might expedite knowing the length of time this trial could have taken. And I've not just done it over here, I've done it both sides, okay?
Special Agent Hodge, you were one of the leaders out there on this crime scene, correct?
That is correct.
You've personally viewed almost every item out there, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
Do you have personal knowledge of, and you've indicated that there are several items, and there were remains that were moved to the West Tennessee Forensic Center prior to your arrival, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The placards for those items were still there, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Were you provided knowledge of where the placards are?
Yes,
Items that
sir.
were where they are?
Yes,
Is that
sir, I
correct?
was.
And you've reviewed photographs of all of those items several times before, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And those photographs that you have up there, are they the photographs, and do they depict many of those items that were already taken to the West Tennessee Forensic Center?
I'm not quite through the photos yet, if I may.
And while you're looking there, there were a number of other agents that were there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Brent Booth, we've mentioned his name several times, he was one of them.
Yes, sir. And yes, these are the photographs that depict what was in the area.
And this is the area that we are, I keep calling the eastern side. But
This area here that was marked off prior to our arrival.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor. The placards were still there when she got there, and there's pictures that match placards.
Thank you.
yeah, if we have these entered as next.
134 through 150, I believe. Give her a few moments to tag her.
So much coughing.
The lay of the land. Before we put those on, can you describe sort of what the lay of the land was here, where you found these items relative to the other items that you found?
You're talking about the items here, the markers?
Correct.
Okay, they were uphill from this ditch. So this is one of the hills that was going up, and just like this hill was going up where the ditch met in the middle. So this area was uphill from the ditch and what we found in the ditch.
Did you notice anything about some of the items that were found in this area that might give you clues to how they got there?
I didn't see the items.
Well,
And,
there were some personal belongings found up there as well.
oh, yes, sir. Yes, yes. The things that were found uphill from this area had teeth marks from animals that had chewed on the items or carried them or whatever, but there were teeth marks.
Did you and your team find any kind of animals or evidence of animals living up in this area?
We did. We saw coyote dens, a larger one and a smaller one that were at the end of the second day. A backhoe was brought in and we excavated those coyote dens to see if there were any more remains or personal effects in those dens.
And so to summarize, this is raised up significantly from this.
Yes, this is uphill, and then it starts to kind of slightly go back downhill once you get up here to where marker number 31 is.
Okay. We're going to put what is marked as exhibit 134 on the overhead. And if you could tell us what this appears to be.
This is a bone that was found in the area that was marked off prior to our arrival that was uphill from the ditch.
Okay. Now we're going to put that in 135 on the overhead. You can tell us what we're looking at here.
This is another bone that was in the area that was marked off prior to our arrival that was uphill from the ditch.
Now we're going to put exhibit 136 on the overhead. Just give a better maybe an overview of what.
Yes, where this picture was taken, to the back of the individual taking this photograph was the ditch. So this is showing the uphill area to the taped off portion that was taped off prior to our arrival.
And I can see is that crime scene tape at the top, I guess at the top of that hill there?
Yes, and there was actually two areas taped off. There was one larger area and then another area inside that you can see on my drawing.
Okay.
But yes, that's what that is.
Now, we've already talked about, you found that there were a number of remains found in this area, correct?
That is correct.
And were all of those items, to your knowledge, tagged and brought to the West Tennessee Forensic Center by Special Agent Brimley?
I don't know who took them to the forensic center, but I do understand they were taken to the forensic center with all the other remains we had found.
Okay. We're going to put exhibit 137. If you can tell us what we're looking at here.
This is a bone that was also found in the area that was taped off prior to our arrival.
Okay. We're going to put exhibit 138. And is that what is that?
That's a close-up of a bone that was found in that taped off area prior to our arrival.
Okay. Exhibit 139. What are we looking at here?
This is the skull that was found in the taped off area uphill from the ditch prior to our arrival.
Okay. Exhibit 140.
And again, this is the skull that was located in the taped off area prior to our arrival.
Exhibit 141.
This is standing inside the taped off area showing marker 17, and I believe that is 18.
Okay. Now, what is that? We know that marker 17 is the skull. Can you tell what marker 18 is from there or from your chart?
No, sir, I can't.
Okay. Exhibit 142. What are we looking at here?
And this is a close-up of marker 18. It is a bone that was in that taped off area prior to our arrival.
Does that appear to be a lower jaw?
It does, yes, sir.
Exhibit 143. Is that a close-up of what we've just seen?
Yes, this is the close-up of the previous picture, marker 18.
Okay. 144. Can you see what that is?
No, sir, I'm not sure that I have that.
Do a little bit closer.
It appears to be a piece of plastic. Yes, sir.
Basically, everything you guys found out there, you tagged in case it might become relevant.
Yes, sir, we did.
So if you could point to the, I can see it
Uh,
right now. It's
Yes, it's right here.
there's a piece of plastic up in that area.
Yes, sir, in the area that was marked off prior to our arrival.
Exhibit 145.
I'm not sure I can tell from the picture.
I'll hand this to you. Closer look.
Oh, yes, now I can see it. Yes.
What does it look like?
The- It, oh, there she put it. It is some cloth material that was marked in that area but had been removed prior to our arrival.
No, exhibit 146. What is that?
This is a wallet.
Did you guys, that was still there when you were there, correct? The wallet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What'd you do with the wallet? Did you take a look at it?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm gonna put up with marked as exhibit 147. And you guys, your team opened up the wallet, correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
And is that it?
Yes, sir, it is.
148. That's a close-up of the of what?
That is a close-up of Holly Bobo's driver's license.
And that was found in this area that we've been describing, where the skull was found, where other human remains were found, correct?
Yes, it was not in the area that was taped off prior to our arrival. It was on up the hill from that area. It was farthest from the ditch.
Angie, what has previously been marked as exhibit 34. You can take a look at that. Is that the wallet with the identification we've been looking at?
Yes, sir, this is the wallet that contained the driver's license of Holly Bobo.
Are there indications on that wallet that may have been some animals that dragged it up or chewed on it or something like that?
Yes, sir, there is.
If you could, I don't know if you could publish that to the jury or just give them a look at
You
it.
can make an exhibit.
Oh, it's already been exhibited. Your Honor. It was already marked as exhibit 34
Okay.
through Ms. Bobo.
You might alert me. If I get my numbers up, I'll never be
Sorry.
sorry.
I'm going to put the chart back on exhibit 81. If you can kind of show us where, we just looked at Holly's wallet and identification. If you can show us where that is relative to everything else.
Marker number 31, right here.
And that's one of the furthest items, if not the item that's furthest out, at least to the east, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Was that where the den was over there somewhere?
One of the dens, yes,
Okay.
was not far from that.
We're going to put up what is marked as exhibit 149. A little bit of a faraway shot, but can you tell what that is?
That is the bottom portion of a black flip-flop, the sole portion.
Okay, so I put exhibit 150 up. It's still pretty dark.
This is the flip-flop here, the sole of it.
Okay. Is there some damage to that?
Yes, sir, it's damaged too.
Hand go back. You can look at how bad it's also in it.
Inside is the sole of the black flip-flop that is marker number 33 in the picture above.
Yeah, I have that.
Exhibit 153.
Yeah, just publish that to the last things here. We're almost finished. A couple things that I omitted from earlier. I'm going to hand you a bag. And if you could take a look at that and tell us what that is.
Thumb drive that was from the smaller plastic purse that also had the ink pens and the highlighters in.
Okay, that's one of the things we saw at the very beginning that was on the west side of the ditch.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if we could have that amended as
152.
152. Just hold that up there for a second.
Okay.
So I'm going to hand you another bag. If you could describe that bag and what's in it for the jury.
This is an earring that was from the purse, which was marker number 4.
Okay. And is it the purse and the purple, the larger purple purse?
The larger purse that was cloth material.
Okay. Now, if we could have that number.
153.
We can publish those two items.
Okay. That comes right here.
All right, now if we could go back to Exhibit 81 again. We've looked at nearly everything on here, correct?
That is correct, yes.
You guys found a lot of stuff over a fairly long period of time. How long were you out there?
We were out there for 2 full days.
You've already indicated you had metal detectors, you had dogs, you had a backhoe. What else? You were sifting through the dirt. You had anthropologists out there, a number of TBI agents out there, all working together to try to find everything you could. Correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You went to the east, to the west, and to the north of this scene. Correct?
Yes, we did.
And this is all you were able to find.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there were a few other items. I see some blue shaded items.
Yes.
Okay. And what were those?
The blue items that you see here were cartridge cases and a shot shell case.
Okay. I'm going to hand you 3 photographs. If you could tell us if those accurately depict those casings as they were that day.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, if we have those entered as an
Enter
exhibit.
it as exhibits 154, 155, and 156.
First one that is 154, right? And what are we looking at here?
Number 24, marker 24 is a 308 cartridge case.
308 cartridge case.
Yes, sir.
And we can go back to the 81. Where is that on this exhibit?
It is right here.
308 is right there. And you, that is placard number 24, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Your bag. Does that have item number 24 in it?
Yes, this is the .308 caliber cartridge case.
Okay. You have that marked as the next one.
So is this a different casing?
Second 308.
No, sir, it's the first and only .308 cartridge
Okay,
case.
that's what was depicted in 154.
Yes.
Okay, I got ahead of myself. Okay.
Yes. It's also on this chart here, that's number 24, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So it's sort of to the right and down from where everything else was.
Yes, it's located right here.
Is it 155 up there on the overhead? That's what we're looking at here.
Marker 13 is a .380 auto caliber cartridge case.
380 auto.
Yes, sir.
If we could have 81 put back on the overhead, let's not freeze on that.
13 was located right here closer to the ditch.
Okay. That's for no back.
And this contains the .380 auto caliber cartridge case. That is marker 13.
You just hang on to this for a second.
Okay.
And finally, 156. What we're looking at here.
This is a 410 shot shell case.
Okay. Go back to 81 and you can tell us where this was.
23 inside the taped area that had previously been marked off prior to our arrival.
Okay. I'm going to hand you the bag if you can tell us what's in there.
And it is the 410 shot shell case in the bag.
Now, if you have that, this is the next number exhibit.
Okay. I'm not sure I'm up. Have the 308 and the 380, have they been moved in? I don't think they have unless I missed them.
We can move those, I guess, in sequentially as the next three numbered exhibits.
All right. Let's do the 308. That was the first one she described from picture one, or from exhibit 154. That will be 157. 380, as she described it, will be 158. 410 shot shell, as she described it, will be 159.
308 is exhibit 157.
Right. And then 380. You're not dyslexic, are you?
I just got confused as to which was in this bag.
One's 308, the other one's 380.
Yes. If you could just publish those to the jury.
Okay.
Let me say this, it's a little muggy, we're doing all we can do. This system, I think, is under capacity. I'm glad now we didn't try this in July, so, because this is September and still they haven't set on like 63, so we're doing the best we can. It just might be me, I thought that might be. Are we through with that for a minute or not?
Yes, sir. We're approved.
Let's turn the lights up. It might let them view the exhibits a little better. Hold up just a second. You walk back down when they get these lights on.
Especially in Hodge, obviously, a lot of things you found out here in this area, correct? You and your team.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, were these things or any of these things sent away for testing or anything like that? Or do you know?
The remains went to Memphis, as we spoke of earlier, and then the personal effects and the cartridge cases were submitted to the TBI crime laboratory.
Okay. Your job, though, isn't to follow up on testing or to do testing or anything like that?
I do testing on firearms evidence, but once it's submitted into the laboratory and goes to the respective units, then I don't keep up with it. No, sir.
In this particular situation, was your job more to discover, properly package, catalog, and deliver these items to where they needed to be?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And did you memorialize everything that you did out there, you and your team, in a report?
Yes, I did.
I forgot one thing. These, the defense has seen these and they have a photograph of them. I'm going to show you a couple of, we'll do them one at a time. And it's sort of difficult to get perspective when you're in the woods, right?
Yep.
And trying to figure out where things are in relation to one another. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
You guys made, I'm going to show you this. Tell us what this is. You can get down.
Okay.
Once you get down, Judge, you can be careful. Your hands get a little dirty when you.
This is an aerial photo of the area of the ditch and the hillside that was a two-dimensional drawing that I had done that we've talked about previously. And the stars go with each picture showing where they were located along the ditch and up the hill.
Which one are you showing now? What's the number in the top right corner?
17, I think. Was that right?
Yes, sir. Is it fair to say that this is mostly remains in this poster?
Yes, this is remains in this poster. To get the logistics of what we're looking at, this is the ditch, and this is the southern part of the ditch, which is uphill. And this is going downhill, as you can see, to that lower point where it starts to flatten out in this area. This is the area that is up the hill from the ditch where the skull, the mandible, and other items, bones were found that had been removed prior to our arrival that had the blocked off area.
The taking area, right there.
Right here, Your Honor.
Okay.
So this is uphill from the ditch, and this is the top of the ditch, the southernmost point going downward. And each picture is a star that shows their location.
I could rotate.
Let's see if I agree with you. It should be 160. Okay.
True.
This next one I'll ask you about before we have it tagged. If you could describe what we're looking at here.
This is
Just briefly, and then we'll have it.
Okay.
Okay.
This is another aerial photo and a photograph of the ditch with the markers of most of the personal effects.
This focuses more on personal effects.
Yes.
And if we could have this entered as the next number.
The 161.
161. Yeah, if I could publish this, if you could describe what we're looking at here, especially the time.
This picture is showing marker 27 and marker 25, and this is looking back up the hill. So the photograph is taken from North Point looking south up the hill. So from this point, it is up this hill in this area here where the skull and mandible and other bones were found that was blocked off earlier, taped off earlier prior to our arrival. So this is showing the personal items that were to the left on my two-dimensional drawing on the hillside. And each picture shows, is denoted with a star. And then the wallet with the driver's license was at that furthest point up the hill from this area. So it is up this way.
There are no further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination.
Yes.
You want any of these to get it left up?
I want 145, please, which is a photograph.
Which is.
Yes.
You see our homemade lens cover? They don't blind people come in, so it's not very sophisticated, but it works.
First, Ms. Hodge, let me just ask you so I understand. You said some of the items, the teeth and other small fragments, you found by sifting the dirt.
That is correct, yes.
And I noticed you had pictures of these items, though. Did you take?
Yes.
So after you sifted the dirt and you found something, then did you set it back down on the ground by where you found it?
No, ma'am. The removal of the dirt, as I spoke of earlier, one shovel at a time, would reveal the small items like the tooth. So they were photographed as they were found in the ditch.
So you were kind of shaving away dirt, would take a photograph. You weren't placing things back. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Just wanted to be clear on that. Then this other item here, you described it, and let me see if I can zoom in on this. I don't know how clear it is. There. You had described this as cloth, but it appears to be some kind of woven fabric like a bag fertilizer might come in.
Yes, that's possible. Yes.
It appears to be that the fabric's woven out of kind of a waxy plastic material, like a burlap, a plastic burlap. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's not a fabric cloth.
That was the term that I used, but this was one of the items that was removed prior to our arrival, so I did not see it. I've only identified it through a photograph.
Okay, very good. No further questions.
No redirect.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a break. We haven't been there that long, but this is fairly tedious. It does not mean it's not important. It doesn't mean you should have any additional emphasis, but listening to one after the other, it gets a little tedious. Let's take 15 minutes, follow the instructions from the Come in, face me and raise your right hand, please.
Right, before we start the next witness, I did just get an email from the Innocence Project that says Danny Davis was exonerated Tuesday, November 12th, after spending more than 3 decades in prison for a murder that DNA evidence proved he did not commit. So, 32 years wrongful incarceration for Danny Davis. What happened? So this is in the First Judicial Circuit Court of Alexander County, Illinois. They dismissed murder charges against Danny. And this was the Illinois Innocence Project, the Exoneration Project, and the Innocence Project all helping. Let's see. His conviction was overturned 1 year ago, but he's been waiting. There's been a whole year of back and forth ever since. Danny was just 20 years old when he endured many hours of psychological and physical abuse, including police threats that his brother Isaac was going down for the crime that he would face the death penalty. Does the leverage sound familiar? Fearing for their lives, Danny and Isaac both signed false confession statements implicating themselves and an acquaintance, DeVoe Johnson, in the crime. Their wrongful convictions highlight the immense failings of our criminal legal system and how false, coerced confessions are now a continuing threat to innocent people throughout the country. Now 53 years old, Danny is finally a free, exonerated man. And today's pinned wish list, I've been bad about that. My brain has been really scattered. Today's pinned wish list for Christmas is going to be Danny's wish list that the Innocence Project shared. Oh wait, this is giving me like the email. Let me open it in Amazon first. We're going to pin this. And I've forgotten to do this like the last 2 days. But that's okay because we've pinned stuff that should be helpful for people learning more about what I think is a miscarriage of justice in the Zach Adams case. Very hilarious looking at his wish list, guys. He's got like, it's bittersweet because I think he wants to get his bachelor times in. He's got stuff for his household, and then it gets into like manly items for the cars. manly candles, just like things that you would, and spices, seasonings. Like, he's getting out in his 50s, having to go and experience and try to catch up with, his 20s, his 30s, his 40s. So, and some people, we've got a bunch of stuff purchased already here. I'm definitely going to send some seasonings. So I'm going to pin that. That's going to be our giving wish list for today. But I just saw that email come in, and I'll do a deeper dive into his story. Maybe we can do a separate stream on that. But yeah, 32 years. 32 years. And again, coerced confessions with the leverage of your loved one's going to face the death penalty. So great parallel example to some of the issues we've seen over here in Tennessee versus Zachary Adams. And there's people out there, why would somebody lie? Why would somebody give a false confession? Here's another example. Let's get back. I think this is the right stream. I believe we're getting the medical examiner now. And we had a very short cross of TBI, the forensic scientist, Laura Hodge. So I'm not too optimistic, and we've already heard we shouldn't be too optimistic about the cross of a critical witness who's going to tell us about the diameter of the entrance wound on Holly's skull. So let's see what we get. Let's see what the jurors at this trial saw.
Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated. Would you state your name for the court reporter and spell first and last, please?
Marco, M-A-R-C-O, Ross, R-O-S-S.
Okay, you proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, you can use that microphone, Doctor. It's been pushed up a little bit. What do you do?
I'm a forensic pathologist and the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner at the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center.
Okay, that's in Memphis?
That's correct.
What kind of education do you have to do to be a forensic pathologist?
Well, in my case, I graduated from Tulane Medical School in 1985, completed a residency in general surgery at the University of South Carolina in 1991, and then I served as a surgeon in the United States Navy for 4 years. And from 95 to 99, I completed a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Vermont, and then a forensic pathology fellowship at the University of North Carolina, which I completed in 2000. From the next 2.5 years, I served as a medical examiner in Phoenix, Arizona. Then I served as a medical examiner in Spokane, Washington for approximately 4.5 years. And I've been with the Memphis office since March of 2007.
Are there any types of continuing education that you do to stay up to date to learn new?
We are required to do at least 40 hours a year, or actually every 2 years of continuing medical education.
Are you doing teaching or writing articles or things like that?
We are involved in educational activities with the University of Tennessee Health Science Center in Memphis. We have clinical appointments there as well as our appointments at the Forensic Center. And we have a fellowship program. We educate fellows and residents as well as medical students. And we do some poster presentations with them at national meetings.
Do you have any type, you might have already mentioned this, do you have any type of certifications and that type of thing?
I am board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology and in forensic pathology.
How many autopsies have you performed?
Let's go ahead. Stipulate him as expert witness in his field.
We stipulate.
All right, thank you.
All right, now, do you remember, did you bring the report of a autopsy on a Holly Bobo?
Yes, I did.
What's the first thing you do on an autopsy like that?
Well, in a typical autopsy that involves more intact remains, we, of course, we'll do a external examination of the body, the outer surfaces, and then proceed with an internal examination, examining organs and internal structures for evidence of disease and injury. In this particular case, we had already skeletonized remains to examine.
Now, the remains here were initially examined by a different doctor, correct?
That's correct.
Was that Dr. Karen Chancellor?
Yes, she's the chief medical examiner.
And she's currently on leave, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you have her report here, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that a report that's kept in the normal course of business by the West Tennessee Forensic Center?
Yes, it is.
And are those reports accurate?
Yes, they are.
You're not just relying off that report that was testified today, are you?
No, I actually had the opportunity to examine the remains myself.
Okay. I'm going to, in defense counsel, look at these photographs. And some photographs would help you detail for the jury what you were able to find. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you could look at these photographs in order, and just let us know if those accurately depict the remains that you were able to examine for your testimony today.
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Yeah, if we could have these, I'm going to count them, but there are 12 photographs. If we could have those entered over the next.
So it'll be 165 through 176, I think. You always add the numbers and subtract one. I think it's 162. No.
It is 162.
Well, I can't read my writing. I thought that was 164. It's a 161 where I scratched over some. All right, thank you. So it'll be 162 through, how many you say? How many?
I'm sorry, 12.
12. So it'll be 171. See what I did? I did put it 64. $173. I got back on number now.
Ready to. If you could put the 162 up for us. And we resume. This one, you can make it a little bit, turn it in a little bit. No, it's good. Doctor, are these the items that were delivered to your office from Decatur County?
Yes, they are.
If you could look at those items, there's something that's pretty focusing. It's not focused very well. There's a point, you have that in your hand already.
Yes.
There are a couple of, well, describe what we have in the photograph.
What we received for examination included the skull along with the mandible, with some teeth present in there, as well as several individual loose teeth, the left scapula or shoulder blade, and there were 6 ribs here. There's actually a 7th. It looked like a rib. It's actually, this is just a piece of wood. It was not a rib. There's also another just a fragment of wood that had been picked up. I think was thought to possibly be a bone fragment. It turns out it's just a piece of wood. Down here is the manubrium, which is the upper part of the sternum. And this here is a non-human bone that was subsequently identified by the anthropology lab as the bone of a common dog.
So I'm counting 7 actual ribs. Is that correct, Doctor? And then there's a piece of wood going from the top on the ribs. That's
Yes, there are that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ribs, and then a piece of wood.
And then there's a piece of wood.
This other here, yes.
And how do you begin your examination with remains like these?
Well, we will start by documenting, what bones are there, which bones may be present with the partial remains such as this. We'll try to document specifically which bones they are, and then we start looking at overall characteristics of the bone, making an evaluation as to whether or not they give any indication of stature or age, and the characteristics of the bones themselves in terms of weathering, which may give us some idea as to how long the remains have been at the location where they were found. And then we will analyze the remains to look for any evidence of a disease to the bony structures or any evidence of injury.
Shout out to Slim Life NJ coming in here and dropping 5 gifts. Sorry, I was over trying to make a tweet about the Danny Davis story. I've been staring off into space over here. That is so sweet of you. Big thank you. Big thank you. Let's get some W's in the chat for Slim Life NJ. And if you've been away from your screen, you might be green now. So if you got a membership, please say thank you to Slim Life. Thank you so much.
Now, we see a number of teeth here in the photograph, Dr. Ross. What type of a doctor, what type of a process you go through to make an identification with teeth like that were found on scene?
And we will usually ask for help from a forensic odontologist who will then examine the dentition as well as the jaws and do comparisons of those with known records available of a suspected individual, deceased individual, to try to make an identification on that basis.
And in this case, was that done?
Yes, it was.
Was that Dr. Holland Manis?
That's correct.
And she compared the teeth that we're looking at here with some existing dental records of Holly Bobo?
Correct.
Okay. We're going to put what has been marked as Exhibit 163 on the overhead. If you can describe what we're looking at here.
This is a photo of the back of the skull. These are normal sutures that an individual has on the back of the skull. The skull is actually made up of several different bones early in life that come together and fuse along these suture lines. And the top of the head would be towards the top part of the photograph. Here's the base of the skull down here. So the right side of the skull would be here, and here's the left side. And over on the right side of the back of the skull, there is a ovoid defect here that has internal beveling on it. What that means is that the outer edge of the bone is fairly sharply defined, but on the inside surface of the skull, the bone is beveled in an outward manner. And that's pretty typical for a gunshot entrance wound to create that pattern on the bone. In addition, there are these fracture lines that are radiating from the gunshot entrance wound site.
Could you show us again those fractures radiating from the?
Yes, there's one fracture going upward like this, and there's another fracture going downward right there.
Those would be caused by?
Those are caused by the bullet causing expansion of tissues inside the skull, which then push the skull outward and secondarily fracture the skull.
Is that that expansion? What causes the expansion?
As the bullet passes through the tissue, the energy of the bullet is dissipated into the surrounding tissues, and those tissues will literally expand.
Okay, and that can cause fractures in
Yes.
the skull. Doug, we're going to put the Elizabeth Marcus Exhibit 164 up, and if that helps you describe the injuries a little bit better.
This photograph shows also the back of the skull, although now it's taken a little bit more as though from her back right side. And you can see over here is what's called the mastoid process. That's that big bony protuberance that you can feel just behind your ear. And this again shows the bullet location a little bit more as looking straight onto the bullet hole, as opposed to looking at it on its a little bit more towards its side in the previous photograph. And again, one can see a photograph extending upward in this direction, a fracture, and another fracture extending downward in that direction.
Now, 165.
And this view is taken more from the right side, so this is looking at the right side of the skull. And again, this here represents the gunshot entrance wound. And of course, the front of the skull is towards the right. This is what remains of the upper jaw on the right side. The orbit or eye would be located just inside the bone in this area. This hole here actually represents the ear canal.
It looks like, Doctor, that the bottom part of the skull is that dirt and debris on the bottom part?
There's some dirt in this area where the skull had been resting on the ground.
So it appears to, does it appear to have been resting that way for some time?
Yes, it did, because once some of this dirt material was cleaned off, there was some brown staining of the skull in this area, which is pretty typical when a bone has been resting in an area for a long time, whereas the other surfaces of the skull were a bit more weathered because of their exposure to the sun and the elements.
Okay. Did you measure? Do you know the circumference of the hole of the entry wound?
I believe it was approximately 9 by 11 millimeters.
Okay. If well, I'll come back to that. If we could look at the 166. What are we looking at here?
This is another view of the right side of the skull. This one is taken even more directly right onto the right. So the bullet hole is seen here more towards the back of the skull. Of course, the more recognizable orbit and upper jaw up here. Again, this represents the opening to the ear canal. And there are some fractures. In addition to the fracture back here, there's also a fracture of this mastoid process here, which again is associated with the gunshot wound.
Are those also, is that a fracture on the right eye over here, the socket and up to
These are actually normal suture lines, but there is actually a fracture running right along here on the right side of the maxilla.
Could those fractures have been caused by that same bullet?
They're all consistent with this gunshot wound, yes.
I'll show you Dr. 167. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph taken showing the left side of the skull. And again, just the eye orbit here is where the ear would be located. And there are also some fractures that can be seen on this side associated with the gunshot wound. In addition, and it will be better appreciated in other views, but much of the left side of the maxilla is absent because the bullet actually exited this area of the left side of the face. So a portion of that bone is absent because of that.
Okay. So, and did you indicate that some of these fractures on the left side of the skull could also be caused by, did you already say that caused it?
Yes, yeah, they are consistent with being caused by the gunshot wound.
Why is that now? Can you tell from this skull the range of the wound, or if the wound were, in other words, if the gun were pressed against the head or close to the head or within the feet of the head?
No, based on examination of the range, I was unable to determine a range of fire.
Would these fractures be consistent with a close-up wound?
Yes, they would be.
168, Dr. N. We see a metal rod going through. If you could describe it to us, what this is.
This is a photograph showing the bottom of the skull. So in this case, it's as if you're standing underneath, looking upwards into the skull. This hole here is what's called the foramen magnum. So this is the part of the skull that sits on top of the spine, and the spinal cord goes up through there and connects to the brain. The front of the skull is up here towards the top of the picture. The back of the skull, or back of the head, would be down here towards the bottom of the picture. This is her right side, and this is her left side. The bullet, or the rod goes through the bullet hole, the entrance wound down here on the right back side of the skull. This defect here is an area of the skull known as the clivus. It's in the base of the skull, and it's an area right sort of next to where the brainstem would lie. And this part is missing because there's external beveling.
What do you call that?
The clivus, CLIVUS.
Okay.
And the defect here with the external beveling is consistent with a bullet then exiting through this portion of the base of the skull. It continued up through here, and again, a lot of the left maxilla or left upper jaw area is absent because of the gunshot wound continuing through this area, causing fractures in that region as well.
So is that track going, I guess, well, if you could describe it, is it right to left?
It's predominantly from her back towards her front and somewhat from her right side towards her left side, and it also had a very slight downward trajectory as well.
Okay. Is it 169? This is you describe a little bit here.
This is a view of the skull taken sort of from the back, with the skull laying on the left side. So the right side of the skull is towards the top of the picture. The left side of the skull is towards the bottom of the picture. And again, it's looking from the back towards the front. So here is the entrance wound defect with a metal rod just showing the passage of the bullet going through this area here. You can see that's the area of the clivus that the bullet exited at the base of the skull, and then continuing into the area of the left maxilla or upper jaw cheek region.
Thank you, Dr. 170. This is a closer up shot. If you could describe what we're looking at here.
This is a more close-up view of the base of the skull, particularly showing this defect in the clivus in the base of the skull. And again, showing that this is the external beveling I was referring to, instead of the fact that you've got some bone edge here on the inside portion layer of the skull. And in the outer area, you've got this area of defect is back a little bit further. That's what's referred to as external beveling, and is consistent with a bullet passing from inside the skull out through the clivus in that direction.
Thank you, Dr. Now, is that 171?
This is another photograph, again showing the bottom of the skull, but again taken a little bit more towards the front. So again, the back of the skull is towards the bottom of the picture, the front of the skull towards the top. The orbits of the eyes easily recognized. And again, the defect in the clivus, the bullet would have exited through here and then continued through the left upper jaw and cheek region. A lot of the bone and the teeth are missing in this area because they were multiply fractured from the gunshot wound. There is an edge on the maxilla here where there is that external beveling that I mentioned before, and that again is consistent with the bullet having passed in an outward direction through that area. And the battery has gone dead in the pointer.
Second electrical failure we've had today. This one should be easily remedied.
So again, the bullet then would exit through the base of the skull and then proceed through the area of the left upper jaw and cheek area. And again, this area here is where there's some external beveling of bone consistent with the bullet passing out through that area just underneath the left eye.
And that's going, it kind of looks like it might be going upward based on that photograph, but it's going downward. Is that correct?
It's slightly a downward trajectory. In other words, it looks upward just because the front of the skull is towards the top of the photograph. So the trajectory is from her back towards her front and from her right towards her left. The downward trajectory refers to as if you were actually looking of the skull from the side. The fact that the entrance defect on the back of the skull is a little bit higher up in the head than this defect in the cheek. So it's just ever so slightly downward because of that, the location of those defects.
I'm going to put what's marked as Exhibit 172 on the overhead. And I don't know if this gives us a better view of the injuries to that left side of the face.
Yes, this is the front of the skull. Again, the eye orbits are easily recognized, but there are the gunshot exit wound defect is in the region of the left cheek. A lot of the bones of this cheek and upper jaw are missing, again due to the gunshot wound having passed through that area, causing multiple fractures and then probably subsequent post-mortem loss of those bone fragments.
Dr. Ross, with a wound like this, well, is this wound consistent with a .32 caliber?
Objection, Your Honor. Qualified ballistics.
If he knows, if it's outside his area,
What .32 caliber bullet is, by my understanding, has a measurement diameter of 0.32 inches. By converting to inches, the size of the defect in the back of the skull, that's about a 0.36 inch defect. So anything 0.36 or smaller could have caused that defect. So that would be consistent with a .32 caliber bullet causing that defect.
So anything larger than 0.36 would likely not have caused that.
Correct.
This wound that we've been describing, Doctor, would this be a fatal wound?
Yes, it would.
Did you, what is the manner of death? What does that mean, actually, the manner of death? Cause of death, I apologize.
The cause of death is a gunshot wound to the back of the head. And we certify causes of death are those disease processes, injuries, or entities that do result in death.
But it's pretty clear here to you, in your expert opinion, that the cause of death was the gunshot wound to the back of the head that exited through the left side of the front.
That's correct.
Were you able to determine a manner of death?
We classify a manner of death, in this case, as a homicide.
Doctor, I'm going to pass forward your how's this, your report. You take a look at this and let us know if that's the autopsy report done on the remains of Holly Bobo.
Yes, it is.
And the report itself is actually larger because it includes the odontologist and things like that. Is that correct?
The odontology and forensic anthropology report are added onto this to make it part of the.
And I've been quite Pawsy McPawserton today, but I think this is we never miss Fani Willis news around here. And although this wasn't a direct decision by Fani Willis, she is the reason we are here. I think everybody's been waiting to see what happens, for better or for worse, right? Not really trying to make it political, but it is. The Trump case is officially done. right? It got handed over a special prosecutor who's going to be appointed. Nobody wanted it. The commission was like, all right, we'll like take it on ourselves. And now they're officially announcing they're dismissing the charges. Again, how we got here: Bonnie Willis, Nathan Wade, special prosecutor, money going to expensive trips. Oops. So I just saw this. This is the first time I'm seeing that news. Did not know. On the 9th, December 9th, I have it on my calendar to watch the Georgia Senate special committee hearing with Bonnie Willis. That's going to be in response to, I think, like the subpoenas and documents and everything like that. So if you're interested in that, we'll be watching that stream on December 9th. She should be there for that one to testify. So back to our regularly scheduled programming, though. Back over here. And also, big thank you here. Angela Thompson's been a member for a whole year. Holy moly. Saying happy holidays. Thank you for the streams, Kat. No, thanks for being here. Thank you so much for being here and for supporting for 12 months. Yeah, it's just like, that's all. It's just Fonny. 100% Fonny. Fonny being Fonny. So, and a great example, you know. If you want to indict somebody, if you have reason to indict somebody, just color in the lines. Color in the lines.
A full report. Okay. But the actual autopsy report that our office did are these pages here. Right.
Are you going to have that admitted as the next number to consider?
174.
Dr. Ross, did one last thing that your office did you send a rib or a portion of a rib somewhere for DNA analysis?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Do you remember when those were sent, or if you remember that time?
It was in February of 2015.
Was it actually 2 ribs that were sent?
I believe it was just 1 rib.
When did you say February what?
2015.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Right, guys, this is the contentious
Good
cross.
afternoon, Dr. Ross. My name is Jerry Gonzalez. I'm an attorney for Mr. Adams, along with the rest of the defense team. You are actually a licensed physician, right?
Correct.
So you're licensed to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee.
That's correct.
Now, as part of your pathology report, you actually relied in part on the anthropology report. Is that right?
That's correct.
In fact, in the pathology report, which is actually only 2 pages, it doesn't mention anything about the size of the internal defect, does it?
No, it does not.
So when you testified that the internal defect, and we're talking about the smaller hole in the back right of the head, that it was 9 to 11 millimeters approximately, were you doing that by memory? Were you relying on the anthropology report, or what?
Relying on the anthropology report.
Now, the anthropology report actually reports it as 12.10 by 9.24 millimeters, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right. So your 9 by 11 was just an approximation?
Based on memory of reviewing that report, I didn't remember specifically. I knew it was roughly in that range.
Understood. Do you understand the terms pre-mortem and post-mortem?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what those terms mean?
Pre-mortem means before death, and post-mortem means after death.
So an event that occurred pre-mortem means an event that occurred prior to the actual death of the individual, and post-mortem means an event that occurred after the death, right?
Correct.
And forensic pathology is essentially, in layman's terms, it's the use of scientific knowledge to answer a question, a scientific question, or a criminology question, something presented that we're going to use scientific evidence to try and resolve, right?
Correct.
When you in the or Dr. Chancellor in the pathology report determined that the cause of death was the gunshot wound. Did you use any actual scientific tests to make that determination?
Well, the whole part of our evaluation, which is really includes part of the practice of medicine, involves looking at the overall remains of a case, overall remains of an individual, looking at evidence of disease and injury. So in this particular case, the test, if you will, is that of an examination of the remains. So that is really our test is the examination of those skeletal remains.
But there was nothing, there was nothing in the examination of the actual skeletal remains that actually allowed you to determine that that hole was made post-mortem or pre-mortem, was there?
Well, the one thing that leads us to believe that this is a pre-mortem wound is the presence of the secondary fractures. There actually had been some studies that were done with gunshots done on skulls, empty skulls, and in those cases, the bullet holes were basically just cut out an entrance and an exit defect without fractures. Fracturing that occurs in the skull from a gunshot wound are secondary fractures that, in this study that they did, they then would put a gelatin inside the skull to sort of represent what would have been the brain inside the skull. In those cases, you did get fractures. So and of course, there have been studies looking at bullet passages through gelatin mold showing tissue expansion. So in these cases, the secondary fractures are the result of of tissue having been present inside the head when the bullet passed through. So at least we know that it wasn't an empty skull that the bullet went through. There was a skull that contained presumably a brain in this case.
Right. So we know it wasn't an empty skull, but in the study you just cited, it was a post-mortem event, was it not?
That's true.
All right. So they fill the skull with usually ballistic gelatin, right?
Yes.
And then they shoot the skull and see if any fractures occurred. And when they filled it with ballistic gelatin, the fractures did occur, but clearly they weren't shooting a living person, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So that was an example of a post-mortem event that still produced the same kind of fractures that you are saying are typical of a pre-mortem event, right?
Yes.
Okay, but we know it was post-mortem.
In that study, yes.
In the study, all right. So the critical part of the analysis that is relative to the fracturing is whether there is some kind of tissue inside the skull frame that will produce the kind of pressure that you said causes the skull to fracture, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you receive a skull that's empty inside of any tissue or ballistic gelatin or other event, you're presuming that at the time of the shooting, there was something inside the skull, right?
Yes.
Some kind of gelatin substance, brain tissue, or ballistic gelatin, right?
Correct.
Okay. But there's no way for you to know that the skull either had or was live tissue or it was post-mortem tissue inside the skull at the time of the shooting, is there?
That's true.
Okay. So going back to my original question, there was no scientific evidence that would allow you to conclusively conclude that at the time the shot was fired into that skull, that the individual was alive, is there?
That is true. There's nothing from our examination to state that that was the case.
The only thing you can definitively say is that there was tissue inside the skull at the time.
Yes.
And if an individual is shot in the head after they have already deceased, you'll get the same kind of fracturing, won't you?
That is correct.
So when the pathology report says the cause of death was the gunshot wound, it really should say, presuming the individual was alive at the time.
Well, our cause of death is what we believe to be more likely than not the cause of death in this case.
And you base that on other information you received, not necessarily scientific data.
That is correct.
Now, you testified when you were asked by the prosecution if the bullet hole would be consistent with a close-up, whether the fracture was consistent with a close-up wound. You remember that?
Yes.
But it's also true that it would be consistent with a shot fired at some unknown distance, right?
That is correct.
So again, we go back to the actual written determination in the pathology report that the range of fire is indeterminate, right?
That is correct.
We just don't know from what distance was the gun to the target, right?
Correct.
It could be close, it could be far.
Yes.
In fact, the problem with not knowing the determinate range or being able to determine the range is that as long as that bullet is causing enough pressure to cause that tissue inside the head to expand, you're going to get the fracture, right?
Correct.
So that bullet could be shot point blank, 4 feet away, across the room, and as long as there's that pressure, you're going to get that fraction, right?
That is correct.
You also testified that the bullet hole was consistent with the 32, and then you gave an opinion that a 32 measures at, what did you say, 0.36 of an inch?
0.32.
0.32 of an inch. Now, that's actually a rounding figure, right?
I believe it is.
In other words, a 32 caliber bullet actually measures at 0.3125 inches. Isn't that right?
If you say so.
Does that sound right to you?
It sounds correct, yes.
And what did you say about the 0.36 or smaller?
That based upon the anthropologist's measurement of the size of the hole, that the smallest dimension they had in there, 9 point something millimeters, that converts into a 0.36 inches in size.
That the hole does.
That the hole is, yes, the hole is 0.36 inches in size. So that something that size or smaller could have made that defect. In other words, if a bullet were 0.37 or 0.38 or larger in size, it probably could not have made that defect. The defect should have been bigger.
Now, that presumes that the bullet at point of impact was intact, correct?
Yes.
So if the bullet had fragmented en route from the gun to the skull, if the fragment was 0.36 or smaller, it could have made that hole, couldn't it?
Yes.
So once again, you really don't know the size of the bullet that made that hole because there's so many other variables that could have affected that bullet at point of impact, right?
True.
Now, in looking at the exit wound of the skull, would the exit wound, assuming for the moment that it was made by the bullet, would that have knocked out the teeth on that side of the jaw?
Well, it would have caused a lot of fractures. It may or may not have knocked the teeth out at that time. The teeth may still have been in place and they were just subsequently lost later on.
Okay. So it would have knocked out some amount of skull fragments that it would have been spread around or so.
Well, if the skin was intact relatively intact, save for the bullet exit wound itself, and some bullet fragments may have come out through that exit wound, but as much maxillary skull that was missing, I don't think all of that came out at the time of the shot, but probably was lost later on.
But you don't really know.
No.
Now, we all, and this is regarding your expertise as a licensed physician, and maybe you don't need to be a physician to know this, but we all kind of walk around all day and produce a certain amount of gas within our body, right?
Yes.
So as we go through the day, some way our body expels the gas to a point, but our body is always producing gas and always maintains a certain amount of gas in our bodies, regardless of our efforts to expel the gas. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when a person dies, that gas is still in the body, right?
Yes.
And if I were to take a body that had just died and push on the belly, for example, there's no longer any muscle tissue or flaps such as the esophagus that is going to hold that gas in, because initially at least our muscles sort of relax when we die, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that gas would then be expelled.
Some gas still stays in the body even after death, and there are bacteria start breaking down tissues and actually create even more gas after you die.
And the bacteria produce more gas that stays in the body, and eventually that gas works its way out, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I move a body with either bacterial gas or natural gas, sometimes that gas is going to be expelled.
Correct.
And it may or may not make a noise, right?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Notice, is he conferring with counsel about other questions?
Various studies that have tried to replicate gunshot trauma to skulls using other than skulls.
No.
You're not familiar with those studies?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with studies that actually use live skulls, or not, excuse me, not live skulls, but deceased skulls, but they get them intact with tissue and everything?
Well, intact skulls with already tissue in them, right? Like still a brain intact or something like that.
Brain intact, skin intact.
Yeah,
everything.
no, I'm not.
In other words, are you familiar with, maybe not now, but you used to be able to get intact heads from India or China that you could conduct scientific experiments on?
I'm not familiar with that.
Not familiar at all?
No.
Thank you.
Dr. Ross, you do a lot of work in Memphis, right?
Yes.
So you're familiar with gunshot wounds?
Yes.
If someone takes a 32 caliber revolver and puts it right on the back of my head or near the back of my head, and it comes all the way through my head and comes out the left side of my face, what's that going to do to me?
It's going to cause an entrance wound on the back of the head and an exit wound on the front of the head. It will perforate the brain and it will cause fractures.
Am I going to still be here talking to you?
I wouldn't expect you to be.
Is it going to kill me?
Yes.
This wound is consistent, is it not, with a 32 caliber revolver being at or near the back of the head?
It's consistent with it.
Nothing further.
The presumption in that hypothetical is that the person is alive, right?
Yes.
So there's no dispute that if alive, that would be a fatal shot, right?
Correct.
If you're dead, is that a fatal shot?
If you're already dead, it doesn't matter.
It's not fatal, is it?
No.
All right, thank you.
All right, step in. Before you go, Dr. Ross, did you get the report
Yes,
It's with the,
So I think the major problem here is we heard from Jerry Gonzalez, who this was a great line of questioning. It was very easy to follow. Now I'm realizing for the first time, I think this is the first time before we've passed a witness that the defense has said that defense counsel, this is the first time we're having Jerry do a cross, has said one moment. And it's not atypical to see someone go confer with their team. Hey, is this the last question or should we pass the witness? But we haven't seen Thompson do that. But Jerry does it now that he has a witness. And Jerry, we heard him testify at these post-conviction hearings. I don't think he was fully aware. I don't think he had time to prep because he was brought on last minute about the issue with this 380 casing that was found, which it was auto caliber, so it couldn't have been fired by a revolver. And additionally, the casing is not going to be the same diameter size as what's ejected from it, the actual bullet within the casing. And the bullet that would be within inside of a 380 casing, the diameter of that bullet could also cause the same wound that they're discussing here. But he didn't have that information available to cross-examine this witness on. He wasn't prepped for it. He was on here last minute and thrown up to do this cross-examination. So I think in his experience, he's very well versed in being able to deal with the type of forensic pathology medical examiner witness, but he wasn't intimately aware of the case file here. And this is a critical piece of evidence because in closing, the state is going to argue that they have this .32 revolver that corroborates the confession that they got from Shayne Austin, one of the 4 that they were looking to charge, but they offered him immunity to give him information. The information didn't pan out. He kills himself. And then also Vincent Dinsmore, they both say that there was like a revolver trade. So Shayne Austin was addicted to drugs, was trying to sell whatever he could to Dinsmore, his drug dealer, to be able to make his purchase. And he brought him this .32 caliber revolver. And Dinsmore's like, yeah, he traded me this revolver. I know exactly where it is. I threw it in a pond at my cousin's house. And then they go and find this revolver exactly where Dinsmore says it is. So because this corroborates some details, the state uses it to bolster the investigation and the stories that Shayne and Dinsmore provide. And then they say because they found this .32 revolver and this gunshot wound that we're attributing to being the cause of death is consistent with this .32 revolver, we've connected our dots to Shayne Austin and his other 3 friends. But all of that goes out the window if we highlight a .380 shell casing that was found where Holly Bobo's skull was found, where her remains were found, which could also, the bullet, the size of the diameter, could have caused that same entrance wound into the skull. So, but it's not challenged, and the jury gets to hear. The jury hasn't really heard about the revolver quite yet, but they're going to hear that, and they're going to keep hearing .32, .32, .32. We have the weapon. We connected the dots to this group of friends. So, and then Sheriff Chuck also says he still could have objected to the medical expert testifying about ballistics. And I think he conceded. Was the concession from him or from Thompson that was ineffective? I think we did have a concession that was ineffective. And I'd honestly believe if the judge is more familiar with firearms, and I assume judges, even if they're not firearms hobbyists themselves, hopefully presiding over many trials, they become more familiar. I would hope that the judge in these post-conviction hearings gives great weight to why that would be a significant issue in this case. So, and all of the evidence to support the rape charges comes from the confessions, the supposed confessions. So again, if there's a new trial and the state thinks Dylan Adams' confession was so bad they don't bring it in the first trial at all, presumably they won't bring it in the second trial. And then now there's so many flaws. There's internal consistencies with Jason Autry's confession contemporaneously, but now there's additional issues with it. If they can't bring that in, I'm not sure they're going to be able to support that charge. Like to the point where it might be, if there's a retrial, that might be a directed verdict issue. So, and again, just out of curiosity, I'd be interested in seeing how that plays out. And again, so interesting to watch this in retrospect. Like, I sat up a little bit last night thinking, like, was I being awful yesterday, judging Rebecca Earp on the stand, a victim? You know, she says she was battered. She says she was tied up. She says she wasn't allowed to leave a situation. Something that I think is a very real scenario, unfortunately, for a lot of people that, you know, typically don't get to see or hear from. You know, sometimes they don't get justice at all. But am I an awful person? Am I being too harsh? And I had to remind myself that there's no way that all of that could add up, because we have evidence today of an alibi. And we have phone location movements and footage and details that corroborate that Zach would have been with his phone at certain time points on April 13th, where Rebecca's story could not have been true. But I sat there thinking, like, dang, I feel shame and guilt for questioning her credibility. And I have all of this new information available to me. So putting that aside, putting yourself in the shoes of a juror that's taking that in, you don't have that additional information available. There is a very strong inclination to believe a sympathetic witness, someone who says, you know, hey, I didn't want to say something because I was afraid. So that's why I've changed my story. I don't know. It's just been a lot of reflection, a lot of food for thought with this trial. We've got, yeah, and Effie Joe says she kept going back over there even after they split up. So in my opinion, if it was that bad, she never would have went. And I think people go back to bad relationships. Like, I don't think that necessarily that alone is enough. But I think what did make a difference was seeing how her answers changed after it was apparent she was in a relationship or had some type of dealings with someone else, right? You know, sometimes people want to be with somebody, they keep chasing that person, and it's actually the other person that doesn't want to be with them. And until that person finds somebody else to be with, they're going to keep longing after an ex. But as soon as they have someone to be with, suddenly, like, the water, their waves can settle out. I've seen a lot of friends approach relationships that way. And suddenly the story can change. Now, instead of trying to get back with somebody since I have somebody else, I can say that that person I've been chasing to try to get back with for so long is now a monster. They were the problem in the relationship. It wasn't me, it was them. And the story can change now that you found somewhere else to settle. So that context, to me, in conjunction, the totality, is kind of how I was evaluating it. So yeah, feelings is a crazy but human thing. It sure is. It sure is. Yeah, Margie, so the beginning of the stream, and shout out again to the Trial and Error podcast. They uploaded footage that we were not able to see when we watched whatever we could find from this Wednesday's hearing from November 19th. Trial and Error has additional footage that I didn't see on Law and Crime. We did watch the beginning of the stream if you missed it, but you can also, I think I have the link up. Let me drop it. Here is the link to Trial and Error for this testimony from TBI agent Valerie Troutt, who interviewed Rebecca. They showed a little bit of it. So go and check that out. Make sure you're hitting the like button over there. And also, they have another piece of the hearing that we missed. This one's actually going to be from August, because August was clipped up too. It's Kathy Ferguson, and it's 4 hours. So we're going to get together for like a Thanksgiving brunch early morning stream, half a day tomorrow, and we're going to watch that. That's going to be on our plate tomorrow. So yeah, a lot going on, and I have no problem sharing my opinion out loud, but I do want to emphasize that my opinion is not fixed in time and place. My opinion can evolve with new information. My opinion isn't the same as everybody in the chat here, and I don't ever expect people in the chat to agree with me. Just a disclaimer there. Channel chat disclaimer. And where were we? We had one more witness at the end of day 3, but it was kind of short. So we'll be getting into day 4 in a few moments here, and that's going to be Jason Autry. So I'm excited. I am excited.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Carl, you're next.
Yeah, we have a stipulation. I'm not sure how the court wants to do it. I can pass forward. It's a stipulation with respect to the pathologist and the.
Let's say what that person would have testified if called to.
Yes, sir.
Give testimony, I'll read it, and then we'll file this exhibit.
First,
If I can read it, let's see how technical.
I type it so you can.
Okay, good.
Not him.
All right. Stipulation. Come now, the parties, the state of Tennessee, by and through the District Attorney General's office and the defendant, Zachary Adams, to make the following stipulations of fact for trial in the above matter without the necessity of proof herein. Number one, that the chart notes and dental radiograph provided to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation by Keith Taylor, DDS oral surgeon, are those of Holly Bobo from a consultation on July 8, 2008, and that the subsequent extraction of a tooth on October 15, 2008. Number two, that Dr. Holly Manus, a forensic odontologist, compared the dental records of Holly Bobo provided by Dr. Keith Taylor to the dental remains found in a wooded area in Decatur County, Tennessee, and concluded with a reasonable amount of dental certainty that the records of Holly Bobo are the records of the same individual whose remains were found in Decatur County, Tennessee on September 8 and 9, 2014. It's signed by attorneys for the respective parties. When the parties have stipulated to a particular fact, the jury is to accept that stipulation as being proven. Okay? So that will be filed as exhibit.
All right. So what that means is instead of getting like a dental expert on the stand to say, yes, we tested the recovered mandible, the jaw, the teeth from the remains, instead of having someone come up there and tell us how they did the testing to say that that belonged to Holly Bobo, both parties are stipulating. So judicial efficiency. I appreciate that. Also, future Miss Martin 2.0. So good to see you. Thank you for sending a sticker. Hope you're doing well. Very, very good to see you.
175. Okay, back on 100.
Yeah, it's just the stipulation. He's not just rambling.
We could have a very brief recess to our next witness got here just recently.
Okay.
Speak with her for just a few minutes. And
We're running good, folks. I'll say that to both sides, and I appreciate that. You folks know how I am, so puts me in a much better mood. We're going to take that 15 minutes. This will be a last recess, and probably we will even conclude a little early today. Follow us, I gave you that. 15 minutes.
I think Law and Crime cuts this out, like they jump. Oh, maybe they do. Yeah, they do. Okay.
Call you next.
I think that was Crystal Rodriguez.
Crystal Rodriguez.
One more witness till we get to the T, you guys. The witness we're waiting for. One of them.
One up, raise your right hand, please. Somebody swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Won't you state your name and spell first and last names for the benefit of the court reporter, please?
Okay. Crystal Rodriguez, KrysTleRoDriguez.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. What do you do for a living?
I'm a senior forensic analyst at the UNT Center for Human ID.
Did you say UNT?
Yes.
What is UNT?
University of North Texas.
Okay. And where is that? Is that in the Dallas area or
Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, Texas? What kind of education do you have to become a senior forensic analyst?
I obtained a bachelor's degree in biology at Allegheny College in Meadville, Pennsylvania. And then I continued my education to get a master's degree from UNT's Health Science Center in Fort Worth in forensic genetics.
Do you have a continuing education that you go through to maintain, or do you have any certifications or things of that nature?
I underwent competency testing, and then I'm twice a year proficiency tested from an outside organization, and I've passed every time.
Have you done a number of tests or DNA analysis?
Yes, I've done testing on hundreds to thousands of cases.
And have you testified before as an expert in DNA analysis?
Yes.
Yeah, we would tender Mr. Rodriguez as an expert in DNA analysis.
Okay. Stipulate, or you want board here?
No objection.
All right, she stipulated as an expert in her field.
Thank you, Judge. And I have you did some analysis of what in this case, if you could tell the jury.
Sure. Our lab received 3 family reference samples for this case. We have one sample from Karen Bobo, the mother of missing person Holly Bobo, Dana Bobo, the father of missing person Holly Bobo, and Clint Bobo, the sibling of Holly Bobo.
Did you receive those samples sometime in 2011?
Yes, sir. May 10th, 2011.
What did you do with those samples?
We conducted DNA testing on those samples, received profiles for each of the family members, and those were
2015?
2011.
11.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And those DNA profiles were entered into CODIS, which stands for Combined DNA Indexing System. That's a national database where all the DNA profiles are entered for relatives of missing persons. And those profiles are continually searched against unidentified remaining profiles that are in there also.
So they're put in that database, and then if some other profile comes in that matches as a sibling of Clint or a child of Dana or Karen, it'll.
Yes, sir. Our lab would be notified of the association.
But if you get another sample, a known sample, what do you do with that?
We conduct DNA testing on all the samples that are submitted to us.
And in this case, did you receive a rib sample from the West Tennessee Forensic Center in Memphis, Tennessee?
Yes, on February 5th, 2015.
And what did you do with it?
So we conducted DNA testing on that. Our lab does 2 different types of DNA testing. So I'll go into the nuclear DNA testing, which everybody's mostly familiar with. Your DNA is inherited half from your mother, half from your father. And for the most part, it's the blueprint of the human body. So for the most part, it's the same between all of us. That's why we have 2 legs, two arms, and a nose. But then there's also areas of that DNA that's different between individuals. And that's what our testing looks at. The only thing is identical twins would have the same DNA profile. So we conduct that testing. And then there's also something called mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondria is an organelle within your cells that produce energy. And so it houses its own genome, but it's passed down from mother to child as a unit. So it would be the same throughout a whole maternal lineage. So for example,
I'm so sad she didn't just say the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
I share the same mitochondrial DNA profile as my mother, and my kids have the same one as me.
So that wouldn't be unique to the father, strictly the mother to the child.
Yes. And so we standardly conduct both testing on all our missing persons cases. So Karen Bobo, nuclear DNA testing was conducted on her sample and mitochondrial. Dana and Clint both only had nuclear DNA ran on their samples. But then all of the remains that come into our lab, we do both types of testing on them, the nuclear DNA and the mitochondrial DNA. And in this case, that was done on the rib that we received in 2015.
How do you go about getting DNA from a rib?
So the first thing we do when we receive evidence is we examine it. We check for seals, check the integrity. We take pictures of it, document everything. And then we cut the bone into small pieces. And then those pieces are then ground into bone powder. We add our reagents to that bone powder. And that bursts open the cells, releasing the DNA into basically a liquid form. We then subject that DNA extract to commercially available kits, which look at the 15 regions of the DNA that I was talking about differ between each of us. And then we also conduct the mitochondrial DNA testing on that same DNA extract. And then we have our DNA profiles.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from the rib that was sent to you from the West Tennessee Forensic Center?
Yes, it wasn't a complete profile, but it was mostly complete.
And what did you do with that profile?
We entered it into CODIS, and there was an association with the family reference samples that were submitted back in 2011 that had been in CODIS since 2011.
What does that mean in layman's terms?
That there is an association. So those, out of all the cases that were in CODIS, these ones married up.
So the DNA profile from the rib is a sibling of Clint Bobo?
Yes, essentially that's what it is. So the family references are in CODIS, and they're kind of like a puzzle with a missing piece. And so the DNA profile from this rib is basically the missing piece. It completed the pedigree.
So this rib is a daughter of Karen based on the mitochondrial DNA that you...
Right. When I looked at the profiles, it is consistent.
We're going to breeze through this, you guys, because we're just getting this rib remain belongs to Holly.
with these remains belonging to a child of Karen and Dana Bobo and a sibling to Clint Bobo.
So if there was no other family member other than Holly Bobo, then the sample, that rib sample you got, the DNA profile you got, would be that of Holly Bobo.
I have a statistic for how strong that association would be. So the statistical calculation that I did, it's called a likelihood ratio. And so in this, you're weighing two different situations. The first situation being that these remains are from a child of Karen and Dana Bobo. The other scenario is that it's just a random person from the population. And so this is all based on frequencies in the population of DNA profiles. And so when we did the comparison, anything greater than 1 is showing that it's more likely that it's a child of Karen and Dana Bobo versus it being a random person. So the larger that number gets from 1, the more strong the association is. And when I ran the statistic in this case, it was 21.8 billion times more likely that this is a child of Karen Bobo and Dana Bobo, and also a sibling of Clint, as opposed to the identified remains being a random person from the Caucasian population.
I'm going to pass forward to one document and ask you to recognize it. That's the first section. Recognize the document?
Yes, this is my report.
If we could have that numbered as the next number exhibit.
What's that?
176.
I'll say about this.
Oh, okay. I didn't write it. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, do you remember what date you got the rib?
Let me look. It's on my report. February 5th, 2015.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rodriguez, no further questions, sir.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, step down.
Let's see if there's any housekeeping.
Next witness we expect will be quite lengthy. I think the defendant probably agrees with that, do you not?
The next witness is going to be Wendy?
Yes.
I don't know who it is.
You want to tell who it is?
TDI agent Brent Booth. Yes.
They kind of indicated, so we were looking, and they know me, and they didn't want to spring something on me, okay? But I don't want to start and not be able to go. I want you to have adequate time. I want you to have adequate time. And so I think it's fair that we recess. We're 3 days into a trial. This is work that you're not used to doing, okay? And I will promise you that you're more fatigued and it's more stressful than you really already know. So we're going to be breaking early today. We actually are in good shape on our time frame. I don't see anything to go beyond our original expectations. I'm hoping that we'll be able to shorten it a little bit. My best advice, it's probably impossible, but try as best you can to put this matter out of your mind tonight. Get a good night's rest. Tomorrow could be a long day. You know, today's a short day, tomorrow could be a long day. Get a good night, it's impossible, shorten it a little bit. My best advice, it's probably impossible, but try as best you can to put this matter out of your mind tonight. Get a good night's rest.
I know that's not directly saying, oh, the horror, but that seems like a way to say, oh, the horror.
Tomorrow could be a long day. You know, today's a short day, tomorrow could be a long day. We get to certain places and we have to anticipate the length of witnesses to determine how we're going to do. But I suspect tomorrow will be probably a lengthy day, so you need to get a good night's rest. Those admonitions, front page, you book, you know, look at those periodically. But basically, those are rules to ensure the parties of a fair trial. Keep an open mind, don't form or express any opinion. Do not discuss the case with anyone, not even with your fellow jurors, until the case is submitted to you for your final consideration. Do not allow the case to be discussed in your presence. Once again, ignoring news reports. There shouldn't be any available to you because we're not giving you TVs or anything. Avoid conversations with parties, witnesses, or attorneys, and report promptly to court any violation of rules. Or if you think that something is just not quite right, please let me know through a court officer, because part of my job is to ensure all sides of this is a fair trial. Do you have any questions prior to release for the evening? Well, this ought to give you time for a good evening meal, and like I say, you folks are going to be tighter than you think. I still go to bed real early, but I'm waking up even earlier now. So I'm sure, like I say.
He sounds like me when I'm ending the stream and then keep talking.
Try as best you can to put it in, man. I know that's impossible. It's like, don't think of elephants for the next 10 seconds for the first thing. But try as best you can to do that, okay? Any questions at all? All right, let's let our jury exit.
I'm like, all right, we're going to wrap this up, guys. And then 10 more things before I actually end the stream. Okay, so that was the end of day 3. That was the end of day 3. So next, they mentioned something about Brent Booth, but it's actually going to be Jason Autry on the stand. A very long witness. It's going to be a great time. Oh. Hold on, I'm pressing the wrong button, getting us off track. All right, this is the...
All right, please. All right. All right, please seated.
I'm just going to hit the pause. We're going to keep it here. I want to give a big thank you here to Love Amy E, who just dropped 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much for all of your support, Amy. Guys, it is Wednesday. Down here in Florida, all the Wednesday night parties, they call it the Gobble Wobble. So I guess Wednesday is a big party night, the night before Thanksgiving. I'll be staying my butt at home getting ready to prep my food for tomorrow, but I'll be hanging out listening to the virtual Club Classy. So make sure you guys come hang out with me, Amy E. Probably see a lot of other names from this chat over there, listening to music and just relaxing a little bit. Maybe we can follow the judge's advice, get this off our minds, get over there and decompress with Club Classy over at Classy Beats channel. Thank you so much again for gifting the 5. And right there in the chat, if you search for Classy's channel, put a Beats after it, it comes up faster. Here is his channel. And again, Amy E has her own channel as well, where there's premieres, there's a live chat, and we get together and we observe and we react to body cam videos and arrests. And then I pinned this from Margie. So when Future Miss Martin 2.0 sent a super sticker, I added her in the banner, you might notice, as Future Miss Potentially Criminal. But Future Miss Martin 2.0, that comes from Sean Martin. They are engaged. Sean Martin runs the channel Potentially Criminal. Honestly, I have learned so much from Sean Martin. He is an actual practicing attorney. He is not afraid to tell you, hey, even if we do not like somebody, we might hate this person, but that can't mean we want the process to get somebody that we want to justify the means to the end just because we don't like that person. In fact, those are the types of people that we need to make sure the process is in place for, because we want that same process to be followed fairly and justly for everybody else. But Margie also just said, I watched Potentially Criminal last night with the Grubbs trial. And I saw that. I wasn't able to watch because I've been busy with this, but I believe the Connor Grubbs trial, you guys, is a justifiable use of force case, like a defense of others or maybe defense of self case. And I believe it's a rewind. I think that happened a bit ago. So no spoilers out loud here, but Potentially Criminal is taking that deep dive into a justifiable use of force case. So I highly recommend that. I think those types of cases are interesting. Probably going to try to add that to my watch list for this weekend. And Potentially Criminal does a lot of like lawsuit filings. So going over, someone sues so-and-so and then going through the reading, and you will learn a ton over there. Also a lot of SCOTUS oral arguments, just very, very insightful and great content choices over there. So Margie, thank you for letting me know what he was actually covering over there. But love it over there, and sorry to co-opt Future Miss Martin 2.0's gift and just shout out Sean, but Future Miss Martin 2.0 is Sean's better half. So there we go. Make sure you check that out. Yeah, I think it was about a month ago too that the Connor Grubbs trial was actually, because that's when I remember seeing it in like the news ticker and the headlines. So, and then Sheriff Chuck coming in gifting 10. He's dropping 10 more shell casings just for them to find in the woods. Maybe it's from hunting. Just dropping up these casings. So if you guys just got a gifted membership, please say thank you. Put some W's in the chat for, we've got Sheriff Chuck. We had Angela Thompson being a member here for 12 months. Future Miss Martin dropping stickers. We had Amy E dropping gifts. Lots of wins in the chat here. Thank you so much for your support, you guys. And this is the one of the 3 witnesses. I want to watch Autry. I want to watch Vincent Dinsmore. And I want to watch Terry Britt. So this is one of the ones we've been waiting for. Jason Autry, Mr. Too Dangerous to Transport was offered a plea deal and accepted in exchange for his testimony that we're about to watch, where instead of facing the death penalty and being charged with everything that Zach Adams is sitting here on trial for, just gets 8 years. So let's see how this goes.
See,
We are, Your Honor.
you, purposes of the record, you'd asked for some additional time to transfer some requested information to defense counsel that you thought would expedite. You've now advised that you might change your order of proof.
We are going to change our order of proof. I haven't seen it, but I think the evidence has been located, but the person handling that witness hasn't gone through it, so we're going to call a different witness.
All right, call your next witness, please.
Jason Autry.
Do you believe this? So yesterday they said something about Brent Booth, as if they didn't want to put the defense on notice that they'd be calling Jason Autry, who I'm going to say is the star witness. We heard a lot really from Paul Hagerman, that there were no star witnesses in this trial. Unequivocally, to me, Jason Autry is a star witness. He's the one with the immunity deal that's going to say, yeah, I'm aware that this all happened and it was Zach because I helped him move the body and saw him shoot her when her foot was moving. How is anybody but that the star witness? But state doesn't want to. They want to walk that back. They want to hide it. They want to hedge it. And now we're getting here. We have to do our order of proof in a different manner because we weren't able to get something. So you're going to call someone that you have to have a transport order for and you didn't know in advance? Like, you get what I'm saying? There's no way that you... It just doesn't make sense. But okay.
Yeah, might be good to get a jury. Hold on.
You're just asking me, I'll tell you.
Let's bring our jury in, please.
I've got all kinds of stuff that we don't have a place here to keep things, so we're having big tubs that we're carrying stuff back and forth.
How long do you need to get your stuff?
Probably an hour to go in there and get it all sorted.
Take the jury back upstairs. Tell them we've going to need additional time. Where's your material? Hotel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to recess pronto, okay? Pronto.
10:20.
Yes. Let's round it off, 10:30. Give you an hour and 8 minutes. But for the court, please.
Jason Autry, JASONAUTRY.
Proceed.
Mr. Autry, you came in wearing what appears to be a prison garb. Where are you currently housed or staying?
I stayed last night in Henderson County Jail.
And you are charged in the case that is on trial this week?
Correct.
You're charged with murder, kidnapping, rape?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you some questions about your background first, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you grow up?
Parsons, Tennessee.
And how long, did you live there your whole life, or did you move around that area?
I spent probably 16, 17 years in that area, and then I moved into the city. So the Parsons in the city part. I was raised in the country.
And how old are you?
Ma'am,
How old are you?
44. Fixing to be 40.
Do you have family in that area?
You say fixing to be 44.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you have family in that area?
Yes, ma'am. I have a father in there at 1333 Bear Creek Road.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can't quite hear what he's saying.
You got Ms. Harper, you got a hot mic there, so you can speak into that a little more directly or speak up.
Okay.
Where you want it? Is that good?
Right there. Sorry.
You're all right.
Yeah, they couldn't hear your answer. You have a mother that
They said, let's make sure they hear the star witness. Doesn't matter if Rebecca Earp was going, mm-hmm, 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 for answers that seemed contradictory to testimony she delivered a few minutes prior. Don't need to make sure that we're clear on the court record for that. But let's make sure we have the star but not star witness mic'd up.
lives there in the
I have a father at 1333 Bear Creek Road.
Is it fair to say that you've been in trouble with the law on,
Multiple times, numerous times.
have you served time in prison?
I've been to prison 4 times.
Okay. And what are the 4 times for?
Theft and drugs.
And now this.
This will be the 4th time here with kidnapping, rape, and murder.
All right. So prior to this case, drugs and theft
Correct.
on more than one occasion.
More than one occasion.
You know a guy by the name of Zach Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
You see him in the courtroom.
Right there, sitting beside counsel. Defendant.
How long have you known Zach Adams?
Approximately 15 years, maybe.
Do you know other family members of his?
I know his brother. I knew his father.
His father's deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What kind of relationship did you have with his father?
A drug deal, with a drug connection.
You said you knew his brother. Who's his brother?
Dylan.
And who's older, Zach or Dylan?
Zach.
And between Zach and Dylan, who were you closer to, or who did you have the most dealings with?
Zach.
You know an individual by the name of Shayne Austin?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Shayne Austin?
I'm first cousins with him.
So you know where he lived?
30 Yellow Springs.
Was that a house or a trailer?
Trailer.
And before he got that trailer, do you know where he lived? Like where his parents lived?
Yes, his parents lived at 790 P Road.
And is that very close to where the trailer was?
Within a couple miles. Approximately a mile and a half, maybe.
I want to draw your attention back to 2011. Did you have a job in 2011, the beginning part?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you work for?
Michael Douglas.
And what did you do for Michael Douglas?
I worked on a cattle farm. I was feeding, upkeeping, just general labor.
Okay.
Also, I was working with Marvin Taylor Construction.
All right. So you had 2 sort of jobs when they needed you?
Neither one of them was government jobs. They just paid general labor. There were no tax jobs. They were just general labor jobs.
Were there periods of time in the first half of 2011 where you didn't have work from either one of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have your own place to live at the beginning part of 2011?
I lived at 310 Benco Hills Road with Angela Smith Scott.
And where did Angela Smith Scott actually, you gave us an address, but where is that?
That's in Benton County, Tennessee.
Benton County is next to what county?
Decatur. It's north. It's actually north of Decatur County on 641.
And Parsons is in Decatur County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what was Angela, what was Angela to you? Girlfriend, relative, what?
Girlfriend.
Do you remember, I'm not asking for dates, but do you remember approximately how long you lived with Angela Scott?
It started in 2010 and extended over into 2011.
And did you all have a sort of a routine about working and what time you'd get home and what time she'd get home and that kind of thing?
We did.
And will you explain to the jury, please, what your normal routine was with Angela? both if you were working and if on a particular day you weren't working?
All right, me and Angela was in the middle of maybe a decline. The relationship was declining. And I was having to hide my vehicle to keep her from getting in trouble with the children. She had some children by two other men. And my past was causing them to create trouble. And once she was arraigned in court, I had to hide my car at the Quick Mart. And when I wasn't working, she would be there at 3:30 when she got off, 3:30, 3:45, the general time, to pick me up. We would leave my car there. We'd go on to her house, do our thing. Next morning, she'd drop me off. If I was working and it was past what time she got off, well, I would just call her and set up a time to be there at that time. If it was 4:35 or 6, just whatever time the convenience was.
All right, so this Quick Mart was how far away from Angela's house? Doesn't have to be.
I want to say a mile.
Okay.
You could light a cigarette in the driveway and be there before you throwed it out the window.
Okay.
I mean, it was quick.
You said Angela had a job, so where did she work?
She worked at Carhartt
Okay.
in Benton County.
And she went to work Monday through Friday every day?
Correct.
Okay. And you worked some, if either one of those men have either worked with the cattle or construction work, then you worked?
Yeah, and if, correct. I never stayed there through a day. I didn't want to be stranded through a day. So if I wasn't working, I had her to take me onto the car where I could enjoy my day, away from the home.
All right. Now, I've asked you some questions about your background. I'm fixing to turn topics to why we're actually here today. Are you represented by counsel in this case that you're indicted for?
2 attorneys.
Are they here today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and who are they? Who's this?
Michael Scholl and Robert Parrish,
Over here
behind the defense counsel,
and right here.
and right there.
And those 2 men have been your lawyers for a year or 2? 2 years now?
Yes, ma'am.
And before Mr. Parris and Mr. Scholl became your lawyers in this case that you're indicted for, you had other lawyers, right?
Correct.
And those lawyers no longer practice law?
That's correct, yeah.
Either one of them?
Neither one of them, no.
But both also their license?
Both of them lost their license, yeah. Run off with the money and all that.
All right. What are your expectations? Because the jury needs to hear this. What are your expectations? You know what I mean by that? For testifying here today. What do you think is going to happen?
I'm hoping for leniency.
What have I told you that you must do today?
Nothing that I recall.
And I'm speaking of telling the truth or telling a lie.
Telling the truth.
How many times do you think I've told you that?
Multiple.
And I've met with you 4 or 5 times?
That's correct.
What about Mr. Hagerman? He told you the same thing?
Every time.
And this is the only time I'm going to ask you what your lawyers have told you. Have both Mr. Scholl and Robert Parris told you?
I object to any hearsay coming in. I was not objecting to a little bit of it, but I object to that.
It's not offered for the truth, it's offered for his expectations. All right?
They have always said tell the truth.
Tell the truth. Is that what you're going to do today?
I'm here to testify to the truth.
So despite your background, which has admittedly been bad, right?
Correct.
Are you going to tell these 15 people the truth?
Yes, I am.
Then I want to draw your attention to April the 13th, 2011, and ask if you remember that day.
I do.
Actually, I'm gonna back up to the night before, April the 12th, 2013. Do you remember the night before?
I do.
Right. Where did you spend the night of April the 12th?
310 Benco Hills.
And whose house was that?
Angela Smith Scott.
Were you working at that time?
I was not.
Do you remember what time you got up on the morning of April 13th?
She had to be at work at 7, so approximately 6:30.
What'd you guys do when you got up?
We got up and drank coffee. She took a shower, got ready for work. We'd get in her Ford Expedition and she would carry me to the silver PT Cruiser. Then she would go on to work.
So the PT Cruiser was the car that you were.
Is this the day before,
Yes, sir.
on the 12th?
No,
This is, we come to the 13th, you just asked him where he was the day
The night-
before.
the night-
Now we're following up with the morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is the morning of the 13th. So this PT Cruiser, that's the car you were driving at the time?
Correct.
In that time frame.
Correct.
In that moment. And that's the car that you were hiding, if you want to call it that, at the Quick Mart.
That's correct.
Okay. You just didn't want it parked in front of her house.
That's correct.
Okay. So after she dropped you off at the PT Cruiser, what did you do?
I got in the PT Cruiser and went to Camden Bottom.
What's Camden Bottom?
It's a large refuge.
Why'd you go there?
I wanted to kill some time. I wanted to look at the wildlife, view the ducks and the deer. I'm a country boy. I enjoy the sights and sceneries.
Okay, but why, and for somebody who's had your history, that sounds a little odd. You wanted to go look at ducks and deer. Is that a place you've been to multiple occasions or not?
I fish there regular.
But it's fine to look at scenery. Were you actually trying to kill time before you could really do what you wanted to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which was what?
I wanted to make a phone call and establish a connection on morphine.
Okay. So that brings us to drugs again. Were you using and addicted to morphine?
Yes, ma'am.
How, any other drugs?
Methamphetamine,
All right. So how,
hydrocodone,
I'm sorry?
morphine, hydrocodone, and methamphetamine.
You used all of them.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said you needed to waste time, kill time until you could make a connection. Who did you start calling?
I started a volley of exchanges to Shayne Austin and Mr. Adams.
Okay, you said I started a volley of exchanges. Just listen to me. Did somebody answer you when you started making these calls?
No, not
So by volley, do you mean you were calling both?
correct.
Did you really care which one you made contact with?
No,
You just wanted to make contact with one of them
correct.
in order to do what?
To get appeal.
And did you have, I guess, a particular drug or a particular
I did.
process that you wanted to do that one?
I did.
Explain it to the jury.
I enjoyed my DOC maybe was a cocktail of morphine and meth together.
So did you have one of those and didn't have the other?
I had the meth.
So you started making phone calls to Shayne Austin and to,
Zach Adams.
all right. At any point in the morning, did you make contact with one of them?
I did.
And did you, which one?
Mr. Adams.
And did he call you or did you call him?
He called me back
Right.
and said that he was busy, that when they got to a location, that he would call me.
And other than telling you he was busy and when he got to a location, he would call you, did you ask him any details about what he meant?
I did not.
Do you have any idea of what time of the morning this was?
It was after 8. Probably 8:40, 8:50 maybe, somewhere in that time frame.
Well, earlier you said you wanted to kill time until you could make a phone call.
That's correct.
So how late were you wanting to wait before you started calling them?
I made the first phone call. At the river, you can't get a signal. It's pretty tough to get a signal there. It's real low. And then when I come out of the river, I made the first phone call at approximately 8 o'clock besides Palmer's Tool and Die.
So from 8 o'clock until you actually made contact, sometime within the hour, you would call both of them more than once,
Correct.
hadn't gotten a response, and then he finally called you back.
That's correct.
So what did you do after he told you, when I get to the location, I'm busy. When I get to
the location, we'll contact you.
Okay.
I went that general way. I knew that I headed in that direction.
Okay, and I'm sorry, nobody here but you knows in what direction you're talking about. I went in that direction.
Well, I left Beaton County, headed toward Decatur County, down Birdsong Road.
And why the Birdsong Road area?
It was the easiest access from where I was to get there. Plus, it would be a delay. I mean, it was just the easiest access to get there from where I was, other than going down the main road.
And did you talk to him again?
I did.
Who?
Mr. Adams.
He called you, or did you call him?
I believe he called me.
What did he say?
He said, we're at Cousins.
What did that mean?
That means that they were at 30 Yellow Springs Road, Shayne Austin's house.
Your cousin.
He called him Cuz too.
But that's your cousin.
Correct.
So did you go there?
I did.
How far away were you? How long did it take you to get there?
Probably 20 to 30 minutes.
Did he just say that we are at Cousins, or did he ask you for something? Or indicate that he wanted you to come there for some reason?
When he called me back, he said, I need to see you. I need your help.
And then told you, is that the first time or the second time? You said you
The
talked.
second time. I talked to him first. They were busy. The second time, he told me where he was at and needed my assistance.
And when he said, I need your help, what did you think he meant at that point? What did you think the problem was?
I thought a batch of meth was locked up,
Meaning something in the cooking process was.
meaning it had gained moisture and stopped making.
Okay. And so, was that fine with you to go help him with a batch of meth?
I was under that assumption, and it was
Okay. So you headed to Yellow Springs Road?
30 Yellow Springs Road.
Will you, if you're standing on Yellow Springs Road, can you describe for the jury, I guess, the way Shayne Austin's house trailer sat? In other words, was the driveway down? Did you see the trailer from the street?
From Yellow Springs Road, say this is Yellow Springs Road. There's a fence, a gate, downhill into a wooded area of pines. The trailer sits approximately 50 yards from the road, 40 yards from the road, somewhere in that, on the left-hand side.
I want you to start at the moment that you pulled into his driveway and tell the jury what happened.
I pulled into the driveway. I got out. The first thing I noticed was a burn barrel that was burning. The second thing was Dylan was standing in the doorway with his shirt off. Shayne was walking around saying, y'all need to hurry up and get the goddamn hell out of here. And holstered on his side was a firearm.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat, please, your last statement?
Can you say it again, holster? She couldn't hear.
Yeah. When I pulled in, there was a large fire burning in a burn barrel. Dylan Adams was standing at the door of the trailer.
I'm just moving it so you can talk.
Dylan Adams was standing at the door of the trailer with his shirt off. Shayne was walking around in the yard hollering, y'all need to hurry up and get the goddamn hell out of here, with a firearm holstered on the right side. Zach was standing at the door of a white 4x4 Nissan Frontier. I instantly got to Mr. Austin and bought a pill, bought a morphine, 100 milligram, walked directly back to the PT Cruiser, broke it in half, cooked it down, and shot it. A few minutes later, I got out and walked back to the 4x4 Nissan where Zach was standing at the door, and he said, I need you to help me bury this body. And I told him, I said, God damn, I hate that y'all killed little JoJo. And he said, Jason, he said, Train. He didn't say Jason. My nickname was Train. He said, Train, that's Holly Bobo.
Who's JoJo? Why do you think it was JoJo?
Some days before that, Joe owed some money for some pills. Him and Zach was enemies. They was talking about killing him for the drug debt.
Was there also another relationship between, or another connection between Joe and Zach?
Shayne.
Was there a woman connection between Joe and Zach that you know of?
There's a child. Both of them have a child with the same woman.
So you knew there was bad blood about a drug deal. You knew there's bad blood about.
There was some stuff that happened. One child got abused, maybe.
When you said that's not JoJo, that's Holly Bobo, what'd you do?
I was clueless. I didn't know Holly Bobo.
You've since come to know who she was, or is.
Well, pictures, TVs, pictures, and stuff like that.
So, let's be honest, did you really care one way or another about the body that was in the back of the truck?
I did not.
Describe for the jury where the body was and what you did after that.
The body was laying in a multicolored farm-style blanket. It looked like multiple colors. Wrapped in the blanket, laying up against the back. So the truck is sitting here, it's laying against the back. Instead of laying long ways, it's laying this way.
From the moment you figured out that he wanted help with Holly versus help with the batch of meth, were you willing?
Yes, I was.
Tell the jury what happened. What you said, what he said.
He asked me would I help him bury the body. And I said, yeah. I said, I will. And he said, but I said, I want to leave my car somewhere else besides here. I said, I don't want Shayne or Dylan to know that I got involved in this. So I told him, I said, meet me at Yellow Springs Church. I'll park the PT Cruiser in there and I'll get in the truck with you.
All right. And so while you were having this conversation with Zach, where was Dylan?
Dylan never came out of the trailer.
Where was Shayne?
Continuing putting stuff into the burn barrel.
And you say putting stuff into the burn barrel. Could you see what he was putting into the burn barrel?
The smell was an appearance of camp fuel and meth. It was a large blaze. The area was tight, and you could smell the smell of a meth lab burning.
Okay? I understand what you could smell, but could you see what he was putting in?
I could not say, I never made it that far down. I never made it past the door of that 4x4 front,
The door, I didn't hear the door, what?
I never made it past the truck door.
You said earlier that Shayne was saying y'all got to hurry and get out of here. Did he say why?
He had a satellite. He said there was a guy coming to install a satellite and he didn't know what time he'd be there.
So you had him saying satellite guy, cable guy, whatever's coming and throwing things in the burn barrel. You had Dylan first at the door with no shirt on and then never came out, correct?
That's correct.
This conversation took place between you and Zachary Adams there between his truck and your cruiser.
That's correct.
Okay. So what happened?
I got in the PT Cruiser. I backed out, went to Yellow Springs Church, pulled in. When I walked out to the road, he was backing out of 30 Yellow Springs Road. He picked me up. I got in the truck. And we go towards 641 down P Road.
All right, Mr. Autry, you've now gotten into the truck with the guy who says that Holly Bobo is dead and wrapped up in the truck bed. So tell the jury what you guys talked about.
As we got going down the road, I brought it to his attention that there were no shovels or pickaxes in the truck. How are we going to bury a body with no shovels or pickaxes? He looks at me and like he's lost. And I said, I don't know of nowhere a man can just pull up and get a shovels and pickaxes with a dead body in the vehicle.
All right, keep talking.
Continue on.
Yes.
We go across.
Now, before you continue on, you say there's nothing to.
There's nothing to dig
So what's an alternative suggested?
by me.
Right.
I told him that some years back that I had been underneath Interstate 40 bridge and there was a body floating. And I told him, I said, the only thing holding the body up was the intestines. Yes. And
He nods at the jury. Look at him.
the only thing holding the body up was the intestines. Yes. And we set a course that direction.
Why did you mention a body floating? What did you talk about specifically? What was your plan of disposing of Holly's body?
It was to gut her, put her in the deep end of the slough. I told him, I said, you put her in the deep end of that slough, turtles and shit, they eat it up, just like that.
Turtles and what?
Turtles, animals of opportunity.
So did you all,
The only thing holding the other body up was the gases and the guts. I mean, it was floating, just like I'm from the river. You see a dead fish, the only thing holding it up is the gases and the intestines. That's the same as it was. You get the guts out, down it goes.
so you had a good idea? How to-
I understand, yeah, yes, ma'am.
All right. So where did you all go and who was driving?
Mr. Adams was driving. We went to 133, I believe is
Not 133. Call Jim.
we went to the
Call Jim.
133 where the interstate bridge crosses the Tennessee River underneath it.
Tell the jury what happened.
We made a loop of the entire area to scope it out, to make sure no one was in the area. There's a boat ramp a mile or so from there, also there's a beach. And we circled the boat ramp down by the beach, turned around, come back out, not back out, but back up to the bridge, made the circle, and stopped at a pile of riprap.
What's riprap?
It's a large limestone rock, generally about this size.
And you're using your hands to,
The riprap changes.
but you're using your hands to show something larger than a dinner plate.
That's correct.
And you said you stopped beside,
We backed into a pile.
is this an area that you had been to before?
That's correct.
Is this an area, or do you know whether or not Mr. Adams had been to that area before?
I believe he had.
Well, did you tell him where to turn, or did he know where to go?
He went on his own.
Okay. And you said you backed
Up to a pile
of riprap.
of riprap. There was a pile laying underneath the bridge. The whole underneath the bridge was riprap, but there was some extra piled up to one side.
And how close to the bridge were you all? Did he back his truck up? And I should have said how close to being under the bridge. You know, like,
Well, it was something like that. I don't know footage wise. I mean, it wasn't directly under the bridge. I mean, if you're looking at the bridge this way, if you just look straight down off the bridge, it's probably 20, 30 foot off to one side. We wasn't directly under the bridge.
I'm gonna show you 3 pictures. You got your glasses?
I do.
Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
I do.
Wait a minute. What? Council.
That was a deep sigh.
We got 3 pictures, different views, but I want you to look at the first one and tell me what that's a picture of.
That's a picture of the Interstate 40 bridge. The location of the pile of riprap.
What is the next one? Is this
This is the absolute spot.
right? So a closer up view.
That's correct.
Right. And the third one,
Yeah, I guess it's just a replica of the same one you had.
except for what? Is it even closer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what, can you see a trail in the third one?
To the between the riprap pile and the lake.
Your Honor, I'd ask these to be marked as the next.
177, 178, and 179.
Right there. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll ask you some questions. I'm gonna put the first one on there to just.
Okay, this is crazy over here in the corner. This is crazy. It's like the same color. Like, if this wasn't here, it would have been questionable at first glance in my peripheral vision if he was wearing a shirt or jacket.
Exhibit 1.
Can I move this?
We'll have the lights down in just a minute.
Can I move this over a little bit? West around, see?
Yes,
It won't go, Your Honor.
y'all have enough cord? Okay.
It'll be all right. We'll get her done.
Is this 177 or 9? I can't read. 177. All right, Mr. Autry, I want you to use the laser pointer and explain to the jury what they are looking at in this photograph.
Right here is Interstate 40, east and west. Right here is the Tennessee River Bridge. Right here, this gravel road is the gravel road we entered.
This is where they go to shoot somebody? I mean, I guess they thought she was dead at this point, but still. Like, there's no way that they actually thought she was dead.
Sorry, you said that's the gravel road you what?
We entered.
Okay.
I'm trying to get to the mic and to the. We come in this fashion here, down here, and this down in this general location right here is where the beach is that I was telling you about. Over to this side is where the other boat ramp is. Right here, this little white dot right there is the pile of riprap.
I want to ask you, have you driven over that bridge your whole life, basically?
I have, going to and from.
If you're on that bridge traveling,
Right here.
can you see, even though it looks like, can you see?
You cannot.
And I didn't finish my question. I think you knew where I was going. Can you see what's below you there, close to the riprap?
You cannot. You're lucky to see this right here.
And you're showing the water?
This would be the lake. This would be the lake.
Okay. And you put the next one up.
I'm sorry about the inconveniences.
All right. What is this one?
This is a picture of Interstate 40, the bridge. This is the riprap. This is a trail that runs this way.
All right. And that gravel road that you showed the jury that you came in on?
Right there it is.
All right. And in the previous picture, it just showed that it went further, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the next one. Sort of a close-up.
That's correct.
Now, in this picture, you see the edge of the highway or the bridge. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there appears to be a barrier. In other words, where you won't go off of it
Right here.
if you're traveling?
Right here.
Okay. And is that part of what obstructs your view if you're traveling down that road?
It is that factored in with elevation.
All right. So do you see the pile of, let me ask you this, is this what it looked like then, or does it look different now in this picture?
It looks different in this picture.
All right. What is missing or what is different?
This right here was bigger and was green like that right there. Was green.
What do you mean bigger?
There was more rock there.
Okay. Show the whole area where there was rock back when.
It looked, you see how this looks tall. It was all in that fashion running out.
Okay. We can take pictures down. And get the lights back up. So when Mr. Adams backed his truck up to the pile of riprap that you just showed the jury,
That's correct.
I want you to start there, please, and tell them what happened.
We backed up to that pile of riprap, approximately the distance of this to to that. We didn't back all the way against it.
When you say this to that, you just indicated the witness box to.
To the jury box. Yes. Approximately 5-6 foot room to get out. I got out of the truck with the right hand and I grabbed the upper torso of Miss Bobo. Zach come around, let the tailgate down. I brought the upper torso to the end of the tailgate where he grabbed the legs, and I set the head, the upper end, on the riprap pile.
Did you notice anything about the blanket or the truck, the bed of the truck? Did you see anything?
In the bed of the truck, there appeared to be a small amount of blood.
Can you use your hands to describe what you mean by small amount?
The bed of the truck was ridged like the bed of the truck, and it looked as if it had just lightly skidded over. And the blanket at the upper end of the torso that I grabbed had a small blood spot, maybe the size of an orange.
Hands up, because I don't think I can see over here.
Maybe the size of an orange.
Did you look inside the blanket?
Never,
Did you unwrap?
never.
How were you able to swing her body around and you get the top part and Zachary Adams gets the bottom part without unwrapping the blanket?
I grabbed the blanket just like you would this shirt right here. The body didn't weigh very much. I was in pretty good shape. I'm a pretty good sized guy. I grabbed the blanket just like that right there and walked to the tailgate of the truck. At that time, he grabs the legs. We set the body down with the upper torso on that pile of riprap that y'all just shown, that we just discussed.
After you put Holly's body down on the riprap, what happened?
Mr. Adams goes to the driver's side of the pickup. I'm standing over the top of him with my hands on my knees. She being right here. And at that time, I see the foot move, a movement, and a sound of distress that sound like come out of her voice, come from the blanket. At that time, I walked to the door, to the passenger side door of the pickup. Mr. Adams was digging in a fanny pack. I told him, I said, this fucking bitch is still alive. We just stopped for a second. I walked to the front of the truck. I told Zach, I said, she's heard my name called and heard me talking and all. At that time, he wheels around, walks back to the driver's side pickup. Out of the floorboard of the pickup, he pulls a pistol, the same pistol that was holstered on Mr. Austin's side at 30 Yellow Springs Road. And I said, whoa.
Now, let me ask you something here. Did you say whoa because you thought you were going to save her life and stop him from doing something bad? Or did you say whoa for another reason?
I said, whoa, for another reason, to go look.
Jack!
Where'd you go look?
As we showed you on them 3 pictures,
I'm gonna put back exhibit 177 up there.
I said, whoa. And I run all the way across here to about this area and looked that way to see if anything was coming.
How far could you see down there?
Maybe 250 yards. It's a long, pretty long stretch from right here to the next curve. I looked around, and when I looked back around, Mr. Adams was standing.
Let me stop. You said you looked around. Did you stay down there at the corner or did you come back?
I stayed right here working back and forth, watching.
What about looking the other way?
There was nothing coming. I looked back this way, and I told him there was nothing coming.
When did you look back the other way? The way that you came in on?
Just shortly after I noticed that I looked down here and wasn't nothing coming.
Okay. You can do the lights. Hang on.
What?
All right. You can keep going.
I looked around, and I told him that there was nothing coming close as clear, something to that effect. And at that time, boom, the gun sounded. The gun went off. And it sounded like to me that it shot 3 or 4 times underneath that bridge. I had done made it back. I had done started my way back this way. And it sounded like boom, boom, boom underneath that bridge. It was just one shot, but it echoed underneath that bridge all the way down that damn river bottom. And when that gun went off, there was Martins went everywhere.
I'm sorry, didn't hear that.
Martins, bridge, birds went everywhere. Just all up under that bridge. And it just dead silence for just a second. I was still in this general location right here. And I heard a boat. Boat crank up, a boat running somewhere in either here or over here, somewhere there was a boat. Or either down the Tennessee River or right here. And I took off run back over to the truck, and I told him, I said, God damn, we have been seen or heard. And at that time, Mr. Adams grabbed the feet, and I grabbed the same spot at the upper torso. The blood spot was probably the size of a grapefruit at that time. We load the body back into the truck in the same fashion, shut the tailgate, and tear out of there like wild Indians, just driving a racket. And I told him, I said, this is a federal refuge. There's no firearms supposed to be allowed down here. If they see us driving like this, we're going to be the suspects. So we slowed down.
Now, are those the exact words you used? Did you say it that calmly? This is the federal refuge, we will be suspects?
Of course not. I mean, that's...
What'd you say?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing about this federal reserve, where he's trying to play dumb that of any awareness of a firearm being in this vicinity, which signals to me he's on high alert of other charges that could be brought against him, even though there was a conference of different immunity. But, I mean, he probably remembers things were offered to his cousin Shayne and then rescinded, so even if there was an offer of immunity, probably not going to be too confident in that.
I mean, word for word, I probably can't, it's over 6 years ago to the, you know,
All right, but you told him to slow down.
let him slow down, yeah.
I want to, before we go any further about where you went, I want to back up a little bit. When you looked and saw and said nothing's coming, you said you turned around and saw Mr. Adams over Holly?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may this defendant come over here and demonstrate
Yes.
what he saw?
Yes.
Mr. Autry, would you and come over here? I want you to stand here, facing the jury, and show them the position of Holly's body and where Zachary Adams was standing.
This is the rip wrap. The rip wrap right there.
He's the rock, limestone rock.
I set the body down with the upper torso inclined, like you would set, like this right here. When I was standing over here, Mr. Adams was standing at the upper torso at this fashion.
So he was
I
standing
could
up.
not see him. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty high vegetation.
All right, so you said he was standing here like this. You mean he was up on the riprap looking down on her?
That's correct.
Now remember, this is delayed. The video sync is not matching the audio.
Like this.
All right. Did he have anything in his hand?
Yeah, the pistol.
And then it jumped.
When
What?
he got the pistol,
His face is like stuck in this like stern, very Amber Heard look.
out of the truck. He got the pistol out of the truck before I ever went to here.
Right.
And didn't put it up. Over here.
So you loaded Holly back up in the white Nissan Frontier.
Oh my God, hey,
That's
Dolly.
correct.
You told the jury to take off back down the road.
Back down this, come out this way right here, get back on this road right here, back on this little gravel here. We driving just erratic, just panicked, just pretty much, right?
What happens from there?
We travel back is, you want this back?
Not yet.
We travel back. We set a course back. I look at my cell phone and I told him, I said, man, I need to get to hell to Benton County and meet Angela for lunch.
When I asked you about your kind of routine with her, when you weren't working, was that part of the routine?
When I wasn't working, she expected me to be at Benton County Health Department with lunch to spend with her through her lunch period.
She had, what, half an hour or so?
She had half an hour. She wanted me to get her something to eat and meet her there.
Well, let's be honest, is that the only reason you wanted to get away at that point? You said,
No. When I realized, keep in mind, a few minutes before that, I had just shot one hell of a load of dope. And when I realized and heard the gun go off, I come pretty much to my senses. I realized that this old boy has made some bad mistakes, some bad judgments, and his ass was in a bind. And I was looking for a way to put some distance between me and that situation.
all right, so other than telling him to slow down so you guys didn't get caught on your way out of the refuge, did you have any discussion about what had just happened or what had happened before you got to Shayne's trailer that morning?
I did. approximately, just as briefly, I mean, after the most intense part of it got gone, I asked him, how did she get here? How did you know her? And he said that Natalie Bobo was working at a strip club at North 40, prostituting for drugs and stuff like that. She had been coming down there, fucking him, and left the idea that victim Bobo was going to be in a threesome with him. Been showing him pictures of her and stuff like that. He also said that the victim had been to his house before.
He said all this from the time y'all left, headed back.
That's correct.
Did he tell you how she ended up in the truck? Because that doesn't answer that question. How'd she end up wrapped up in a blanket in Zach Adams' truck?
Days later, he did. Not that day. It was days later.
Okay. So where did you go at that point?
We went back. I went back to the PT Cruiser and got back out. Got into the PT Cruiser. Went to 641. Realized that I didn't have enough time to make it to her lunch. And I sat north of Interstate 40, texting her through her lunch period. When I pulled out, Zach was pulling back in 30 Yellow Springs Road, which was Austin's.
So he dropped you off at your PT Cruiser?
Back at the PT Cruiser, where at that time I made an attempt to go to Benton County.
You said you came around, he was pulling in, so I don't understand.
He was pulling back in at 30 Yellow Springs Road, back where Dylan and Shayne was.
All right. So he dropped you off at church, and then he goes back to Shayne's.
That's correct.
And what's the distance from the church to Shayne's?
Less than a mile.
When is the next time that you saw or spoke to Zach Adams that day, if you did?
At approximately 2:15, I established contact again.
Hey, that's mighty big words. I established contact. Who called whom?
I called.
Okay.
I initiated the call.
I didn't tell the jury about it.
And I asked him, was they together? Could I get another pill? And
He paused a little bit like he didn't know where to go with this. But if you're saying, can I get together again to do this thing again? That sounds like the reason you got together and went to the bridge was to do pills. And not for other reasons.
I didn't tell the jury about it.
And I asked him, was they together? Could I get another pill? And he said, yeah. That Dinsmore was over at Dottie's. Victor Dinsmore was over at Dottie's. We would run over there and get the pill. And I told him, I said, well, we're going to have to hurry up. I got to be back over here at the Quick Mart at 3:30. This was approximately 2:30 when I arrived back at 235 Adams Lane.
All right, so you called him, wanted more morphine.
That's correct.
All right. He said, okay, y'all were gonna go to Dottie's. Who's Dottie?
Dottie owns she owns a BP and Marine. Victor was working at her home, remodeling some cabinets,
All right.
I believe is what, don't take it that he was working in the home.
Okay. Was Zachary your connection to Victor Dinsmore? Is that why you?
I had two connections to Dinsmore. It was Zach and Shayne.
Okay.
At that time, me and Dinsmore was not, I had never purchased nothing directly from him. And I was having to go secondhand to get the stuff.
So So where, you said, where did you meet back up with
At 235 Adams Lane,
and who lives there?
Mr. Adams,
And is there another house there at the top of the driveway, real close?
grandpa.
And you had been over there before?
Yes, ma'am.
When you pulled up at Zach Adams' house that afternoon, you said around 2:30?
That's correct.
Who was there?
Shayne, Dylan, and Zach were standing outside in front of Dylan's Silverado pickup.
Was the white Nissan Frontier there?
No,
So the car that you had been in, or the truck that you had driven with him to the bridge, it wasn't anywhere to be seen?
that's correct.
What did you see or hear?
When I
And remember, defense does not know about this video with the Silverado being around the area of the bank and also the BP gas station in Parsons, timestamped around early 11 a.m. that morning, where they're supposed to be mapped and moving around when, according to Jason is just with Zach Adams before he leaves to go on this lunch, and he's almost late to his 11 o'clock lunch, so he starts texting his girlfriend. Can't reconcile with how Zach would get from these areas, switch his vehicles, and somehow be with the other two guys when he'd have to go pick up Shayne to get down to this ATM video that he backs into so Shayne can use the ATM from the other side of the vehicle. But the defense doesn't have this at this trial. We have that now.
pulled up, the air was just thick with animosity. You could tell that there had been some fighting and anger amongst them.
I'm going to object about any kind of speculation.
You can say what he observed.
Continue on.
You may.
We got in the truck. I got on the passenger side. Austin got in the middle. Mr. Adams got on the driver's seat. There wasn't a word said for just 30, 45 seconds.
Let me stop you. You was talking about two Mr. Adams. Which Mr. Adams was in the driver's seat?
Zach. Dylan was in the back. It was an extended cab Chevrolet pickup.
All three of y'all were in the front.
3 in the front, 1 in the back.
Okay.
From Zach's house to Dottie's house, where we was headed, is less than 2 miles. I mean, you can be in there, and it's less than 2 miles, probably 1.5 miles. I don't know exactly. We got in there and we pulled out of the driveway. Him and Shayne started arguing.
Who's him?
Zach and Shayne.
Okay.
We pulling in.
Arguing about what? Finish that thought.
Yeah. Well, Shayne told him, he said, you didn't have to kill her. And Zach told him, said, you're just as damn guilty. You hit it. And Zach told him, said, you shut your fucking mouth. I'm sick of it being discussed. We're here. We pulled up. And he told him, he said, I'll whoop your goddamn ass. And they got out of the truck at Dottie's. And 1 lick was exchanged. Zach hit Shayne. Dinsmore Dinsmore comes outside, and this unidentified lady and stops it. Well, Dinsmore comes out, and the fight stops. I look to my right, which is inside the carport, and there's this identified lady standing there. I didn't know who she was.
Debbie Doris.
They get back in the truck. Dinsmore walks up there. We purchased the pill. Dinsmore said, your wife said she spoke to you. And Zach said, I moved 4 rims in your shop to get my truck in. And he said, Jason's in a hurry. Train's in a hurry. He didn't call me Jason. He called me Train. He said, Train's in a hurry. We got to get him back over here, and I'll talk to you later.
Did Dylan ever get out of the truck?
He never got out of the vehicle.
So let's back up a little bit about what the conversation between Zachary Adams and Victor Dinsmore. Who said something about somebody's wife?
Dinsmore said that his wife had spoke to Zach.
Okay, my wife spoke to you.
Yeah, my wife said she talked to you earlier today.
Okay.
Dinsmore said, yeah, I went over and I moved four rims out of your shop and I pulled my truck in.
And who said that? Who said I moved 4 rims?
Zach said I moved 4 rims out of your shop.
Right, watch getting the microphone because it makes a lot of
I-
buzz on. I know you got some tight space there.
Well, I'm trying to talk in it and
I
be
know,
heard.
I know.
This sounds exactly like, and again, this is me speaking with hindsight from being able to watch stuff from the recorded interviews, the 2 separate recorded interviews on different days that Agent Brent Booth took with Vincent Dinsmore. On the second day, Victor, I keep calling him Vincent, Victor Dinsmore, I think because I'm just doing Vin, but Dinsmore and his wife, the day that they do the second recording, they're like, oh yeah, we spoke together and we realized we have to switch these key details all of a sudden. And Booth's like, yeah, I didn't want to put words in your mouth. And it involved like moving the rims out of the garage. So it's almost like he's corroborating what he's aware of what Dinsmore told investigator Booth. And he's inserting that into his testimony here to bolster Dinsmore's testimony, which is to come.
So you went there to get a pill. Did you get a pill
I did.
directly to you or through Dinsmore to Zach?
Dinsmore walked up to the window. They paid the money and my money, and the pill just come across from one hand to the other to me. And that was kind of the gateway that day that broke the ice that led into the future of me and Dinsmore being quote unquote friends. Once they made a drug deal with him, he realized that.
I want to back up to the part where they were arguing about Holly. And I want you to use names instead of he said or him. Who said what about you didn't have to kill her, and then you're just as guilty, you hit it? It was unclear to me who said what.
Okay. Mr. Austin said,
Holy moly.
you didn't have to kill her. And he looked at him, Zach looked at him, he told him, he said, you're just as guilty, you hit it.
Are you using the word you hit it? You hit it?
Yeah,
Okay, what does that mean? What does that mean?
fucked her.
So he said, you're just as guilty as I am, you hit it.
Yeah,
And then what happened after that?
they get into the fight. They get out of the truck, go to the front of the truck. Mr. Adams. And that ends it. By the time he lands that lick, Dinsmore's right.
Hello? Law and crime. No. Crime. Or law news, as it was. Oh no, look at their feed. No. Oh my god. Let's see.
His house, is that correct?
That's correct. Went straight back to 235 Adams Lane.
And when you got back to Adams Lane, was the white Nissan Frontier back there? Was it still gone?
It was not there.
Did you hang around or did you leave when you got back?
I did not. As I testified, that I had to be in another county at 3:30. And that was from where Zach lived to where I had to be. It was 35 to 40-minute drive if you pushed it, you know. You really had to go. So I didn't have enough meth left to supply, so I wasn't gonna stay anyway. I didn't have enough to get everybody high. I just had enough for me. I was an addict. I was looking out for me.
You used a phrase a minute ago, is that opened or broke the ice. We're talking about what had happened earlier on the 13th.
With Dinsmore. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm saying that what you heard on the way to Dinsmore's and at Dinsmore's sort of, well, okay. So you're saying that broke the ice with Dinsmore?
Yeah.
Okay.
As I testified, the reason that I didn't go directly to Dinsmore to buy the meth to buy the morphine is because I had never purchased nothing directly from him.
So tell me, after you left the afternoon of the 13th, when is the next opportunity you had, the next time you talked to any of the three of them about what had happened on the 13th? I'm not asking for a day, unless you remember. I'm more asking for
2 days later.
Your Honor, I'm going to object if they're going to get into 404B evidence that's not related to these
I bet
charges.
it's overruled.
The other thing is, I'm going to object to hearsay as to what somebody else may have told Mr. Autry and not specifically Mr. Adams.
My question was simply, when is the next opportunity he had? I didn't ask him what anybody said.
Well, I'm just in advance, Your Honor. I'm anticipating what.
All right, be cautious, please.
So, Mr. Autry, I want you to listen to my questions very carefully, and if I don't ask you what somebody said, don't volunteer.
Gotcha.
You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, when is the next opportunity that you had to speak to Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, or Shayne Austin?
2 days later.
So that would have been Friday the 15th.
That's correct.
And on that day, which of the three of them did you talk to?
Zach,
Where were you?
I was in Benton County.
All right. And did he come to Benton County, or y'all talking over the phone?
He called me and we agreed to meet behind the marathon at Interstate 40.
Marathon station at Interstate 40.
That's correct. We're 641 and Interstate 40 crisscross. There's a marathon.
And is Adams Lane right off of 641?
From there, it's a mile or so. It's close.
So my question was, is Adams Lane, does it run directly on 641?
Yes,
Okay. So it's their driveway, they're on 641. They just have an Adams Lane.
that's correct.
Okay. Did you agree to meet?
I did.
And when you got there, who was there?
Dylan and Zach.
And did y'all just pull up in front of the store, or did you meet somewhere else?
At the marathon, there's a side road that cuts back behind it. We met in a wooded area, maybe a quarter mile from the marathon.
And is that an area that you had been to before?
That's correct.
What was back there in the thicket?
Marijuana.
Whose plants?
Fine.
Had Zach Adams been in that location with you before? Like when you said meet at the marathon?
He's never been in there with me before.
So you pulled up, he pulled up, correct?
I was there first and he pulled in behind me.
What vehicle were they in and who was driving?
They were in Dylan's Chevrolet extended cab pickup.
Your Honor, at this time, we need to approach.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a jury out hearing if there's going to be any kind of jury discussion. So we can get it on the record.
There will be.
Okay. take the jury to the jury room, we'll send a car.
So they meet up at a marathon, but it's Dylan's truck that they're in. The Adams are in Dylan's truck, and they meet up at a marathon to get into Jason's car and then go to the weed plants. The thicket. The thick thicket. And we don't get to hear this. Oh, wait, maybe we do. Oh.
It's not. It is merely contextual to what happened in the aftermath of Holly Bobo's murder. But just in case you find it to be fall within 404B, I didn't want to start it without.
Okay.
So I think the better, I'll outline for you what I believe, and then I'd like to put on proof to Mr. Autry. Once they were parked in the parking lot of this marathon, there was a conversation between Mr. Autry and Zach Adams. A request was made by Zach Adams, and that's the testimony I'm gonna ask the witness.
Okay, go ahead.
Right? So Mr. Autry, lean forward, make sure that Judge can hear you. When you were there first, you said that he pulled up in Dylan's extended cab, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you get out of your car, or
I did not.
did somebody come to your car?
Zach come to my car.
Okay.
We proceeded to,
Did he get into the car?
got into the car, yeah.
Okay. He's on the passenger side, you're on the driver's side?
That's correct.
Did you have a conversation?
That's correct.
Did you tell the judge the entire conversation that you had?
Whenever he got in the car, I handed him a meth pack. He took a couple of hits off of it, and I asked him, I said, what'd you ever do with the old girl? He said, we throwed her out over near Kelly Ridge. He said, that's not the main reason I'm here. He said, fucking Dylan ain't been to bed and won't stop talking about it. He said, I want to see if you'll get rid of him, kill him for me. At that time, he made an offer for me to get rid of Mr. Dylan.
Your Honor, it's the state's position that 404B statement of Mr. Adams falls directly into the category of his motive, his intent, his plan to get away with this crime, because at that time, because Dylan Adams hadn't been to bed and wouldn't quit talking, he was afraid he, being Zach Adams, was afraid Dylan Adams was going to implicate him and that he would be.
Yeah, I was gonna say, knowing, again, this is the interesting part about watching this all in retrospect with what we know now about the alibi evidence. Watching Jason Autry testify with a plea deal, a very sweetheart plea deal. That, oh, Zach made me aware that Dylan was aware of things and that Dylan wasn't shutting up. This not only corroborates that Zach may have made threats towards his brother for not shutting up, which Zach has admitted that after the point in time where they're arrested and Dylan is speaking, and we heard the recorded phone calls during the post-conviction hearings that mom is telling Dylan, who's cognitively challenged, don't speak, stop speaking to them, don't speak without a lawyer. If they speak to you again, say you have a lawyer. And that's corroborating one thing. Zach said, yeah, I did want my brother to show up, but it wasn't a threat to kill him. He was saying all the stuff that was getting us into trouble. Because at that time, we had Jackson and Brent Booth trying to sit with him after finding out from Dinsmore that he's a slow one, go after Dylan, he's the weak link. And then Jackson sits there and feeds him all these details. And we heard Jennifer Nichols, the prosecutor questioning right now, post-conviction hearing, she concedes that Jackson was leading and giving Dylan the details. She doesn't want to say she doesn't condone it, but she says he was leading. And also we got to go watch that Valerie Troutt testimony, TBI agent Valerie Troutt. She had concerns that during interviews, Brent Booth wouldn't take notes and Jackson would typically do all the talking during interviews rather than get information volunteered from the person they were interviewing. Right? So what he's accomplishing on the stand in exchange for his 8 years is, well, I'm going to get up there and bolster your claims that Zachary Adams had consciousness of guilt and that Dylan Adams had personal knowledge within 2 days of the abduction. And that because of Zachary's consciousness of guilt, he wanted help offing his own brother. Now, what I don't really understand is if you wanted to off your own brother and you just offed a girl that the whole community is going to be looking for and is already on the news station the night of April 13th, why wouldn't you, if you're capable of offing someone that everybody be looking for, why wouldn't you just handle offing your brother on your own? Is it too close to home? There's a lot that doesn't make sense to me, but if I was watching this without knowing what I know now, that it couldn't have been these guys, I don't know how I would take this in. Just don't know how I would take it in. But yeah, that part too. And Dylan's testimony is so unreliable. And not for nothing, but if they showed that during the trial, I think it would have possibly, even with the community so inflamed against not Zach Adams, but anybody that they would have said and pointed the finger at. If this was anybody but Zach Adams in the seat, I think the community would feel the same way about that person. But playing that interview with Dylan Adams in full, I think would have made a good number of people who are otherwise 100% all in on this raise an eyebrow at the state. That interview was so bad. So bad. And if you missed it, I'm going to link it in the chat.
Caught. And I truly don't believe it's 404B. I think it truly are statements made directly after the murder took place and the kidnapping and the rape. But we do seek to offer it.
First of all, Your Honor, this is something that's happening 2 days later, so it is not directly related to statements directly after the murder, the alleged murder of Holly Bobo. Second of all, it's irrelevant as
just because it's 2 days after doesn't mean it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. But okay.
To whether at that point the crime, the murder of Holly Bobo is completed, it is finished. What happens next is irrelevant, Your Honor. So it's not relevant to whether or not Mr. Adams was involved in shooting Holly Bobo, he shot Holly Bobo, he kidnapped her, or he raped her. So it's independent of that. Next, it's highly prejudicial because it paints Mr. Adams out to be a killer of his own brother. Somebody who, I mean, that's a second murder or second attempted murder that they're trying to pull in here. And then after that, it's just, if you give it any kind of 404 analysis, it's just highly prejudicial, and the prejudice of this outweighs the probative value of whether or not this is, probative value that it has as to whether or not Mr. Adams killed Holly Bobo. We've already heard that. The whole murder is complete. We've already heard all the murder information. And at this point, these are just additional crimes and wrongs that they're trying to bring in. It doesn't show a pattern because it doesn't show anything about the murder. The murder is completed, allegedly, if you're going to believe Mr. Autry. The murder's completed, it's final, and so now what they're trying to introduce doesn't go to show anything about the murder.
And we, of course,
it's contextual. If it's true, then it's showing an attempt to cover a crime by further doing things to keep it from being undetected by other people.
But he's not charged with that crime. He's not charged with trying to cover up the murder.
It's part of the context, though. The court finds that it is particularly probative in this case, and it doesn't really go to a character trait. It goes to an attempt to keep something from being discovered, and the court finds that its probative value does outweigh the danger of unfair prejudice. So even if it's 404, which I'm not sure it is, I think it's contextual, the court finds that nevertheless it would be admissible. Okay? Clear and convincing evidence. Court finds. All right. Take lunch. Let's take till 1. Till 1, let's just round it off.
They're going to tell the jury they're taking lunch and then come back, or what do they do? It's 12:51 on their clock thingy. All right, so after they have that break, that argument was outside the presence of the jury. The time jumped from like 12:54 and now it's 2:03. So they take an hour-long lunch.
So, Mr. Ross, how do you think
That is a great pie.
continue with your testimony? Proceed.
Mr. Autry, I want to back up a little bit. The place we left off before lunch. I want you to begin with Friday, 2 days after Holly Bobo was shot in front of you, when you met Zach Adams at the Marathon Station, okay?
Correct.
That's where I want to pick up. And then you'll back up just a little bit about you showing up and him showing up, and then go forward from there, okay?
So that evening, I received a phone call, and he asked me to meet him at no set location, but I decided, I named the location, and we met at the Marathon at 641 and Interstate 40 in a pine thicket.
What?
And what happened?
I got there early first. Zach and Dylan pulled in behind me in a extended cab, Chevrolet pickup. Zach come to the front seat of the car, sat down. I handed him a meth pipe. I asked him a question. I said, "What'd you do with that girl?" He said, "We throwed her out near Kelly Ridge." He said, "That's not the reason I'm here today." He said, "I'm here over Dylan. Dylan hadn't been to bed. Won't stop running his damn mouth about this shit. He's going to get us in trouble."
Yeah, I don't know, because they had this whole, and he was very descriptive before this break about how they go to this marathon and they switch. Like, the point of them going to the marathon and switching vehicles is we get an appearance from Dylan and a presumption being made that Dylan's driving this black pickup truck to meet up to take Zach to meet with Jason. And then Zach enters Jason's vehicle and hands the meth pipe over and whatever. And it's almost like Jason saying, "I knew this was my opportunity while he was high to get answers on this thing that happened 2 days ago. Because I didn't talk to them for the last 2 days since." And then they drive and go to this thicket area where there's weed plants that Jason had in some area. But now we're just going straight to the thicket. So.
And when he told you that, how did you respond?
I asked him what he wanted done.
Okay? Tell the jury what was said.
He said his grandpa Dick would probably pass in a few years, and if I'd kill Dylan, that he'd give me a portion of the money and let me live in one of the houses. I did not make an agreement. I told him, I said, "It's something I need to think about, but I'm not prepared to do this today."
Did he indicate to you?
Didn't we hear something about, and we never got an answer, but there was a question during the proceedings just about a quitclaim deed. And I don't think we got testimony on the record as an answer. I think it was just a question that was objected to. But if what was trying to be introduced was a quitclaim deed, wouldn't that mean that he agreed to do it or something was given? But then Dylan wasn't killed, so it didn't actually happen. So I want to go back and transcript search for the quitclaim deed thing from the hearings. Yeah.
How he wanted it done, or when he wanted it done?
He did not.
And when you said that to him, what did he say?
He told me if I decided to do that, to let him know. And I told him, I said, "When I get done with that, you'll probably be next."
Meaning what?
Meaning I was going to kill him too.
And what did he say or do after you said that to him?
He hit the pipe a few times, and I asked him, I said, "What's going on with Shayne?" He said, I hadn't seen him. And I said, well, I'm fixing to go visit him.
All right, let me stop just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you heard testimony that the defendant, Zachary Adams, allegedly attempted to engage this witness to harm Dylan Adams, as well as other potential bad acts. You may not consider such things, such testimony to prove his disposition to commit the kind of crime for which he is on trial, but rather the testimony may only be considered by you for the limited purpose of determining whether it provides the complete story of the crime. That is, whether such testimony and the charged offenses are logically related or connected so that the testimony of the other tends to prove the one charged or is necessary for a complete account thereof. Okay.
Why did you make the statement that you did, Zach Adams, that you decided to do it, that he'd be next?
I felt like after I'd sat and evaluated the situation and the circumstances and the reality and the scope of the situation that fell on me, I felt like in my heart that he should have notified me and let me know before you bring me into a situation like that. Meaning the day that I called trying to set up and buy the morphine and you said you need to see me, you should have said you had a dead body there. Or I felt that in my heart. I felt that I was brought into that. And I felt it. That's what I felt.
You asked about Shayne and then made the statement that you were going to go check on him. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So did you do that?
I left there, stopped at the store, Dottie's, and got 2 beers, 2 quarts of Bud Light. I proceeded to Shayne's house where I ran into a roadblock at 790 Pew Road. The officer was Jeremy Inman. I pulled up and he looked in the car and seen the alcohol and he said, Jason, he said, there's search parties and shit all over the place down through there. He looks through the car to the front, PT Cruiser, looks in the back in the hatchback. And he said, you're going to need to be careful if you're going to drive through there drinking. And I left, went to Shayne's house.
And that's the trailer on Yellow Springs Road.
30 Yellow Springs Road.
Is that the first time you had been back to the trailer since?
That's the first time I had been around any of them or back to Decatur County since the 13th.
All right. Now, you're not going to be able to say what Shayne said, but I want you to describe what you did when you got to his trailer and what you observed.
When I got to the trailer, he was highly inebriated. And he said that, no, I can't say.
Right. So
he was highly inebriated, and I took him away from that situation. There was.
All right, we're talking about Shayne.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Were there search parties all in and around where his trailer was, the road in front of this trailer, the woods?
There was maybe a command post set up at Yellow Springs Church, and people just everywhere in that area.
And again, you can't say what he said, but you can describe his demeanor for the jury. Was he agitated? Was he calm? Was he concerned? How would you describe his demeanor?
Frantic.
Frantic. Okay, as a result, because you went there to check on him, right?
That's correct.
So as a result of pulling, you yourself passing the roadblock, pulling in and seeing all the search parties, you said you wanted to take him away from that situation.
I did.
So what'd you do?
I loaded him in, got him into the PT Cruiser, and left that general location. I noticed as we were going down the road, when I would turn or hit the brakes, that he would go over, nod out, and hit the dash. I was having to catch him with my hand. So I thought, I'll take him and feed him. At that time, I took him to Johnny's Bar and Grill and fed him.
during the course of your meal with him, did he at any time, or did his demeanor change? Did he calm down? Did he sober up? Did you become less concerned?
You know, we were in a bar and he was not drinking, so he naturally sobered up a little bit, but there was numerous people in the bar. And we left there and went to another bar where he did kind of sober up after he eat.
I know she's standing in front of him a lot, but take a look at the shape of his mouth when we can catch a glimpse of him. Not really the facial hair, because that can cause shadow or like the appearance of shapes, but try to look at the angle and shape of his lips, like the space between his lips.
But he never really come to just complete sobriety.
Again, not asking what he said, did you have a conversation with him about what had happened to Holly?
I did not.
Not that night.
Not that night.
Okay. So after taking him to eat and then to another bar, did you take him back home?
I did.
Okay.
I did, and at that time, dropped him off, went back to 310 Benco Hills to Angela's house.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the conversation that you had with Zach 2 days after Holly was killed. When is the next opportunity that you had to talk to Zach about any of this? I'm not asking for a date. I'm more asking for an event or.
I called him and I told him, I said, I've thought about that, about the offer you made. And I said, I'm looking into it, meaning
I'm looking into it.
Dylan. At that time, day or so after that, I loaded Dylan up in the truck with a bass boat and carried him to the Tennessee River.
Let me back up. When you called him and said you're looking into it, did you ask him anything about whether his offer was still good?
I did.
Okay, but
Yes.
Maybe we ought to identify by name rather than pronouns. Okay, make it clear.
when you called Zach Adams, did you talk to Zach Adams about the offer that he had previously made to you?
I did.
Okay, did you tell the jury the whole conversation?
It was a brief conversation. I asked him if the offer still stood. He said, yeah, when Papaw passed and the land and the money transfers hands. And I said, all right, I'm thinking about going through with it. And I did set up a date to take Dylan to the river.
Okay, did you set up a day to take Dylan to the river with Zach, or did you set up a day to take Dylan to the river later on? Did you set that up with Dylan?
I surprised Dylan. I knew that he was home and his papa was at the water plant. And I showed up with a boat and a little marijuana and lured him into going.
All right. So what'd you tell him? And again,
I asked him if he wanted to go bass fishing.
and did he get in the car with you to go bass fishing?
Just, yes.
Tell the jury what happened after that.
We go to the Tennessee River, put in the boat. We run to Cub Creek. We start bass fishing up a bank. Dylan catches a little old grinnell.
Little old what?
A grinnell.
Okay.
Has me to come back there and take it off. He was scared of the teeth that it had.
Very detailed.
By that time, we had been there maybe an hour or so, drinking, smoking pot. And I was trolling down a channel, looking for a place to put him. And a little old John boat come up, pulled up beside of us pulled up beside of us and asked if we was catching anything, and he knew Dylan's grandfather. At that point, that stopped everything. We had been spotted there was no, he positively identified him. And I bought the boat from Cherokee Boat Dock, and he knew the owner of the boat that I bought the boat from. So he did not know me, the guy didn't, but he knew the owner of the boat, and he knew Dick Adams.
So you had a conversation with him, and you realized at that point, he knows your boat, he knows Dylan, he knows Dick Adams. You've been seen.
That's correct. Yeah, been seen. So we finished the day, with a portion of the day, fishing and just enjoying it, so to speak. He gets inebriated, drinking, and starts talking. And I asked him, I said, man, I said, you, at any given time, I said, you could have done like me and walked away. Because in my mind, the last time he seen me, I was leaving 30 Yellow Springs Road, and he did not know about the bridge and all that. He stayed there. So I'm thinking that he thought that he didn't know Jason was involved in anything.
Look at his facial expression when he's done saying anything.
That he didn't know Jason was involved in anything.
Now, let's take a segue over to watch this recanting video that the state hates, this interview. So this is, for the context on this, this was recorded in December of 2023 when Dr. Katie Spirko visits Jason Autry in Shelby County Penal Farm. And it's 53 minutes. I'll link the full thing in the description. But they also note here that at the time they post this, on April 25th, 2025, when these post-conviction hearings are about to, well, there were some hearings in January and March, but there's going to be more. We started watching the ones in May that were publicly available, the evidentiary hearings. He's in solitary confinement by April 25th, 2025. I don't know how soon before that or how long after, or if he's still in solitary confinement. But he suddenly, somehow, after December 2023, gets put into solitary and is sequestered from outside contact after Dr. Katie Spirko goes and speaks with him. But let's look at his mouth line. Look at the line, because that will show you, even though it's kind of dark on his face, if you look at the line, let's look and see what the shape of his mouth looks like in this interview.
I said, we're going to try.
Oh, let me make the volume louder.
He said, you realize this, don't you? And I said, what's that? He said, this is like a child molester case. Everybody's gonna scream, poor baby. And he said, I got you about a 95% chance. You spend the rest of your time right over. I said, Mike, I said, you don't think there's nothing you can do? He said, I think I can talk to them blue in the face. And he said, I don't think they'll listen. He said, once they say your name, people look up your badge jacket, they're all right with you being off the street anyway. So the seed was planted right there. You get where I'm going? I mean,
Yeah.
You know, it was, what do you want to do here? We kept on jostling back and forth there for a day.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me, we ain't getting nowhere. And I said, well, I didn't know what to say, but goddamn, what do they want? I need to know what they want. What do they want from me?
Yeah.
I want you to testify.
He covers his
Straight
mouth.
up about it. They need someone to understand. State needs a mouthpiece. And I said, for mine, I'll go free. He said, I think I can sell that. I said, well, go see what you can do. He was gone for a period of time. He comes back again, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 months later. He comes back. He said, what we was talking about? And I said, yeah. He said, can you rehearse that story for me today? I said, right now. I got you right now in front of both of y'all, come on. That'll work. That's what he said, when I got done. He said, that'll work. He said, one thing is going to seal it. And I said, what's that? He said, we're going down the river tomorrow. He said, I want you to walk them through everything out. That's right.
So did you tell him a version of the story then at that point?
Yeah.
Was it the same? I mean, what changed over the
I
course
mean,
of?
I got the version of the story from him and Clark Chapman.
How did they feed you that?
Well, it was given to me through phone records or, questions and stuff going on. Like, I said one time to him, I said, whoa, they knew I was over at Shayne's house. And I said, well, what if I say all I seen was just a body, laying in the back of the truck? That's not enough to get you out. I said, so I got to see the damn shooting. He said, if you go play with them, you might as well go all the way, Jason. So we went all the way.
How did you find out how did you find out she was shot?
The TBI, the day the skull was found, the TBI went down there to Dottie's and announced it. We just found her skull.
So it's the captions say dies, but he said Dottie's. So TBI finds the skull. They go down to the bar to announce that they found the skull when it was found, when Holly's skull was found. They go down to the bar.
Bullet hole in the back, 38 caliber bullet, 35, 38 caliber. Mm-hmm. I seen the report. I believe it's one of them. So I knew you right there.
You were incarcerated at the time.
Yeah, I was in River Bend.
Yeah. So how did it get from Dottie's to you?
Telephone, my mama.
Your mom, yeah.
I mean, the first thing they done, Dottie's, was all them little girls in there run tell, Big news.
Yeah.
That's how I found out, yeah. Brent Booth told it to Dottie's.
Okay, so walk me through how the story came to.
The story came just working a story. When I started that timeline, I started using phone records and IR statements and stuff like that. And when people see
him using the language, a lot of observations in the chat from a lot, but I remember Slim Life and Lexi saying he's saying certain things that sound like he was reading the case records and speaking to people that would use such terms, unidentified, and here we go. He's saying IR reports.
You hear and hear that gives you
so he's learned
credibility to your story.
How did you get the phone records and the IR statements?
They just
gave them to you? Yeah. Like you had them in your cell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had all of them.
Who brought them to you?
My attorney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So his attorney brought him his case file. And again, because he was a co-defendant, he's supposed to have access to the discovery, right? This is a bit different than someone who would be uncharged in this matter.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for you if you plan on looking through it.
I have looked through it. There's a lot.
It's a paper cut.
Yeah, there's a lot. Mm-hmm. There's a whole box of just psychics.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you.
And there are actually legitimately tips from psychics that came in. So that's just not something that's being pulled out of thin air here. There's tips from psychics reported to TBI.
So you're putting it together.
Yeah, we put the story together in about 3 days. And, and once you get a story out, you do swear to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazingly simple. But, parts of it, I don't know what he was doing in the night, but he'd be like, they blow on my phone, I won't know what you're saying.
Okay, I think the river, that area was flooded at the time.
Was it?
I think it was. I haven't pulled the records yet.
It could be. And I think me and Zach was actually down there at the river at that point.
What were you doing down there?
I think we were down there getting high.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that I met him down there at that point. And my phone records had me there earlier. had me within that area.
Yeah.
And within that area, the only thing I'd have been doing.
So they're talking about that bridge area where they go, that the phones show that he and Zach were at this bridge area at some point, which would mean if he was aware of that after he's looking at the phone records and he wanted to tell a compelling story, he'd have to come up with a reason they were at that bridge area, even though that's not where Holly's remains were found.
Been at that bar.
And that's the same bridge area where there's the Rebecca and Zach. And I don't know, like, to me, that's what I would define as the spot where it wouldn't be uncommon to go and see a group of kids going to smoke or do whatever else.
That's what we're all arguing.
Yeah.
But we had to add, so we had to add Holly to that story. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You already had a story, so all you had to do was just add something. You know, and where I first got to, at one point in time, I was about half convinced that Shayne and them done it, that I was just a victim of knowing them.
Yeah.
And I thought that for a long time.
Mm-hmm. I've gone back and forth in going through the records where I went through a phase of thinking that. I don't anymore.
I don't either. But I thought that for a long time, and I set their statements up on my TV, beside my TV for 18 months before I waited to tell this story to the prosecutor. Waited to. I don't know what I waited on. In my mind, I was waiting on something else. Obviously, but it was 18 months went by before. I mean, when I read their stories, I got mad. I got mad because Dylan said some weird shit.
Yeah.
I mean, some weird shit.
So Dylan's referring, I mean, the weird shit is Dylan, the stories that came from Dylan after he was being interviewed by police, where he's getting detailed. He's talking about a green house. He's talking about the pink peonies. He's talking about how all four of them had their way and took turns, and they were asking who was ejaculating, like very, yeah. And then to hear this after the testimony about, what do you mean he hit it? Zach told you he hit it. Because in the story he tells in court, it seems like Zach and maybe Dylan, but not Jason, even though according to Dylan, Jason also committed the rape. In Jason's story in court, Jason wasn't there for the 2-day period at all, right? And Jason's story in court leaves it open up in the air that Holly wasn't killed right away. She was killed by that time we're driving to the bridge and her foot moves. They think she's dead before that, but then the foot moves and then he kills her. And then somehow he meets up with them 2 days later and is hearing that even though Holly was abducted very early morning on the 13th, and then they're already driving around and there's a body in the back of the trunk and he's got this lunch date by 11, somehow all that unaliving happens. Somehow this all has to be reconciled with Jason not being here when the three all meet up, 2 at least, maybe 3, meet up to rape Holly before they get rid of her body. And then somehow it's just Jason and Zach going to this first location, seeing the foot move. And then Jason has this lunch date and they go away and then they still have to dispose of the body somewhere else. Like there's no way to me that can be reconciled. And I say that even if I didn't know about this ATM surveillance video footage that's going to put Shayne, Dylan, and Zach in Parsons by early 11 a.m. that morning, which they wouldn't be able to get to if their phone was pinging in the same location as Holly's phone, and co-locating. They're not co-located at those times. But the story that he tells on the stand does not make sense with what Dylan says. And it doesn't make sense with the timeline that they say about the rest of that day. How would it be possible for all of them to get to some location? We're going to find out it's like the Adams grandmother's barn. That's why we had to get the detail about the farm blanket. It just doesn't compute. And we can, yeah. And Zach had to switch the vehicles. In that same time frame, Zach would have to have switched the vehicles. Because then the only alternative would be he didn't switch the vehicle before he gets down to Parsons. And maybe there's some flexibility with that because the state at trial gets to tell their story of what vehicle they want to say it is. And the defense doesn't have the video of the ATM with the Chevy Silverado to pull up and show the jury, well, look, here's the Chevy Silverado backing into the ATM, where their phone records are all putting them at this point in time. And then we also have this surveillance footage from inside the BP gas station of Dylan Adams making a purchase, corroborating that those devices are located with the guys. And it's Zach that has the detail that they're in the Silverado backing into the ATM before he ever sees this video. It's just a lot. Let's finish out this line. We'll toggle back over the link. This is again from the Trial and Error podcast. It's Dr. Katie Spirko doing this interview. Let's finish this line of conversation and then we'll jump back over to the 2017 trial. And Kay Riggs also suggests if you look up the Dicus affidavit on this case, he pretty much explains how they would have had to time travel for his story and the cell phone records to work. And I believe that was the testimony that we would have heard from Marshall Walker if counsel properly tried to qualify them as a witness. So even without that ATM video, I think that's extremely compelling. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. I can't wait to see the failure of the qualification of this expert witness. Just a whole mess this trial is.
And I've done a lot of damn crime in my life. I've been so damn wondering if I ever get out of being medical. Two things I never done. Start women and children. Mm-hmm. And everything else I've victimized. Tore it out of hell, stealing it and shooting it, you know, whatever. But, and that's what pissed me off so bad when I read that Dylan done that swine up down, you know, I'm raping her in there in the goddamn house, you know. I mean, you sick, twisted bastard, that's what you think, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that's what drove some of my anger, because I was mad. Mad because every time I'd lay down, I'd have to lay down in bed, but I was having to be ridiculed by inmates every day. You killed her, you son of a bitch, you know good, you goddamn raping, killing, you know, it's every day, you know what I mean?
I didn't even really think about that, but another very strong reason that even though Dylan's saying that Jason, if we're supposed to find Dylan's confession, which is really just him saying, mm-hmm, to Jackson, TBI agent Jackson, giving details. If we're supposed to take that as Dylan's confession, then that makes him a murderer and a rapist, not just a co-conspirator that hid the body after the fact, or kind of before the fact, but didn't know that it was before the fact until it happened. He's in prison where people don't take kindly to that type of inmate being housed in their area.
And I guess I acted out with that false story and let them plant the seeds like that. You know, it worked good in me, you know.
You're an engaging witness.
Well, I was trained.
I could tell you were trained. I'm on the witness stand a lot.
Yeah.
You know, I was trained witness.
Yeah. I mean, I was told who to speak to, and how much to shut down, when to ask for more or less.
Who was doing the training?
Jennifer Nichols.
Yeah.
Yeah, she.
Stay in the chat for Jennifer Nichols.
One thing you screwed up on, you talk about the fence and the gate at Shayne's place. That didn't go up until after, it was like a few months after when he got a puppy. So there wasn't a fence and gate at the time of Holly Bobo's disappearance.
Right.
I mean, So
Hell, I mean, I
did a
don't
pretty
know.
good job.
I try to see what you know.
you did a pretty good job. I mean, but
I don't know that, I mean, in my mind, I messed up one time. I don't know that if I would have been his attorney, I don't know if I'd have spent that much time on roads or not. I think I'd have spent more time on bringing up the point that I didn't see nobody or shoot nobody.
yeah,
Because I never confessed to seeing nobody.
yeah.
I said I never seen her.
hmm
And I don't know.
Where did you get the whole? I mean,
Where did I get the idea of putting them together?
putting what together?
Putting Shayne, Dylan, and Zach together?
Well, that wasn't what I was going to ask, but answer that.
There was a report from loggers, it was in the area,
Mhm.
that they come by, them three together that morning. And one of the loggers made it look like one of them had been struggling or something. Said, I don't know how you look through the windshield and see somebody's been struggling or not, but I don't know. You know, that's where I got the idea that they were down there close. I mean, I didn't approve of it.
Yeah.
And, you know, and if they would have done it, I wouldn't be reluctant, you know, to say, lock them up.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
My question was going to be, where'd you get the whole thing about Guttner and seeing a body floating by? That just sounded crazy to me.
Far out, yeah.
That sounded pretty crazy to me.
Well, let's go back some years. And in that same spot, I found a person floating one time.
You actually really did?
Yeah, I found a person floating, and they were floating belly up.
What'd you do when you found him?
Huh?
What'd you do when you found
I
him?
called the police.
Yeah. When was that?
I wish I knew the year. It was 7 or 8, 2007, 2008. I was out of prison.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been too long ago.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
So the least believe, like, that's exactly true. Okay.
Yeah,
There we go. There's a sprinkle, a little bit of truth there, you guys. I'll link one more time to the full interview from Trial and Error podcast. And happened to be a good line of questioning, but I just think that the delivery, the body language, this facial expression, even though we have Jennifer Nichols standing in the line of sight, like from the camera to where we can see Autry on the stand, it's like every time he finishes a thought and we do get to catch a glimpse of his face, I'm paying attention. I see this mouth like down here like this. And it just reminds me of Amber Heard. When she would finish, she'd look over the jury and go, and then turn her head back to the person doing the questioning. And it just seems like you're trying to keep a straight face. That's how I interpret the demeanor. So let's get back to 2017 trial time with Jason Autry.
What happened?
He said that,
Your Honor, I'm gonna
He can't say what he said.
huh?
You
Carry
can't
on.
say what Dylan said to you.
You can't say what he
You
said.
can say what you did in response to it or what you said to him, okay? But you can't say what Dylan said to you.
Let me see, did he give you certain information?
That's correct. He gave me information as to whereabouts the rape.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to you
All right.
saying
Hearsay.
It's tricky, so just listen to me carefully, okay? Did he give you certain information about April the 13th?
That's correct.
And after hearing that information about April the 13th and what happened, did you take certain actions? Did you do something in response to that information?
Your Honor, I want to make sure they're not trying to backdoor any hearsay in by then.
She knows what my ruling is.
So you can answer that. Based on, or after hearing that information, did you go somewhere? Did you
I
do
did.
something?
After hearing that information, I went to where the alleged rape was occurred.
After hearing that information, did you go somewhere?
I did.
Where did you go?
Your Honor, I think now he's
trying to answer.
saying wherever you went is where the alleged rape occurred. He's now saying
Judge,
that.
All right, you'll disregard what he said, just see if we can get more directly to the point.
Where did you go?
I went to my grandmother's barn.
Okay, well, let's talk about your grandmother's barn. First of all, is your grandmother and Shayne Austin's grandmother the same person?
That's correct.
Where was her barn located?
Yellow Springs Road.
Where was her house located?
200 yards across the road.
All right, so you got a house on one side and a barn on the other side.
That's correct.
And are they, I mean, can you, if you're standing on her front porch, can you see across the road to the area where the barn is?
You might see the roof in the fall.
Okay. And where in relation, and let me ask you this, had your grandmother recently passed away?
Grandmother and grandfather.
So was the house vacant at that time?
That's correct.
Was the barn being used at that time?
No, ma'am.
All right. So you go to this barn, and again, without saying, without repeating what Dylan told you, what were you doing at the barn?
I was there to clean up any possible evidence left behind.
Did you see any evidence that needed cleaning up?
I did not.
Will you describe for the jury what the inside of that barn looked like?
It was an old corn crib with hay. If you walked in the front door, there was hay laying to the right, with 85% probably of the roof blown off. It was in severe deterioration.
Did you actually go into the barn to look for evidence?
From the door, you could see the scope of the entire, I mean, it was no huge barn.
Did you move anything? Did you?
So he was tasked to go clean up what would leave behind forensic evidence of a rape that multiple individuals took part in. Oh, like, this is his story. And he looks through the window and goes, up, all clear. What? Is he, like, worried about implicating himself in, like, obstruction or, like, concealing evidence after the fact? So he just said, well, I went there because they wanted me to get it on the record that they wanted him to, but didn't actually take part in it.
Clean anything up, or did you just turn around and leave?
The area looked normal, and I turned around and drove off.
How far after the 15th, when you were first, when Zachary Adams first proposed that you kill his brother on the 15th, how long a period of time until you were at the barn? In other words, was it May, June, July, August? Do you remember?
It was some months.
Weren't working on your calendar, were you?
Absolutely not. In fact, I was just in the area, and the thought popped into mind.
Popped into mind as a result of getting certain information that we can't talk about.
That's correct, that I might need to look, and if there's anything out there, dispose of it.
Okay. Did you ever have another conversation with Zachary Adams about killing Holly, raping Holly, kidnapping Holly?
I did.
When was that?
The day that we got caught with the deer stand.
All right, let's talk about the day you got caught with the deer stand.
Well, that day we were out riding around,
Okay, when you say we,
me and Zach.
okay,
We go to Eagle Creek, Camden, Tennessee, in my pickup, go into his hunting club. He steals a deer stand, and I steal a camera,
a what?
a camera,
Okay,
trail cam.
gotcha, trail cam.
Hot summer day. We stop.
Let me ask you this, is it a hot summer day, the same year, 2011?
It's not.
Okay,
No, this was August of 2012.
okay,
Carry on.
yes.
It was a pretty good walk in there. On the way out, we stopped and sat down where a road had been pushed through in the bank. Sit on the bank. Took a couple of hits off a meth pipe. And I looked at him and I said, looks like we got by with this shit.
Were you talking about the deer stand and the trail cam, or were you talking about something else?
Talking about the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Holly Bobo. I told him, I said, Dylan said,
Oh, no, actually you can't. This is a statement you made to Zach.
that's correct.
All right,
Your Honor, it's still hearsay. It's double hearsay. It's hearsay within hearsay.
may we approach?
Right, they're approaching. Oh. I guess they started like cutting the feed when they approach. Nested hearsay. Oh, we get the nice little court view montage. The passing of time. We got the soubrette stand right outside the courthouse. Oh, I'm blocking it. It's kind of a long one. Okay.
My question.
Oh, Lauren, was there a whisper? The paralegal whispered to object? I didn't hear that, but I believe it. I believe it.
Yes.
It's not even the Harding County Courthouse.
You're at this hunting club, is that right?
That's correct.
You made a statement, looks like we got away with this shit,
That's correct.
then what'd he say?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I told you the other day, this is not being offered for the truth of what he said. It's offered as far as follow-up response. So you shall not consider what he said for the truth of it, okay? All right.
What did Zach, or how did Zach respond?
He said,
So this is really problematic to me because if this is supposed to be Jason saying this himself, it's supporting his own story. It's not like he's saying something that Zach, who's sitting at the defense table, supposedly said. This is Zach saying it to establish that, yes, we did something that we would need to say that we got away with. So I don't understand how it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, or how there's another exception here. And I'm not a lawyer, but I've really tried to do a good job learning to understand the exceptions to the hearsay rule. And this one I don't get.
He said the real reason that we were there was to show Clint how to manufacture meth. He said we got there early. She come outside screaming and raising hell, and we took her.
Right. That's not offered for the truth of it. Besides that, it's allegedly a statement of the defendant, not a third party. Okay?
Okay. And how did you respond to that information?
I just listened to it. I mean, I did not. In fact, I brought up the issue that we had been there long enough. Let's go. My truck was sitting in plain view down at a locked gate on private property. So, I mean, once the breath was caught and a few minutes of rest, it was time to go.
Time to take the trail cam that you stole and hit the road.
That's correct.
Did y'all do that?
That's correct.
Took the deer stand and the trail cam and left.
That's correct.
Did you have any other conversations with Zach about what happened to Holly?
To me, that all seems like he's trying to, because remember, we had conflicting stories from Rebecca Earp's testimony that I can't reconcile, where there's these Tupperware containers that at first, well, not at first, she says, but at first we hear like the state wants to lead in their presentation to the jury. Oh, and you had suspicions. There were Tupperware containers that had Holly's remains in them. And that's not the order of the statements that she gave to investigators. That's just how the prosecutor, Paul Hagerman, presented it in front of the jury when Rebecca Earp was on the stand. We end up finding out, we actually get this on cross-examination, that she'd been saying that they had these containers, they were trying to make meth. So my guess is these interviews with Rebecca Earp were available in Discovery, and Jason, trying to make a good case for his offer, his plea deal, put this detail to work. They have all of this stuff, all of these supplies to make meth. And that's how they're going to just bump into Holly in the back of the woods and say, oh my God, she saw us, which doesn't make sense if you think about how Holly's property is situated. Because they would have already had to be ready to go get her from the garage as she's just going to her car. She doesn't seem to leave the carport where she'd be looking around deep in the woods to see somebody doing something. So.
Have not.
At any point in time, did you go, you told us about the barn, did you go look somewhere else because of information you received?
I did.
Okay. First off, who gave you the information?
I obtained the information from Zach 2 days after the 13th, the 15th in the wooded area.
So you mentioned earlier that Zach told you you dumped her at Kelly's Ridge.
Near Kelly's Ridge.
Right. So what is Kelly's Ridge? Where is Kelly's Ridge?
Kelly's Ridge is in Benton County, Tennessee. It's a hunting club, maybe. It's a long, there's a gate there and a great road that runs down through the property for a long ways. I mean, that's just backwoods as far as, you know, for a long ways, yeah.
At some point, did you go to Kelly's Ridge?
I did. I tried. I come through there one day and I noticed some birds sitting near a pond bank.
Like sparrows or some other kind of bird?
Buzzards.
Come on.
Well, this was within a week of the disappearance.
Okay.
I thought that that's where the body was. So I stopped at the house and asked the people, could I go?
Let's slow down. So you had the information about Kelly's Ridge.
That's correct.
Did you drive? You said I was driving through there. Did you drive through there on purpose to look around, or did you just happen to be driving through there? If you remember.
I mean, I wasn't purposely looking. I mean, when I seen that.
I don't think she wanted him to get into that because in theory, if he went up and talked to somebody, they must not have any way to corroborate that he went and spoke to somebody that day to go ask them to search the property. Because if he did go ask someone to search their property, this whole community was willing to say anything they could. There would be somebody out there that said, hey, this guy came and spoke to us, asked us to search the property. She stopped him before he stepped on a rake. Like, think about this. Think about this. If this were really true, do you think that this information wouldn't be obtainable? And that somebody wouldn't have tipped it?
I thought that that's where the body was. So I stopped at the house and asked the people, could I go to?
Oh, they do?
So
Okay.
you had the information about Kelly's Ridge.
That's correct.
Did you, you said I was driving through there. Did you drive through there on purpose to look around, or did you just happen to be driving through there? If you remember.
I mean, I wasn't purposely looking. I mean, when I seen that, it all flashed before the mind. I mean, yeah, I never went out with the search parties or.
No, I understand that. I'm saying, did you go to that area because Zach Adams had told you we dumped Holly near Kelly's Ridge?
I rode through there, yeah,
Okay.
looking to see what I could see.
All right. And you said that you saw buzzards close to a lake.
There's 2 ponds there on the property at the entrance of Kelly Road, at Kelly Ridge. I seen buzzards sitting in an old dead tree in the backside of one of them ponds,
So what did that mean to you?
dead. Something dead.
You said you walked up to the house. So is there a house close to those?
There's a house at the entrance of Kelly Road. I got out and I knocked on the door and I asked the person living there if I could go fishing down there.
You said you asked the person, so somebody answered the door?
There was, yes.
And, what did they say?
They told me no, that there had been some river otters or creek otters come through there and wiped all the fish out. They didn't want nobody on the property. At that time, I got back in the vehicle and left.
And this person that you talked to, is it a male or a female?
I'm not sure. I think there was both people there.
But they wouldn't let you?
They would not let me up to the door. I mean, I was met from a distance. Just as soon as I pulled up, they come out to the screen door.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
So this is all the way in August of 2012. August of 2012. And he says he's not really looking, but that he's willing enough to look to at least attempt to ask someone that lives in an area if he can go search the yard. But doesn't actually end up doing. Well, he asks them, he phrases it to them as wanting to go fishing.
To the day when you were still in the trail cam and Zach was still in the
Deer stand.
deer stand. You said y'all sat down there after.
Let me stop to clarify something. What I told them earlier about hearsay, I thought it was a third party.
Were they trying to go set up a deer cam back in this area? Like, is that why he wanted access to the property for real? Instead of wanting to search there?
He said that was what Zach told him. Hearsay doesn't apply to a statement of a defendant. So you can disregard what I earlier said about it wasn't offered for the truth. You're not to take it for the truth, okay?
So I understand you're ruling.
I mean,
You can disregard what I earlier said about it wasn't offered for the truth. You're not to take it for the truth, okay?
that's kind of suggestive of the weight to be given to what he's about to say.
So if I understand your ruling correctly, they may take it for the truth.
They may, because I thought it was a third party at the time. I think he started off saying what the third party
And
said.
then you skip what
That's
Dylan
when
said.
we had our conference, and I decided to instruct him, but when he started back, he said that Zach had told him. So hearsay ruling would not apply to the statement of a defendant. They can consider that and give it any weight that they feel it deserves.
So I want to go back to that day, okay? The shell candidate. You, before our bench conference, you started to tell the jury what you said to Zach. You started the sentence, Dylan said, but then you didn't finish it when we came back.
That's correct.
So, and I don't know if you misunderstood the judge's ruling, but I want to go back to that. Tell the jury exactly what you told Zach.
I asked him,
You started it with Dylan said.
that's correct.
Okay. That's the part that I'm asking about.
Dylan said,
Now, I don't want what Dylan said, though.
So this is what he said to Zach. This is what the conference.
Oh.
yeah,
You said
I'm telling him,
Dylan said so-and-so.
Yes.
that's correct.
Yes.
And so we don't need to go into what Dylan said, but then you said Zach had said so-and-so.
It's two different things, Judge. And we haven't gone over the part that we had the conference about. It does need the curative instruction.
All right.
Man, approach the bench and hash this out.
If it's something that someone other than the defendant said, it's not offered for the truth of that statement. And you cannot consider it for the truth of that statement. It's to simply show what transpired thereafter.
We don't need to hear what Dylan said because Zach, he says what Zach said and he explained the statement. What Dylan said is irrelevant unless we're offering it for the truth.
I think they're offering it for what Zach said
But we know what
thereafter.
Zach said. We know what Zach said. Zach says, Clint.
I've made my ruling. Thank you.
I want you to go back to that conversation.
I mean, at this point, it's almost like they're using what Zach said to establish and let the jury draw inferences to what Dylan said, which is a total circumvention of the hearsay rule.
That you have with Zach.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah,
You started to tell the jury that, but you haven't finished.
that's correct.
You said, I looked at Zach and I said, Zach?
Yeah.
Dylan said.
And look at this leading. Look at that. Oh my God. What are we doing?
And then we had an objection.
That's
So I
right.
want you to finish that statement.
We also have Crawford issues, Your Honor. Confrontation. We cannot confront Dylan. He's not here today. I can't confront Dylan about what it is that he said.
Let's just go ahead and move on.
Oh, look
You
at
mean you don't want me to
Jennifer.
go?
If you're not looking at the screen, look at Jennifer's face when she walks around.
Let's just go ahead and move on.
You mean you don't want me to go back over that part?
I'd rather you didn't. We're more interested in Zach's statements.
During the course of that conversation, something that you said to Zach, something Zach said back to you, was Holly Bobo's rape discussed?
Yes,
Did Zach admit that he raped Holly Bobo?
yes.
What did he say? And again, you can't talk about what Shayne said. You can't talk about what Dylan said. What did Zach tell you about raping Holly?
He said that it was a brief encounter and that Brian Vitt was out mowing the yard. And I asked him at that time, I said, how does a man prepare himself to rape someone with two other men? And he said Dylan sucked him off, got him hard. And I told him, I said, that's sick, nasty, man.
Oh, that's sick. That's sick. Hearing that a dude and a relative, right? There's 2 layers there, sucked someone off is sick and nasty to you, but the rest of this wasn't nasty to you? Somebody asking you to kill somebody wasn't nasty? Like, maybe I'll think about it tomorrow. There's no, come on.
I object to the hearsay about what Dylan said.
He's saying what Zach said. Zach is saying that Dylan took certain actions.
That's
not
correct.
that he said something.
Did Zach say that all 3 of them raped her?
Yes.
Did he tell you how they raped her?
Not really. They didn't know no fine details. I let it be known that I don't stand for that shit.
Did he tell you anything else they did to maintain control over Holly?
So my theory here is there was somebody that said they were mowing a lawn nearby, and it was in the discovery packet that he was aware of, and he said, let's drop that detail in there.
Besides, or in order to allow them to rape her, or
Dylan was the one that provided that.
and you can't talk about what Dylan said.
Yeah.
We've crossed that road. This is a mess. This is a mess. There's been like 4 times now where we've established what Dylan was saying by finding some roundabout way to say what Dylan was saying.
That he was the one that provided the information on how the situation unfolded. He understood, Jack understood that I really wasn't down with it, and the conversation was very rough.
You've talked about today on the 13th seeing a gun holstered on your cousin Shayne's hip.
First, when I pulled in 30 Yellow Springs Drive.
Had you ever seen that particular gun before that day?
Yes.
Were you present when that gun was first bought, traded, obtained?
Yes.
Okay. And whose gun was it?
Before it was bought or after it was bought?
Both.
Before it was bought, it was
You don't remember? You don't remember?
I don't remember his name.
Okay. Were you present when it was purchased?
I was.
And who purchased it?
Shayne.
All right. And between the time he purchased it and the next time you saw it, or excuse me, between the time he purchased it and the 13th, had you seen it any other times?
I had not. I only seen it the day it was purchased. I had no actions of the gun other than just watching the transaction, just a brief transaction.
Shayne had a lot of guns, didn't he?
That's correct.
I want to show you a gun. Put on your glasses.
That's the gun. Yeah, minus the
The revolver.
aging.
Minus the what?
The aging.
The aging.
Okay.
So what do you mean by that? Minus the aging?
Meaning, when I seen the gun, it was in good working order. Shining.
So he knows right now that it's not operable. And maybe you could infer that. But you could say something like, well, it didn't look rusty. That's very different than saying it was in working order. You can't really tell working order just by looking. So it seems like he already knows.
Black.
Black. Was the whole gun black?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that appear to be the gun that
It does.
you saw holstered on Shayne?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated that when you left Shayne's trailer, when you left, you pulled out, Shayne had the gun on his hip.
That's correct.
When's the next time that you saw this gun?
When I got in the Nissan Frontier 4x4 laying in the driver's side floorboard,
Car driven by whom?
Mr. Adams.
And after seeing it at the floorboard, when's the next time that you saw that gun?
In his hand right before he shot her.
And after the 13th, did you ever see this gun again?
I did.
When's the next time that you saw that gun?
When me and Austin sold it to Densmore.
And when you say me and Austin, you mean Shayne Austin?
I was with Shayne when he traded Densmore the gun for morphine.
And that was later on that same summer.
It was approximately 4 to 5 months after the incident.
Your Honor, this time I'm going to ask that the gun be marked as the next numbered exhibit. And
The 180, where we are.
And there are some live rounds that are separate in the baggie. I'd like those to be marked for ID only.
All right, that'll be 181.
In the weeks and months that followed Holly's disappearance, but for that time nobody knew where she was, were you questioned by law enforcement? Like actually beginning in July of the same year?
All right, so hold on. I just noticed, and I don't know how significant it is, but this video, this is part 1 of day 4, and we only have 13 minutes left. It's 2 hours and 16 minutes total, but the law and crime, the timestamp local time is saying 2:45. So when we finish it, I'm going to check what their timestamp says. It looks like they started court kind of late. So I don't know if this was a late start day or if they did some type of housekeeping in the morning or what.
Yeah.
I was.
And were you questioned on more
Or maybe they were waiting for transport.
than one occasion?
I was.
2 times,
Yes, ma'am.
at least?
At least.
In addition to being questioned by law enforcement, were you questioned by Karen Bobo? Any of those interviews, either the one by the Bobos or the 2 by the Bobos or law enforcement, did you ever tell the truth about what you knew?
I did not.
Why? That's probably pretty obvious, but why?
1 was self-preservation. 2, I had family in it. 3, I had a relationship I was trying to save that I didn't want to get destroyed.
You lied.
Plain and simple.
And after you were actually arrested for this crime, did you continue to lie?
I did.
Did you grant interviews? Did you grant interviews to the media? And let me say, before you were represented by Mike Scholl and Robert Harris.
That's
Did
correct.
Who were your lawyers then?
Mr. Fletcher Long and John Herbison.
Were they aware that you were going to grant interviews to the media?
They set it up, yeah,
And you did that from the jail?
from state prison through Channel 5.
State prison, that's just where you're being held on this case, correct?
That's correct.
And you're actually doing some time right now, aren't you, on something else?
That's correct. I believe it's 922G.
Did you, in addition to granting interviews, and let me just ask you, did you proclaim your innocence of all knowledge to whoever happened to watch Channel 5?
I did. I was told by Fletcher Long sent word.
Objection, Your Honor.
You can't say what Fletcher said.
Let me ask you this. Was it your goal to proclaim your innocence?
That's correct.
And did you do that constantly?
I did.
Did you write letters to various people?
I did.
What did you say in your letters?
That I did not kidnap, I did not rape, and I did not kill Miss Bobo. And I did not. But I lied and said that I didn't have no details to it.
That was my next question. Did you kidnap her?
I did not.
Did you rape her?
I did not.
Did you kill her?
I did not.
You were involved in it though, weren't you?
I was.
And that's the part you lied about.
That's correct.
Did you write letters to all sorts of people with the knowledge or not that somebody was reading your mail?
In the beginning, no, but it was determined shortly after. Meaning, after being there a month or so with correspondence with other people saying the letters had been opened, I figured it out.
And that law enforcement or jail personnel
Were scanning
had a mail cover. They were reading everything you wrote, right?
Had a subpoena on the mail scanning it.
And so, did you, with that knowledge, continue to proclaim your absolute?
This is so wild. This is wild. She is doing what they did with Rebecca Earp. You didn't have these details. You changed your story. For Rebecca Earp's reason was that she was in an abusive relationship and she was scared to say things until years later, even though there'd been like a year and change that they'd already been separated and she'd moved on with another partner. For Jason Autry, you send all this correspondence that's being monitored and you know it's being monitored, which is why you don't say any details that would incriminate or show your firsthand knowledge of anything in any of these letters because you know they're being monitored. But when it comes to Terry Britt and this wiretap, oh, well, Terry Britt didn't say anything incriminating. Even though we can't hear most of the audios, he's always playing loud music. He actually did say some stuff that was incriminating. It's just a flip and reversal of logic applied to the direction they wanted it to apply to. You maintained your innocence only because you knew you were being monitored. Or maintain that you knew nothing, right? He's still maintaining his innocence, but he's saying, well, I was innocent, but I knew details and I wasn't sharing them.
Lack of knowledge about anything.
I absolutely did.
When you got, let me just ask, you have given this jury a lot of information today. What made you go from telling the world, I didn't have anything to do with it and don't know anything about it, to the things that you have admitted today?
The real honest answer would be, I got a discovery packet and a life sentence / death penalty was hanging over my head. And I'm also at risk of people wanting to beat me up in prison because they think I committed heinous acts, and that's not acceptable among my current peers.
I told the previous attorneys The very first court date, when I asked the judge for a session after court, and he allowed us to go back there, I told him that I had information on the case.
You can't say
Did you what?
That I had information.
Okay.
You
on the
can't
case.
say, you can't say what your lawyer said, but you told them then.
That's correct.
Look at his face.
And
Look at that face again. It's back. That facial expression is back.
told them then.
That's correct.
And I don't want to go too deep into what they said. But after giving those first lawyers the information, was anything set up between yourself or any requests made between yourself and the DAs that were assigned to the case at that time?
There was not.
When you got new lawyers, again, did the situation change?
It did.
Approximately sometime last fall, did the situation change for you?
There did. There was.
And since that time, were you driven from state prison in Nashville to a location under the bridge with your lawyers, both present,
Yes, ma'am.
with Mr. Hagerman,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ragland, Mr. Christensen, me?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you show all of us in the presence of law enforcement and TBI agents exactly what happened to Holly under the bridge on the 13th?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to put something up. First of all, did I show you this map and this poster this morning?
You did.
And do you recognize the areas depicted on it?
I do.
What area is depicted on it?
Interstate 40 at the Tennessee River Bridge, the crime scene, the route there, the route out, the road in.
Your Honor, ask this to be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
The 182.
And with the court's permission,
And I also told the parties that post-trial, I want your big sketches. I want to substitute maybe an 8x10 of them. In other words, I don't want the court to have to.
oh, after deliberation?
Yes, yes. After the case is finally concluded, okay?
Yes, sir. May Mr. Autry step down again? Sort of a tight squeeze, but we'll. Oh, I'm gonna get the. Mr. Autry, are you?
So Aaron say, is there a reason that he has different attorneys? So his previous attorneys did lose their license, but I don't know the exact storyline, if it was like immediately, coincidentally at the same point in time. But there were questions. It's in day 3 of our deep dive on the post-conviction relief hearings, where we have some questions that somebody in TBI told, I think this is when Nichols was on the stand, somebody in TBI told Nichols that Jason Autry's proffer was not true and that he also raped Holly. And the response was, I cannot tell you that. And then they go on to different questions about like, well, why are some motions being served to Mr. Ferguson, Autry's attorney, but not being served to Adams, to Zach Adams in 2015? Like, even though they're all co-defendants on the same case. Yeah, there were a few points of discussion about this counsel and this change, both with Jerry Gonzalez and Jennifer Thompson, and then also with Jennifer Nichols. So, yeah, and okay, and K. Riggs with the additional context that Nichols is pals with the new attorney. So, and he's a frequent plea deal achiever.
You see this map?
And my question on time is, did it also line up nicely with them having realized that Dylan probably wouldn't be a good witness to call in, and now they need to look to somebody else to use at trial? Is where I'm wondering if the stars align perfectly for when Jason gets new counsel and they go, hey, maybe we can walk him away from him maintaining his innocence by offering him a sweetheart deal with somebody who's going to be willing to give the advice that, hey, this deal's really good, you should probably take it.
With the blue route sort of mapped out here.
I do.
Sorry, I can't. You might need to come up there.
That's the route we took.
When you say this is a route we took.
I'm sorry to keep pause, but GV, that's the critical detail that I forgot. They discussed that the judge came back from Chambers about to make his decision on the new appointment and said in his phrase, after discussing with Miss Nichols. Yeah, I forgot about that, GV. Thank you for pulling that one back out. This is the proverbial grocery shelf. My brain, especially, I got into this trial the day of the Wednesday hearings because I saw Kathy Roussan post that somebody was given a deal in a federal case and a term of their probation was to go live with a police officer, a retired police officer, Dennis Benjamin. And there you go. There was the rabbit hole opened for me. So I've been drinking from the fire hose and my brain feels like a grocery shelf that's fully stocked. And every time there's a new detail I try to stock onto the shelf, it's pushing another can off the shelf somewhere else. So thank you for picking that up, GV. Super clutch.
This is a route who took.
Me and Zach,
On what day?
the 13th of April.
Okay, where did you start?
30 Yellow Springs Road.
Okay, and this doesn't appear to be exactly 30 Yellow Springs, but it's in this area, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and show them the route that you all took. Use that so you're not blocking it.
We traveled Hugh Road, Duck Farm Road.
Can you step back a little further and still show it?
I can, sir.
Thank you.
We traveled Hugh Road, Duck Farm Road, Dry Branch Road, Morgan Creek Road, Warren Hill Road, to the location right here.
All right, now you are using keep your pointer there. You're using your pointer from where these red lines meet to the furthest right picture on the right
This
side.
right here is this location right here.
And the line goes to what?
Call it Rip Rap.
Oh, hold on, GV. I think we have extra context. I think that context was actually about Luke Evans. So I found my notes, and it was the defense wanting to bring on Luke Evans as co-counsel. And the judge comes back and says, well, after speaking with Nichols, Nichols said there was a conflict with Luke Evans coming on. Thompson and Luke Evans take it to the board of professional conduct. And the board says there was no conflict. They go back to the judge and say, well, the board doesn't think there's a conflict. And the judge still says no. So the judge conferring with Nichols context, seemingly ex parte, and advising like, no, don't let them bring Luke Evans on, was in relation to the defense wanting to add Luke Evans to the team and not about the appointment of counsel. That being said, just because we don't have testimony about what happened with the appointment of Autry's new counsel, I wouldn't be surprised if you do something once, could have happened again. Just like in YSL, we found out there was not just this one ex parte meeting about Kenneth Copeland. We end up finding out there was another one, the 7th and the 10th of June, 2 ex partes. So could have been the same case for both issues.
Show them where you backed the truck in, or where Zach Adams backed the truck in.
Right here.
All right, lean back this door. All right, show again if you can.
Right here.
Is that where he shot her?
That's correct. On that pile of rip right there.
And these other pictures
This is the route in that we take that I showed y'all earlier.
on the little one?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's the bridge. This is where we looked down at the Sandy Bar in the Tennessee River. In fact, let's see. Right here is the actual. Right here is the actual river. Right here. Right there is the location where she was killed. Right there is the actual Tennessee River. This looks like the river right here, but that's not. That's a slough. It's on both sides. That's backwater. The actual river is right here.
Is there a place or a picture on here that you can show the jury where your intention was to gut her and put her in the water?
This location right here is the channel in this slough. Meaning the channel, meaning the deepest point.
And that's where you were going to put her.
That's where he was going to put her. But we, however you want to say it, that determining who was going to do what was never made at that point.
I understand. But that's where you guys were headed.
That's correct.
You can be seated. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions at this time. Pass for false.
And
I'm assuming that you'll require some time for cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and take a break. Take 15, follow the rules they gave you at the outset, okay? Just right there for right now.
all right, so this is local time. They're ending this day 4, part 1, 2:58, 15-minute break.
Shirley King.
Okay.
Oh, and it starts in the middle, so that kind of sucks. Well.
Shirley King.
Okay. And she has some.
And then this is 3:22. So if they did take an approximate 15-minute break, we're missing a chunk, a decent chunk, but maybe it was bad questioning anyway. Who knows?
Sisters that live in the area.
That's correct.
And does she have a brother also?
She does not.
Okay. And you said your maternal grandmother lived in the area.
That's correct.
Okay. So you have an Aunt Rita who lives actually on Pew Road.
790 P Road.
Okay. You have an Aunt Judy that lives there.
900 Yellow Springs Road, I believe is the exact.
She's
location.
actually moved into your grandmother's house.
That's correct.
And then you have another aunt that lives there. Can you tell the jury?
Carrie Hickerson that lives in Holiday.
Okay. Holiday, which is very close to the area, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Holiday being just north of Interstate 40.
That's
Is
correct.
that right? And actually,
Do you think the judge is watching football right now?
That lives in Holiday.
okay, Holiday, which is very close to the area, right?
That's correct.
Okay, Holiday being just north of Interstate 40.
That's
Is
correct.
that right? And actually, is Rita and Jimmy Austin, is their mailing address Holiday?
That's correct.
And your Aunt Judy, her mailing address would be Holiday?
That's correct.
So your other aunt, Miss Hickerson, she's in Holiday.
I believe her actual last name is Christian.
Christian. Okay.
Yeah,
And your grandmother, what was her name?
Juanita Hickerson.
Juanita Hickerson. And so do you remember exactly when she died?
The date, I don't.
Okay. Did she die around the 1st of March?
I don't recall the date.
Okay. She died that spring of 2011, isn't that correct?
If you say so.
Well, I thought you testified on direct that she had died
She had died before. She had died before April the 13th.
Okay.
I don't know the date or the month. I didn't visit them probably like a grandson or two.
Okay, so it's just a fact you don't quite remember now, is that right?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay, and you said you don't recall the exact month your grandmother died either, is
That's
that right?
correct.
Okay. And your father, he's from the area too, isn't he?
1333 Bear Creek Road.
And his name is Gary Autry?
That's correct.
Okay. Matter of fact, his mother was from the area, wasn't she?
She lived in the same house he does now.
Okay, a little white house on Bear Creek Road.
Brick house on
Okay,
Bear
brick
Creek
house.
Road.
At one time, your grandmother had lived in a white house on Bear Creek Road, hadn't she?
That's correct.
And Bear Creek Road actually runs into Five Forks Road, doesn't it?
That's correct.
So it's over there close to the Bobo home.
That's correct.
Okay. Because the Swan Johnson Road runs into Five Forks Road, doesn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And your father's mother, her name is Sudie Autry.
That's correct.
Okay. And Sudie Autry's sister happens to be Ruby Bobo, doesn't she?
That's half sister.
Half sister is Ruby Bobo.
That's correct.
Okay. And Ruby Bobo happens to be Dana Bobo's mother.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you were a kid, you spent a lot of time with your grandmother, Sudie Autry, didn't you?
That's correct.
And at one point, your mom and dad lived in that little white house that she had moved out of on Bear Creek Road.
No. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They lived there and in a trailer there on the place.
Okay, because they had split up when you were still pretty young, right?
Real young.
Okay. So I'd like to go back through your version of events that day. You say the night before, you spent the night at Angela Smith Scott's house.
I believe I testified to that, yes.
Okay. And you started driving down that morning. You said, what time did you begin to, do you remember what time you made your first phone call that day?
To Mr. Adams.
No, just the first phone call. You were so clear about your times that you were making phone calls. Do you remember what time you made your first phone call that morning?
I believe I made my first phone call to Mr. Adams. I believe.
Okay. And so your first phone, now, would you agree with me there's a little difference between text and telephone calls, right?
Yes.
And I mean, when you testified on direct, you were pretty clear about the phone calls that you had made to Mr. Adams. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I mean, you testified like that was a clear memory you had and not anything that you were confused or fuzzy in your mind, didn't you?
The two conversations was clear.
Clear. Okay. So that morning, you actually spoke to Angela Scott before you spoke to Mr. Adams. Doesn't that sound about right?
It's possible I sent a text.
No, I'm talking about a telephone conversation. You had a 2-minute, 32-second telephone conversation with Angela Scott that morning?
If your records reflect that, that'd be true.
Okay, so it's something you don't quite remember, the phone call that you had with Angela Scott?
No, you're right.
Okay. And then you called Jay Taylor that morning.
I did.
You called Jay Taylor before you called Zach Adams, didn't you?
If your records show that, that's true.
And Jay Taylor's one of the guys you said you did cattle work for, isn't that right?
Construction.
I'm sorry, construction work for. Jay Taylor.
That's correct.
And when you said that you had jobs that weren't government jobs, does that mean they were jobs that you weren't paying taxes on?
That's correct.
Okay. You didn't mean that you were actually working for the government.
That's correct.
You just kind of got paid here and there. Was it usually cash or checks?
Contract labor.
Okay. And you didn't get any kind of 1099 on that contract labor, did you?
I paid no taxes.
Okay. Of course, you're aware you're supposed to be paying taxes, aren't you?
I suspect so.
And so that morning, you also you had some text messages going on. The first time you texted Angela Scott, it was at 6:50 in the morning. Does that sound about right?
If your records show that.
Okay. And then you texted her a second time at 6:51 in the morning?
If your records show that.
Okay. And then she texted you back at scratch that. And then you are the one that first texted Zach at 8:19 in the morning. So you made the first contact with him, is that right?
I believe that's what I testified to.
Okay. But the first contact you had with him was not a telephone call, it was a text message, wasn't it?
If your records reflect that, that's
Okay.
true.
So that's a fact that you don't remember quite so clearly.
I was reaching to establish contact.
Okay.
I don't think the state asked every call that I made that day. She was precise
Okay.
in what she asked.
And explain to me again why you were going to make contact with Zach Adams.
I was looking to purchase a morphine pill.
Okay. So why didn't you then just contact him at 6:50 in the morning?
As I testified, I went down in the river bottom to give everybody time to wake up and get to moving.
But if you really wanted some morphine that morning, why didn't you just go ahead and call him? He might have been awake, right?
I guess it's possible, but that's how it played out.
You would agree with me that a lot of times people that are on methamphetamines are awake at all times of the day and night.
That's true.
Okay. And so your idea was to get a morphine pill. How much did you usually pay for morphine pills?
$50 for 100 milligram.
Okay. And how long would a 100 milligram pill last you?
I got 2 shots out of it. 2 shots.
So what does 2 shots mean? You had 2 servings? Cocktails of methamphetamine?
That's correct.
And so if you took 1 cocktail of methamphetamine, how long would that last? Not methamphetamine, morphine.
It depends on your tolerance. If you're a beginner, it lasts longer. If you're a heavy user, it lasts less.
Okay, well, I'm talking about you.
I was a heavy user.
So how long would it last?
The intensity, probably an hour,
Okay, and then
maybe less. The effects would carry on, but the intensity of it was probably 45 minutes to an hour.
okay, and you shot these up? You shot up your
That's
morphine?
correct.
Okay, and did you have your own needle that you used? Syringe?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you reuse the same syringe each time, or did you get a fresh one?
I did it as if I had access to a new one, I used it. If I had a used one, I used it.
Okay. And so goal was to shoot up, you said you had some methamphetamine already?
That's correct.
Where had you gotten your methamphetamine from?
Richie Pinkley.
Okay, and when had you gotten your methamphetamine?
Maybe a day or so before that.
So when you would buy methamphetamine, how much would you usually buy?
Depend on the amount I had in my pocket.
So at that time when you bought methamphetamine, how much did you have to buy?
Maybe a 16th,
A 16th?
meaning half an 8 ball,
Okay, half an 8 ball. How much did that cost you?
$150.
$150?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and how long would that last you? A quarter of an 8 ball? Half an 8 ball?
It depends on how much you give away and how much you done in one day, but generally speaking, 2 or 3, 4 days. If I was greedy with it, sometimes a week.
Okay. And your methamphetamine, you shot that up also?
Mixed with the morphine.
Okay. So would you do it in the same shot? You'd mix them together and do it in the same
That's
shot?
correct.
Yes?
That's correct.
Okay. So where was it that you had your methamphetamine with you that day? Where did you keep it?
I mean, in my pocket.
Wrapped up in plastic or?
I mean, in a sack in my pocket. You know,
Okay.
either shirt pocket, pants pocket. Or,
So what were you wearing that day?
well, wearing a pair of Levi's, a pair of Red Wing boots, and a Levi's shirt.
Now, did you say probably or you know for sure?
I pretty much.
I think I'm interjecting mid-conversation here because I saw this being discussed a little bit earlier. So I'm just going to read off the cuff here what adventure Aaron is sharing with True Crime Fraud in the chat. That on August 7th, 2025, so this year, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed Autry's 228-month sentence for 2 counts of 922G1 incidents that occurred December 2nd and December 3rd of 2020. And he pled on November 22nd, 2022. So very interesting he's fighting, or I think he's still taking it to the Supreme Court, I think Troutt said earlier. So however long it took this appeal to be decided by the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, that means Jason Autry has had intent and has been making the effort to get this sentence appealed. All while these post-conviction hearings, this petition for a new trial, are underway. Don't forget, we also know that at least in April of this year, he was in solitary and under sequestration where he couldn't speak to anyone outside. And I think True Crime Audit earlier had said he's appealing this Sixth Circuit Court decision to the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court. So he's still fighting a fight, which could give us some context as to why, even though he did an interview with Dr. Katie Spirko, didn't want to come testify at these hearings. So.
Much dressed the same. I knew what I wore.
So you have a good memory of what you were wearing that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying you dressed the same, that means you wore the same shirt and pants every day?
I dressed the same, not with the same clothes, but in the same fashion. I wore Levi shirts, whether they'd be cut off or long sleeve from the winter, Levi pants and Red Wing boots all the time working.
Okay.
So it just become a custom that's what I wore throughout the day.
Okay, so if you called Jay Taylor that day, that's because you were looking for work with him, isn't that right?
If he testified to that, yeah. I mean,
But I'm asking you, why would you call Jay Taylor?
maybe just to have a conversation with him, to see when the next job, see when we're going to work, maybe.
Okay. Would you agree with me that your meth habit and your morphine habit were fairly expensive habits?
I would.
If you have a morphine habit and one pill costs $100 and you get 2 sessions out of it, it wears off after 1 hour, then basically each $100 pill only lasts you a couple, 3-4 hours.
I testified that the pill cost $50.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
It was a 100 milligram pill.
Okay. So a $50 pill is going to last you just half a day. Is that fair to say?
A day.
1 day.
That's correct.
Okay. So, so it was important for you to work so that you could keep the money coming in to support your drug habit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, that morning you sent a text to Zach Adams. Let me find it.
God.
So you texted Angela Scott at 8:30. And right after that, you got a text back from Zach
I'm gonna
Adams.
object. If she's
That right?
asking a question, allow him to answer.
Is that right? Does that sound right to you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
Okay.
Oh,
And so at 8:37, Zach Adams texted you back. Does that sound right to you?
If your records reflect that.
oh,
And then you texted Zach Adams at 8:38. Does that sound right?
If your records reflect that.
So what was the contents of those text messages that you had when you first texted him? What would have been the content of your text message to him?
I was trying to get a location to meet him where I could get appeal.
Okay.
Trying to get a fixed location, as I testified.
Okay. And you said that then when he texted back to you at 8:30, 8:37, do you have any memory at all of what it is he said to you?
I don't know if I read the text or not.
Okay. So then the next thing you do is you call him at 8:50.
That's correct.
Okay. And
If your records reflect that, yeah.
he added it in as an afterthought this time. He says, if that's correct, or that's correct, if your records reflect that. And look at the facial expression. Come on.
I don't know if I read the text or not.
okay. So then the next thing you do is you call him at 8:50.
That's correct.
Okay. And
If your records reflect that, yeah.
okay. 8:52 you call him, and at this point you're already in the Cox 2 area.
The where?
I'm sorry. You're already south of Interstate 40 at that point, aren't you?
If your records say so.
Okay. I mean, you recognize that with the cell phone records in this case can show the cell tower that your particular phone was using on that day and time. You know that, right?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. My objection is unless you can establish that Jason Autry understands cell phone and that he has some knowledge of how phones bounce off of towers.
She can ask.
So you're aware that the records in this case can give some information about which cell phone towers the phone was using that day.
I don't understand the workings of towers.
Okay.
I mean, if you say so, I'm not one to argue it. I mean,
The next question should be, well, you were able to look at these records in discovery, right? Your attorneys brought you your discovery packet, right? You were able to review files in your discovery folder.
Okay.
maybe you're more knowledgeable of it than I, but I'm not knowledgeable of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Katie.
so that morning you were also communicating a lot with your girlfriend, Angela Scott. That's correct, isn't it?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
Okay. And then, so tell us, you speak with Zach Adams on the telephone, and I think you said on direct that he said he would call you back when he got to a location?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you remember his exact words that he said?
He said that he needed to see me.
So you called him, and what did you tell him when you called him?
I called him trying to establish a buy on morphine and figure out where they was.
Okay, so tell me.
And he told me that they were busy at the moment, that he would call me back, I believe is what I testified.
He said he would call you back.
Text back, I mean, you know,
Okay.
you said that there was a volley of texts.
But it's clear in your mind that there was a telephone conversation between the two of you.
That's
And
correct.
You said, I need to see you.
That's correct.
And he said he would telephone you back.
That's correct. That
just-
they were busy.
Okay, he was busy. He
That
telephoned you
he
back.
needed to see me.
He needed to see you.
That's correct.
Okay. And then
You called him back again. If that was at 8:40, you called him. That was at 8:52. You called him.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. If that's the question, then ask the question instead of just making a statement that was at 8:42. He hasn't answered whether he knows the time. She's reading records.
Reframe your question. Rephrase, I'm sorry.
So the next phone record shows that Mr. Adams called you at 8:53 that morning, but reached voicemail. Does that sound right to you?
If your records reflect that.
Okay. Then the records reflect, would you agree with me that the next phone call is you to Mr. Adams at 8:55 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that the phone call that you're saying he called you? Okay, what happened in the second phone call then that when you
Maybe
called
the
him?
voicemail picked up and I dialed right back.
Okay.
Possibly that.
Okay, and so what happened in this second phone call that you had that morning at 8:55?
That's when they told me they were at Cuzzy's, meaning 30 Yellow Springs Road.
Okay. Did he say anything else besides he was at Cousins?
Said he needed to see me.
Again, he said he needed to see you.
That's correct.
Okay. And,
I headed that direction.
okay. So it's your testimony then that after 8:55 you headed that direction. Do you remember where you were when you had that conversation with Mr. Adams?
Probably in the general location of the interstate, somewhere in that. Maybe not directly sitting at the interstate, but in that general location.
Okay, so how long would it have taken you to get to Shayne Austin's trailer?
I'm not directly sure. I mean, precisely the minute,
Well,
you know,
can
10, 15 minutes maybe.
Okay, 10 to 15 minutes.
Maybe.
You've driven it before.
That's correct, but this.
Hey, some guy with cancer. I feel sad reading that name. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super. You say this case scares me after seeing the former prosecutor / now judge, Jennifer Nichols, testify. God help all of us. Yeah, this is a scary look. And I heard this phrase from Potentially Criminal, like this is a look at how the sausage is made. I don't know how I would feel watching this case with fresh eyes contemporaneously as it was happening in 2017. There's certain things that I think I would have felt like, hey, that's inconsistent. But a lot of it, I'd be thinking, why would they know these details if it wasn't the truth? It wouldn't be on my radar that this guy had his whole discovery folder in front of him and was trying to put on the performance of his life to maintain and obtain and maintain an 8-year sweetheart plea deal instead of facing the death penalty himself. Then seeing in 2025, Jennifer Nichols, who's now a judge, afraid to say she doesn't condone interrogations where investigators feed details that someone otherwise shouldn't know. Not just to any witness, but in particular to a witness that has cognitive disabilities. That they're planning on making a co-defendant to charge them and 3 others with something that could lead them all to facing the death penalty. It's really, really tough. Really, really, really tough to stomach. And I don't know what the outcome of this petition for a new trial is going to be. I hope a new trial is granted. I would love to see Doug Bates, the attorney doing these proceedings, and Claire, I think is his co-counsel's name, try this case, like do a redo and try it with different defense counsel. I hope there's a different outcome. But in the future, I'm already thinking, next time in another case where I see somebody saying, why would so many people lie? Why would 3 witnesses, 4 witnesses, 5 witnesses, 10 witnesses all say the same thing? I think this is going to be the textbook trial example to look back to. And it's scary because the only reason we have this is because he has counsel fighting for him. we have this new alibi evidence, this ATM surveillance footage video, and we have this 2017 footage to be able to go and look back at. We wouldn't be able to go in retrospect and see how questionable this looks with what we know now if we didn't have all those pieces aligned. So a lot of the time there's no way to audit it. So, but I'm glad there's attention on it. I'm glad I'm seeing a lot of new names in here. So it's good to see everybody that's like, hey, I'm interested in this. Like, this is wild. And thank you so much for the super here. And also, I see you're saying you're doing well. Heck yeah, getting ready for tomorrow. Let's eat and be grateful for what we've got going.
This is 6 years ago.
Right, but you have a good memory of a lot of things that happened in this case.
That's correct.
And there were many times that you went to Shayne Austin's trailer.
That's correct.
And many times you went there from your mother's house.
That's correct.
And from Angela Scott's house.
That's correct.
So once you get to the interstate, you can guesstimate how long it would take you to get from, and when you say the interstate, you're talking about 641 and I-40.
Well,
isn't that right?
I was coming from Birdsong.
So you
I
had,
come down Birdsong Road,
okay.
coming that direction.
Explain that to me then. Where would you have been in Birdsong Road?
As I testified around 8 o'clock of making a call at Palmer Tool and Die, I got on Birdsong Road and proceeded south over to what you said was Coxburg Road.
Okay, so where would you have been at this wildlife refuge? Where is it?
That's in Camden.
Okay. Is it on the river?
It is.
Okay. And so it's north of Interstate 40.
It is.
Is it directly up 641?
It's off Highway 70. I believe it's west going into New Johnsonville.
Okay. And if I were to provide you with a map a little bit later, you'd be able to point out on the map where this area is that you were that morning?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you said you traveled down Birdsong. So tell me, how is it that then you went over? What direction would you have, what route would you have taken to get from the wildlife refuge to Shayne Austin's trailer?
If you leave the refuge, you'd have to get on 70 East to turn by Palmer Tool and Die, that's not Birdsong Road right there. That's a cut through over to Birdsong Road. Birdsong Road runs south from Benton County to Decatur County.
Okay. So where's Palmer Tool and Die?
It's on 70.
Okay. And is it at the intersection of another highway?
It's not.
Okay.
It's at the intersection of, there's a road beside of it
Okay.
that cuts through to Birdsong Road.
Okay. So you would have cut through there, and then where would you have gone next?
South on Birdsong Road
Okay.
toward Decatur County.
Okay. And then where would you have gone after that?
At some point in there, it was determined to where they was, and I proceeded to make my way to 30 Yellow Springs Road.
Okay. How did you make your way over there?
Maybe through Coxburg West, comes through at Eagle Creek.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm gonna object to when the witness says probably. If he doesn't know, I'm gonna object to him just guessing and speculating about which way he went. And he said that several times about.
If you don't recall, you can say I don't recall. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you recall that bit of information that morning about how you got to 30 Yellow Springs Road?
At Eagle Creek on Birdsong Road, I cut through and headed toward the interstate at 641.
Okay.
At Eagle Creek, that's Coxburg Road.
Okay.
There's a Coxburg Road North, there's a Coxburg Road West. There's several Coxburg roads.
Okay. So you cut through and you got on 641. Then from 641, how did you go?
Coxburg Road comes over to, is it McElwain Road, I believe? McElwain Road runs into 641. 641 crosses the interstate bridge to where I can't think of the name of the road. It comes out beside my grandmother's. Hohammer Road, it may be. Hohammer Road comes out. Yellow Springs Road, take a right. 30 Yellow Springs is 1 mile away.
Okay.
That's the route.
Okay, very good. And so do you have an estimate of what time you reached Shayne Austin's trailer?
After 9.
After 9 o'clock. Okay. So when you got there, you said you see the white Nissan pickup truck parked down by the trailer.
That's correct.
And you said there's a gate there. I'm assuming the gate is closed because they have a dead body on the other side?
The gate was open.
The gate was open, okay. You have a specific memory of that?
I mean, the gate was open.
Okay.
I mean,
And so you go in, what do you do next?
I pull up behind the white Nissan 4x4, step out. I view a fire burning, large fire. Dylan Adams standing at the door without a shirt on. Shayne Austin running around hollering, y'all need to hurry up and get the goddamn hell out of here. We got to.
I don't want you to say any hearsay.
She asked a question.
No, I didn't. I didn't say ask what people said. I said, what did you do next?
Describing the scene, he can't go into hearsay.
Okay, so, and you said, describe this burn barrel to me.
Describe the burn barrel?
Yes.
55-gallon barrel with all the paint off of it, with flames shooting at the top of it, 3 to 4 foot high.
Flames are 3 to 4 feet high?
With a strong smell of fuel and the components of meth burning in the air.
Okay, is this the same thing as the air being thick with animosity? He sees the burn barrel. He sees the flames in the burn barrel. And just in case we don't think it's credible that he sees this burn barrel going on, he's also got to tell us that he smells the fuel, not smoke. He smells the fuel and he smells the meth components in the air.
Okay.
All after he pulls up through the gate at Shayne Austin's house that we know now from outside of court that has not yet been told to the jury, but maybe that'll come up in the next trial if we get there. There wasn't a gate yet.
So what do you do next?
I purchased the pill.
And who did you purchase the pill from?
Shayne Austin,
And how much did Shayne Austin charge you for the pill?
$50.
$50. So what did you do what did you say to Shayne Austin to purchase the pill?
I'm here. Can I buy a pill? Can I get the pill? I'm ready to get high.
And did you know for sure he would have one?
I did.
How did you know he would have one?
In the conversations that we had
With Zach?
with Zach, and I may have even had some conversations through texting back and forth with him.
So you think that maybe...
I knew they were together,
Right.
is what I'm getting at.
So you have a memory of texting Shayne Austin that morning about pills?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you knew one would be available
Once I was told that they were at Cuz's house, I mean,
Now you notice,
this is self-explanatory.
okay, you noticed the body in the back of the truck right when you pulled up, isn't that right?
That's incorrect.
Okay, so you didn't notice that there was a body in the back of the truck?
I purchased the pill and went and got high
Okay,
and then come back and asked Mr. Adams what he needed assistance with. At that time, he said, burying this body. And I told him that I said, God damn, I ain't know about little Joe. And he said, Jason, it's not JoJo, it's Holly Bobo.
okay, I'd like to pass up a piece of blank paper to you. Can you please sketch for me what it would have looked like that day? I can get you a pen. What the scene looked like that day, where the trailer was, where the car, let me get you a smaller pen. Where the Nissan truck was, where the burn barrel was.
You want my view from the road.
Yes, what you see when you pull up from the driveway.
Do you want this in great detail?
What? Why wouldn't they have just burned the body then? This doesn't make sense. Why are you so like intent on seeing? Why would it go down this way?
Or just
Well,
a sketch?
Yes, I'd like it in enough detail that it includes where the burn barrel is, where the gate is, where the cars are.
Wait a minute, the trailer, burn barrel. Truck, what else?
Where's
Gate.
your car?
Gate,
Gate, yes.
PT,
Yes, your PT Cruiser. Where's your PT Cruiser?
what else do you want on there?
Well, where's the front door to the trailer?
All right, let me get caught up right here.
Let me think about it. I need more time to calculate how to finesse this. I wish we had like a top-down view of like what he was drawing.
Yes, the front door to the trailer.
Trailer, burn barrel, gate, PT, 30 Yellow Springs Road, burn barrel.
Did you label these things?
I did.
Very good, okay.
It's in the rough. It's in the rough. I done it as fast as I could.
Now, Mr. Autry, you're aware that I had wanted to meet with you before trial, aren't you?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
You weren't aware that I had requested through your attorneys to meet with you?
I was not. If they brought it up, I don't
We're not
recall
going to
it.
object to any conversations.
He said he wasn't aware, and then he.
Which attorneys did you make an attempt through?
Mr. Scholl and Mr. Paris.
All right.
He said he wasn't aware, okay?
I mean, forgive my old worker.
Okay, so here's the road, Yellow Springs Road right here.
That's correct.
And then here's the gate, it blocks the driveway.
Is this the drawing?
That was open.
Okay.
The gate.
Here. He
He drew the gate that doesn't exist. Oh, what a time this trial is.
Here's where you've parked your PT Cruiser is the last
That's
part
correct.
in. And then here's where the pickup truck is.
Generally, yeah, that's correct.
So the pickup truck would have been somewhat sideways to you, is that right? If
I
you're
guess.
parked behind it and if the road's turning, you're almost looking at the pickup truck from an angle, not from straight behind it.
Yeah,
Okay, is this little round circle right here is the burn barrel,
that's correct.
and then this is the trailer and the front door?
That's correct.
Okay, so when you go to shoot up, you're gonna mix up the morphine. How do you mix up the morphine in order to shoot it up?
You crush it, squirt water on it, heat it, and pull the liquid off
Okay, and where did you do this activity?
in the front of the PT Cruiser, in the driver's side seat.
Okay. That PT Cruiser belongs to your mother, is that right?
I believe it's registered to Stephen DePriest,
Okay.
titled to Stephen DePriest,
Okay.
Perry County, Tennessee.
So where did you get the water to mix up the morphine?
I had it with me.
Okay. You mix up the morphine, and then how long do you have to cook it?
30 seconds.
Okay.
You just heat it in a metal spoon. It releases whatever, I don't know the chemical, how it releases, but once it comes to a boil, you throw the cotton on it and you can pull the fluid off. The morphine becomes liquid. The cotton screens away the buffering or whatever's in the.
Okay. And then you put it in the syringe?
You use a syringe to pull it with.
Okay.
You pull it in the same syringe you're going to use.
Okay. Did you have an arm that you usually use to shoot up the morphine with?
Yeah, I did.
Which arm?
Right arm.
Okay. So you said it makes 2 shots worth. So does that mean you just use half of the syringe at that time?
I used half of the pill.
Okay. So you have the other half still left for later.
That's correct.
So how long do you sit in your car now once you've had, you've injected the morphine?
The entire process, less than 10 minutes.
Do you cook the morphine and the meth together in the spoon?
You do not.
So you load the morphine into the syringe and
Just
then,
either way you want to, either way you can go either one. There's no sign.
I mean, I think she's really trying to establish if they did this whole stop, there wouldn't have been time to get everything else done before his 11 a.m. lunch date. But she's missing a crucial distinction. I think what she originally wanted an answer for, but she messed up by saying you go towards the trailer when you're about to shoot up. She should have asked about the preparation. Like, how long is it taking you to get everything together to make this, what he described as a cocktail? Getting everything that they would need, but she doesn't have him spell out the time frame for doing that. Just takes him to the timeline of shooting up.
Scientific method about which way it needs to go first, or
Well, that's true. It could be true.
either way you
But
want to do it.
She doesn't do
So
anything with it.
then do you remember that day which one you did first?
I do not.
Okay,
My goal was to get it in the arm.
so how long did you say you sat there after you injected yourself?
I think I testified that the entire process lasted about 10 minutes.
So he knows he's trying to stick to his testimony and he wants to make sure this time window that they're here for the purpose that he's saying that they're here, which is adding some truth, right? Like it's very credible that they're going around and the mission of the day was to procure these drugs and get high. right? This is the finesse. You sprinkled a little bit of truth in. But he's making sure he keeps it. We were all 10 minutes. It was a very short time frame, so we could get about our business and make the rest of the timeline work.
So can you estimate for me now about what time it is that you're finished sitting there and getting high?
Once that euphoria kicked in, you could probably say that my track of time was affected, altered.
So you're saying that these drugs affect your mind and your thinking?
Yeah.
So you get back out of your car. What's the next thing you do or say?
I get out of the car, the PT Cruiser, Zach standing at the door.
Who's standing at the door?
Zach is standing at the door of the Nissan 4x4. I asked him what he needed my assistance in.
I didn't hear that.
I asked him what he needed my assistance in.
Okay. And what did he respond?
To bury the body.
Okay. Is that when you notice that there's a body in the back of the truck?
That's correct.
Okay. What is that body? You said it's wrapped up in something. What's the body wrapped up in?
A multicolored, maybe like an old farm handmade quilt.
Okay. Do you remember what colors it is?
Multicolored.
Okay.
There was multiple colors.
Is there one color that was predominant over the others?
And I don't recall if there was one color present more than the other.
Okay, so it's a fact you're not clear on.
It's a fact that I don't know which color was dominant.
Okay. So he says he needs help getting rid of burying a body.
That's correct.
What was your response?
Why did they just throw it in the burn barrel? Sure, you'd have to dispose of that afterwards. It wouldn't completely disintegrate and turn the bones to ash. But it would make things a lot easier than having what you think is a corpse. Because his storyline is Zach thinks that this body is no longer alive, but the foot's going to move later. They're going to see the foot moving. It's incredible. This is just nonsensical.
I made a statement that I hated little JoJo had been killed.
Okay, so you just jumped to the assumption that this is little JoJo.
Prior to that, it was being discussed.
Well, but you jumped to the assumption because he didn't say it was little JoJo that he needed help burying.
He did not say that. He said he needed help burying the body.
Okay.
Burying the body.
And how did you?
So he walks up. His testimony twice now, because he's repeated it. And the second time he said, as I testified, he walks up around this curved road where they park, goes past the pickup truck, doesn't pay attention to the stuff in the back, but somehow there's a conversation and exchange about that's not JoJo, that's Holly Bobo. Then they shoot up. Then they go to the car. And then whatever he was saying that to, and I don't know why you'd be saying that's actually this, not that other thing, unless you're prompted, maybe you're asked a question. How is that phrase stated before all of the other orders of operation if you don't know that there's a body in the truck before you go back over there?
Reply.
I said, damn, I hate that little JoJo got killed.
Okay. And he responded.
It's not JoJo, Jason, it's Holly Bobo.
Okay. And then what was your follow-up response?
I said, I agreed. And I said, we're going to have to leave here because I don't want Shayne or Dylan knowing that I'm involved.
Right. So you said, I thought at some point you said, who's Holly Bobo?
That was on the ride back from the river when I asked how she got who.
Okay. So there's a person, a female in the back of the car. He says, I need help burying this body. You are all in at that point. You're like, okay, we got to I don't want Shayne and Dylan to know I'm involved, but I'm all up for helping you bury the body of an unknown female to me.
That's correct.
Okay. And so do you whisper to him, meet me up at the church?
Talking like I'm talking here.
How do you keep Shayne and Dylan from knowing what you were doing?
They were not. Dylan was inside the house. He never came out. Shayne was throwing.
Didn't he also test, like, this is so weird. This is so weird. Because why is he worried at this point in time about being worried about Shayne and Dylan if they're all at Shayne's trailer right now? I mean, I don't know if Dylan is supposed to be there in this version of the story. But, like, that doesn't fit.
Shit in the barrel. He was over here.
So at that point, you get in your car and you...
I tell him that I won't take the car to Yellow Springs Church. At that time, I parked at Yellow Springs Church.
Okay.
When I got out of the car, walked out to the road, he was pulling out of the driveway, heading my direction.
Okay. And so he's... And Yellow Springs Church is just a very short distance from Shayne's trailer, isn't it?
Less than a mile.
But now when you park at Yellow Springs Church, because the church is on a hill and there's all those built-in tables around it, you can't park in the back where no one can see the car, can you?
I parked right beside the pavilion.
But it's clear, and Yellow Springs Church actually sits on a corner, doesn't it?
The car was in plain view.
Plain view, right there.
Excuse me.
So you park the car there. How further behind you is Zach Adams?
When I got out of the car and walked to the road, he was pulling out of 30 Yellow Springs Road coming this way.
Okay.
Coming toward Yellow Springs Church.
So you could see all the way down the road, see him coming.
From the church, you can see the driveway.
Okay. So
during the fall, when the leaves is off.
Okay.
You can see a vehicle down there.
Okay. So he comes up. Does he even pull into the driveway, or are you just standing on the road and get in?
I'm at the road.
Okay. You get in the truck. I'm assuming it's an extended cab, right? Front seat, back seat?
Nissan 4x4 extended cab, white in color.
And so you get in the
Passenger side.
passenger side. Okay. You say that's when you notice that there's a gun riding around on the floor?
And the floorboard and on the driver's side.
At some point, did you think it was dangerous?
So, who drives with a gun on the floor on the driver's side where the gun could just slide under one of the pedals? First of all. Second of all, that was a long pause. Third of all, so you're going out to this area where you didn't think that there was a gun because apparently it's like a Federal Reserve, a refuge area? And you're not supposed to have firearms? And now you just slipped that you actually would have had knowledge that you're going somewhere with a firearm to this area? Like, what are we doing? And how didn't this jury think this was a significant inconsistency? One long inconsistency.
Dangerous riding with a gun floating around on the floorboard?
Thank you for a good question.
In my line of life, it's quite common.
Okay. So you all start heading, and you're going to go bury this body. Is there any...
Hold on, Sheriff Chuck. This is such a good point. This man is driving a PT Cruiser. Do you think that's like a... I know PT Cruisers used to be a lot more common than you might see one around nowadays. They're much more rare now. But it was still an unusual vehicle when it was in popular use. So if you didn't want to have Shayne or Dylan recognize where you were, why would you just park your vehicle in a parking lot at a church that they're going to drive by? Help us. Help us.
talk at all before he pulls out, because he doesn't even pause at the church. You're in the road. He stops. You get in. You don't even sit and park and discuss anything for a minute, do you? You start driving.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. And you've got a body in the back, just wrapped up in a quilt.
Holly Bobo's what he said.
Yes. So you start driving and you're headed towards the river.
Not in the beginning.
Okay.
I raised the question that there were no shovels or pickaxes. When I looked in, I seen nothing to dig with.
Okay.
A conversation ensued about I didn't know where you could go with a dead body and find stuff like that.
What about Shayne's house? Shayne's trailer?
What about it?
Did you try to get a shovel or pickaxe at Shayne's trailer?
I did not.
Did you consider at that time sending Zach back to go get a shovel and pickaxe at Shayne's trailer?
No, I did not.
Okay. So I'd like to look at the route. I have some maps that
I don't know why we wouldn't drill down on that, because how are you about to go somewhere? Like, stop somewhere and get the shovels, or go back and take use of this flaming barrel that you just left sitting there flaming. Like, none of this is sensical. But okay. We're gonna go back to coloring.
didn't have it marked as an exhibit. I'd like to
The 183.
have it admitted. Okay, so as you're leaving the no, these are similar locations. I printed a lot of maps because I didn't know which direction it was going up. This is the map. So I'd like to just show here, show you a map here. This is it starts with Q Road. So after you leave the church, where do you go next?
Let me find my location here.
I think. I don't think the church is going to be on there.
Do you want me to trail that with the pen
Sure.
that you gave me
Sure. Yes.
to the best of my ability? Where can I ask the question?
Yes.
Where do you want me to start?
Okay, here, I found one right here.
I don't understand where north, south, east, and west. I believe I've got a pretty good idea what's.
How about we start with this map, because this map is going to have Yellow Springs Road on it. Yellow Springs Road is going to be around over in here.
Whereabouts?
Let's see. here's Yellow Springs Road, and here's Pew Road. So the church would be right there.
So you're saying right here is the church at the forks of the road?
Well, because it's at the corner of Pew Road and Yellow Springs Road, right? Where the road kind of forks there.
Well, no, we're actually at 30 Yellow Springs Road right here. This where you said, because Charlie Daughtery runs into Pew Road and Yellow Springs Road. So this mark that I've got where you pointed is 30 Yellow Springs Road. The church is, if you'll step back over here, I'll show you.
Okay, sure.
Buy some time.
The church is actually right in here. This is the road.
Okay, right.
You know, there's 3 roads right there.
Right, where it kind of.
Yeah.
He's going to show us where the landmarks are, because that he can get accurately, because it's not describing what he was actually doing. It's just, here's the area. Here's the area. So I can buy some time this way.
Correct.
Forks right there,
So right
yes.
there would be the church.
Okay, can you just put a C
There's
there
really
then?
a church. I'm honest.
Okay, and put a,
We
for
went this
Shayne's
direction.
trailer, why don't you just put a SA for Shayne Austin?
Judge, I think at this point, we need to not have a conversation there aloud. If she wants him to make certain marks, let's do it in the form of a legit request. And
Well, would it be possible for him to sit over by the projector and he can make marks on the map as the jury can see?
Any problem with that?
No.
All right, Mr. Arthur, you can step down.
Yes, sir. I've got what,
There's a chair right there by the projector. You put the piece of paper on the projector. It will reflect in the same direction it's put on.
right there, right, the house, the church.
But you can, if you'll just sit down, you can even point.
What's the point?
No, I mean point with your finger, even. So you can sit over here.
you can point on
Oh, okay.
over there. You can actually use your finger on over there.
Okay.
You don't even have to look at the screen. You can just, you don't have to look at the screen. You can just look right there at the paper.
Okay.
So we point to Shayne's trailer for me. Okay, and then point to the church. Okay, so when you're in the pickup with Mr. Adams, which direction do you go from there? That's down Pew Road. So you go straight across. When you get to 641, would you point to 641 for me? Right here. So you're going to go straight across 641, and that's Ducktown Road, isn't it?
Duck Farm Road.
Duck Farm Road. So when you're on Duck Farm Road, then my map runs out, and I have an extension of that.
I believe you're looking where Duck Farm runs into Michael Wayne Road, maybe?
Sure. So here I have a second map. If you look at the second map, it's kind of picks up where that map left off, going east with Duck Farm Road.
Let's locate Duck Farm Road somewhere here.
Yeah, in this area right
Right
here.
here.
Okay. You can move that all the way onto the screen so the jury can see where you're pointing.
Okay. Okay, now, can I go ahead and map out the route on this page?
Sure.
What is, down over here.
So now you're at Sugar Tree.
Well, right here, we take this way here, this being the center of Sugar Tree with roads, with 3 roads connect, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. We head this way.
Okay, let me bounce you the next map. Or what road are you on now? You on Morgan Creek Road?
Yeah, I believe you're correct. Does Morgan Creek run to 133? Do you have that?
I believe so. 133 being, you're talking about the Birdsong Road exit?
Morgan Creek running right. No, we, this is. So here's 133. I'm assuming this is private unit destination.
Okay, so now, can you start with the first sheet on the bottom? Okay. And then
sorry.
You've already gone over this one. You're on Duck Creek Road, so now it's like,
We're right here.
yes, it's right there. If you'll just show the jury where you were on Duck Creek Road, if you point down here, you just look down here.
These areas reflect the route.
That you took. Okay. So tell me what road you're on. You're on Duck Farm Road, you said?
Well, I think we got off Duck Farm Road and got on McElwain
Okay, so
Road.
tell me McElwain Road's next. And then where do you go next?
Let's see. We come to Sugar Tree, take a left. We go over Morgan Creek Road, over to Birchland.
Okay. And then let's see the next sheet of paper. Because
This is, Morgan Creek runs into Birchland, Birchland runs into 133, which is the interstate bridge.
okay.
This been the location of murder, this been Tennessee River.
Okay.
There's no, that's your maps, just details of the gravel roads.
Okay. So
This been the sluice, I'm talking about the rock pile right here.
so I'll pass you this because this is a satellite image,
It's probably a little bit.
and so you can see the it's Ward Hill Road that you turn on to get over to the river, right?
Well, you see this road right here?
Yes, that's Ward Hill Road. Isn't that right?
I don't know. According to this map, it's not. You see right here, Royal Hill Road on this map. So right here on this map is Royal Hill Road, according to what you got.
Would you agree with me that right around in this area on Ward Hill Road, there's a big gate and a road that goes off to the left-hand side?
I would.
And that gate is closed actually between November the 15th and March the 15th. They don't allow you to go down there in the wintertime, do they?
That's correct.
And so you have to turn there, you go left, and that's when you snake around through the water right there. You're going to go over this way,
Oh,
and
man.
then you meet up with this road right here, and you snake around, don't you?
That's incorrect. At 133, right there on the bridge, the gravel road runs parallel with the road. It doesn't snake around off on Ward Road. You go to Ward Road, when you get to the bottom, take a right, I'm assuming.
Right.
This road right here
When I
runs
meant,
all the way, this road right here runs all the way, parallel all the way up to 133. Ward Road, back up here, snakes off and goes to the boat ramp.
okay. So,
This is just you're really too far. You really should have drew down a little bit further if you wanted to be precise, in my opinion.
so there's an even closer one.
That's correct. Right here would be, this is Interstate 40, Tennessee River Bridge, where Jason stood, looked down the street, where the truck pulled around, unloaded the body, where the shot went. Right here.
Right. So, and this area right here is all water. It's, like you said, it's a slough, right? This area here is water
This is the slough, this is the slough with Tennessee River being right here.
And there's actually a small area, a small pipe that goes under the road right here. You can drive over
Exactly
between
right.
these two sloughs.
That's right.
Okay. And then if you go down further over here, there's more riprap over in this area, isn't there?
This whole bank is underneath this green is riprap.
Yes. And then,
Even all the way around.
yes, more riprap there.
Yeah.
And,
Even riprap over here for flood control and washing.
sure. And that's because the water levels there vary a lot. It can flood that area, and sometimes in the winter when they let the water down, the whole area is dry. Isn't that right?
This is never dry. I've never seen this dry.
But it's closed in the wintertime,
You said from September to April.
November
November
to March.
November to March, I'm sorry.
And then even if you go further on that little road right there, you go, here's where you're saying everything occurred. You can actually go further. You can actually get all the way to the deep part of the channel over here, can't you?
That's correct. Right here is where I said that we turned around, looked at the beach, and headed back this way. Right here is where the murder occurred.
Okay.
Right here is the culvert that you testified, that you stated. Right here's riprap, here's riprap, here's riprap. Right here is this pipe.
And this is all slough. Matter of fact, you can see some trees stumps sticking out over here, can't you?
You're absolutely correct, both sides.
Both sides, tree stumps where it's been flooded and initially there had been trees. Is that right?
Originally, there was a tie yard there back in the day.
Yes.
That's the name of this tie yard.
Yes. And so this whole area has one road in, one road out. Would you agree with me on that?
100%.
So it's, and that road that we're looking at, this whole gravel road, it is a very narrow gravel road. It's not a wide,
It's wide enough for two vehicles.
but they have to go slowly when they meet. If you're coming down there and you meet another car, you have to go pretty slowly because you would agree with me, there's not any shoulder on either side of the gravel road.
You're correct.
Okay.
So she's getting a little bit to the you wouldn't be driving maximum speeds and, making your timeline shorter. but that's the most I'm extracting out of whatever she's doing here.
Comes down to questions where you made a statement followed by a question. You might break things up and ask direct questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor. So there is no shoulder on that road, is there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
This is a better view of it right here. I mean, you can see there's very little room. There's enough for two cars to pass safely without scrubbing nearest doors. Bolt, you can put a bolt trailer through there. There's enough room to safely passage. There's no, you got to stop and get out and watch or nothing like that. There's enough room to safe passage.
Okay. So you said you were in the car. Let me just, now that we got the map down on how you got there, you say that you're in the car and you are, at first you take note, you're back at the church, you're leaving the church, you take note that you have no pickaxe or shovel.
Is he done with the map?
Okay, if you're done with the map, will you hand them to me and then let's get them kind of in order so that we can, I'll pass them to you just real quick and we're going to identify them. So, Mr. Autry.
Probably stay there until you identify them.
Yes.
File them as exhibits. So once we get this filed as exhibits, we return back up here. But she's going to be handing them to you, so just stay
This is a hot mess.
Yes, sir.
I'm not an attorney, and I wish I had this cross-examination.
I'm going to start with this first one that you have. That's the one with Shayne's trailer on it. Would you just mark that as a number 1?
Did he just nod at them? Hold on.
I'm going to start with this first one that you have. That's the one with Shayne's trailer on it. Would you just mark that as a number 1 and put your initials on it? Okay. Then the second map is the one that goes across Duck Farm Road. Yes, please. Okay. The third one is the one that goes from Duck Farm Road or Sugar Tree to the lake.
Oh my goodness.
Then we have our satellite pictures.
These maps are a waste of time. Throw 3.
The first is the overall view of the satellite.
What number is it?
This will be 4. 4 is a big view of the satellite picture. 3 is somewhat closer up.
This number 5.
That's, number 5 is somewhat closer up. 6 is even closer. And then 7 shows where the road dead ends. Thank you, sir.
Are you done with it?
Yes, sir.
Right.
I can pass these forward and have them marked as exhibits.
Let's more like a collective since I got individual numbers.
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
They collected exhibit 184. You got a clip.
Now, Mr. Autry, would you agree with me that it takes a good 30 minutes to get from Shayne Austin's trailer using the back roads to get over there to the river?
No, I wouldn't agree to that.
Would you agree it takes 25 minutes?
You would have to factor in time and speed and, I mean, how fast was we going? I mean, I don't know, you know. I would agree that the time span was 15 to 30 minutes.
Okay, 15 to 30 minutes.
No, I would agree to that.
Okay, so we have you back at the Yellow Springs Church. It's the Yellow Springs Methodist Church. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we have you there. You're driving away from there, and you're discussing the fact that there's no shovel and pickaxe. But Mr. Adams is driving. You haven't discussed yet where you're going?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm assuming your client had done figured that out.
So
under the assumption.
But I thought it was your suggestion that you could gut a body and put it in the river to float. You're the one that came up with that idea.
It was not my idea to dig a hole or bury.
Okay.
Did you dig a hole without a shovel or a pickaxe?
Was there discussion between the two of you that you were going to initially bury the body at the Tennessee River?
That was no.
No. Okay. What was the discussion initially?
The question was will you help me bury this body? There was no destination set, no place or nothing else. I assumed that I was getting into a vehicle and going to a predestined location.
Okay. So how soon after you start driving do you realize there's not a predestined location?
Time? Are you saying time-wise?
Yes.
Shortly. Shortly meaning before we made it to Duck Farm Road.
Okay.
Duck Farm Road, go ahead.
I'm fine for you to explain.
Before we made it to Duck Farm Road.
And where were you going to say Duck Farm Road was?
That's across from P Road.
Okay.
We
So-
went across from P Road.
So can you remember, at the best of your memory, what that conversation is like?
Which conversation?
That you have in the car with Mr. Adams and you say, do you say, where's the shovel?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you confused me. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm trying to understand.
I
So,
testified that I told him that I did not see no pickaxes and shovels in the back of the truck.
because that was going to be pretty clear from the moment you got in the truck, you knew there wasn't a pickaxe or shovel in the bed of the truck. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And so clearly.
I recall that from viewing the body at 30 Yellow Springs Road when I was asked.
Okay. So at some point you drove by Mr. Adams' house or very close to Mr. Adams' house. Did you think about going there to get a shovel?
Shout out to Ava and shout out to Kissin' Pink.
Or pickaxe?
No, I wasn't driving.
Did you make that suggestion?
I did not.
Okay. So before you get across 641 and the road name changes from Pew Road to Duck Farm Road, what has been the conversation at that point that now you know you're not going to go bury the body?
That was the conversation. I mean, that's a very short drive.
Okay, so tell me the best of your memory what that conversation is.
I told Mr. Adams that I did not see a shovel and pickaxe in the back of the truck, and I did not know to where we could go and get one
Okay.
with a dead body in the back of the truck.
Okay. Did he respond?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so then what did you say next?
I started telling him about the body at the river that I had seen in the past.
So you're saying that in your past,
Go ahead.
you saw a dead body at the river.
Right there where you said the bushes were that looked like they were flooded,
Okay.
floating.
So when was that you saw a dead body there?
Early 2000.
Okay. Did you report that body to anybody?
I did not.
Did you ever hear in the news what happened with that body?
Never did.
Okay. And so one day you just happened to be at the river, that same spot where you took Holly's body. And
No, where we.
where I met you, plural, where you too took Holly's body, happened to be a spot that 11 years earlier, you had also seen a dead body there.
That's correct.
So when you had seen the dead body there before, the body was floating.
That's correct.
And clearly the turtles had not eaten that body by the time you saw it, had they?
They were working it over.
But there was enough of the body left from the turtles that you were able to see
Determined. You're
it
correct.
and determine it was a body. And right there in that slough, you would agree with me that there's not a direct river current there because it's a little slough off to the side, wouldn't you?
It's still water. Yeah.
Still water. Okay. And so what do you say? You have this memory that comes to you. How do you communicate this memory to Mr. Adams?
How did I tell him about it? Is that what
Yeah, how did you tell him about it?
I proceeded to tell him that back years ago that I seen a body floating down there, and the only thing holding it up was the guts and the gases. I proceeded to tell him about the days on the Tennessee River that I've spent multiple times seeing old dead fish floating belly up, that the guts and the gases until that was what was holding them up.
Okay. And so what did you say next?
We began a course that direction.
So
There was never a let's go down there and do it type of moment. That's just where we ended up.
So he just naturally began to drive towards the river.
I guess I can't read his mind, but I'll assume that he thought that was a good idea.
So you have a conversation with him. You say, listen, back in 2000, I saw a body floating in this still water of this slough. And I've seen a lot of dead fish. The fish are dead. And the one thing I know about them is they all float to the surface.
That's correct.
Because of the gases in the inside of the fish. So my suggestion is we go put a body in this same spot.
I never made no suggestion
Okay,
that we go. We just
Okay.
naturally
go there. Head
worked
that
our way that way.
Okay. And so when you get there, is there other conversation in the car as you're driving there?
There he is. We talk about, what was that? The one road that you were, Ward Road? Ward Road runs to, Ward Road runs over to a boat ramp.
Yes.
We drove over there to make sure there was nothing over there. We come back. We were discussing we were discussing not being seen, making sure that quote unquote coast is clear.
Here, let me show you another satellite photo.
Do you want me to come over there?
I'll show it to you first.
Hey, let's take a break. It's stuffy in here. Hopefully it'll be a little cooler up there. We'll take the afternoon break for 15 minutes.
Without any law enforcement there. That took place without any law enforcement there, but between the district attorney's office and Mr. Autry. And I would like to have copies of those notes, Your Honor, because Mr. Autry has given so few statements. The notes that the district attorney took are absolutely critical in this case because of the fact that they are material to me doing an effective cross-examination. Prior inconsistent statements is what we have to impeach Mr. Autry with. I recognize that many times notes are considered to be the work product of the district attorney's office. However, there's actually case law that says in special cases, it is possible that they would be discoverable. I say that because the district attorney's office set this meeting up without law enforcement, because normally law enforcement would be there and would write up, having the district attorney's office turn over their notes from that 3-day proffer.
All right, so these jumps are coming from Law and Crime. It just jumped there.
Session, then I would ask that those notes could be redacted in case there's any work product like impressions that they have of the witness or anything. But if not, I would ask that those notes be filed under seal and made part of the record so that on appeal, the Court of Criminal Appeals could determine whether or not those notes were in fact discoverable.
Whether they're discoverable or not, we don't have notes.
Okay, end of it.
And to be clear, we didn't take those. It's not like.
But that's even more. We don't have notes, we didn't take those. And I would assume they're talking to every witness, it's just not thinking. All right, I'm ready for jury if they're ready.
So let's skip to when they come back in. This is me skipping.
Mr. Autry, please. Who else had break today? I know you did. Who else? Somebody had one this week. Who was it? The attorney. I thought there was another 2 hours. I don't have one tomorrow.
You get stuck, I'll go back home.
Not gonna happen, okay? My daughter went off to school. Of course, anytime she plays tournament, she'd win something. And there were 2 dozen probations on the coffee table. And I told her mother, I said, I'm taking them with my stuff because they'll be dry rotted before she gets to play again when she's going off. That's good. All right, let's continue.
Mr. Autry, I've put a map up there in front of you, I believe. It's another satellite picture.
Just 1 second here.
You were talking about the boat dock off of Ward Hill Road.
That's correct.
Right, and do you see Ward Hill Road on that map?
I do not. No, I do not. No, I mean, this map's not big enough. It's not like the. Can you show me? There's. Is that Ward Hill? I thought that said that Stinson Holler. This map says Stinson Holler.
Okay. Is that down where, do you see where the boat dock is that you were talking about?
Is this right here where is this what you're calling the boat dock right here?
Well, I'm asking you if you see the boat dock where you were talking about.
I can't testify that being the boat dock right there.
You can't?
Not on this map, I can't. I can't see a boat dock here.
Okay, let me pass up another map. This is not a satellite picture, but this is a map with some roads labeled. See if up in that
upper right corner, you see a road marked Worthing.
I do.
Now, if you look at that map and compare it to the satellite picture, can you tell them satellite picture with that same?
If this is the location where the state or federal, whatever it is, boat ramp is, if this is it, then that's where it is. I mean, I cannot see a boat ramp here.
Right, but do you see where a road is marked Ward Hill?
I do.
Okay. Now, when you look at the other map, on the other map, can you see where that same road is but enlarged?
It says Stinson Holler.
Okay. Does it look like it's the same road there?
Maybe. I don't know if this
Well,
is.
that's fine.
I
If
mean,
you can't identify it, that's fine.
I will say this, it's in the general location, but the names is different. There's no boat dock visible.
Okay, that's fine. I had a group of maps on the past year. No, this one doesn't. Next, we had talked earlier about if I can just have those maps back since you weren't able to recognize me.
I think that,
Let me just pass a map up to you. Now, I'm not familiar with this Camden Wildlife Refuge that you were talking about. Is it anywhere on that map?
Highway 70, Camden Landing. I believe, not 100% sure, that it's Camden Landing Road that runs into 70
Yes.
before you cross the Tennessee River
Yes.
is the general location of where that is.
Okay. So that morning when,
That's not marked. This is not marked. Refuge, Camden, I mean, I'm assuming that Camden Landing Road is the road. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is not a,
I don't want you to assume. I want you to tell me where you were that morning. Let me pass you this map. See if that map says it a little clearer.
okay, we're on target now.
How long was that jump? There's a 5-minute jump right there.
Okay, we're on target now. It's Eagle Creek Road. Eagle Creek to Coxburg. Coxburg to Rockport. Rockport to 192. Right here. We need, if we're going all the way to Austin, we need more maps. This one ends at,
Can you look at the other two I gave you?
we need to go further south to get to Austin.
So the other two I gave you, do they?
These are all coming south from Benton County.
Okay.
And these are coming from Benton County through Decatur, south, Birdsong Road. You need south of Interstate 40, is what you need next.
See, that one helps. See, I'm sorry, I don't know which way you went, so that's why it's hard for me to.
Oh, no problem.
I don't know if he knows either.
You're not bothering me. This is not what you need.
Okay, then let's go back to the maps. Did you retrace part of your steps that you did?
I'm here. I've made my way from the refuge to North 40 right now. I need from North 40 to Shayne Austin's house maps.
Oh,
That's north of all of this.
well then let's get the exhibits that I put in already.
494 collected.
Oh, I see where you are now, yes. Those are already in. So it's the 184 collected, it's the little maps, the sheets.
We need Whole Hammer Road over to Yellow Springs Road. That's what we need. We need south of Interstate 40.
Let me pass you what you marked as number 2.
Okay. This is after we got in the vehicle and headed toward the alleged quote dump site. This map is our track.
What? Why is he saying it's alleged? Like he's maintaining his innocence suddenly and that this didn't actually happen at all. What?
This is after we got in the vehicle and headed toward the alleged quote dump site. This map is our tracks after I got in was.
Yes, but you can make a mark on that map too. That's going to take you down over to Shayne Austin's house, right?
We maybe at least make.
No, it doesn't. You need Whole Hammer Road, P Road, and Yellow Springs Road. That's what you need here. We're right here. See, this is Duck Farm Road.
But you can get from here, you can go over to here to P Road, and then I'll hand you the second map.
But I stopped on this map right here. We need.
Okay, so you can get to P Road from here, and then I'll hand you the next map.
Where's P Road at on here?
It's right there, across from that farm road.
But you got to go down Whole Hammer Road. I went down Whole Hammer Road before I got P Road.
Let me hand you all the maps.
Okay. Thank you.
You see it?
I do not.
Okay. We have part of the route marked out.
Hold on. No, let's don't. I don't know. If you had the east view of this map right here, the eastern view, meaning this portion here.
Western view.
Western view, eastern view. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That would be what we need to pinpoint the exact location.
Okay. Let's go over what you have. Map number 8. This is from that morning before you spoke with Zach Adams. And you're saying that you were over here somewhere by the river. Is that right? So let me focus it.
I believe. May I stand up behind you? Wait a minute, you got to go. I believe that this is where you're speaking right here. Can I have the corner? I'd say you're blocking everyone's view, including yours. That is what we determined or decided or you agreed to, went down to the refuge.
Let me be clear. I don't know where the refuge is. I'm asking you.
We never determined this being a refuge. We decided that Kansas Manning Road went to the river.
Okay.
This is not marked the national refuge on your map.
Yes.
We're just in joint agreement that this could or possibly be the spot.
Okay. So next, you're on Highway 70. Is that right? Going west?
That's toward Jayville, that's back toward Kansas.
Yes.
Yes, that's west.
Okay. And then you're going to turn left on one of these roads, either Palmer Road or Caps Road.
Yeah, you see them right there, they're going to Jason, right to the same location right there. Palmer, Tool, and Die is in this general location right here. Both of them roads runs the Highway 70.
Okay.
As I testified, I do not know the name of the road that went down.
Right.
I assumed, being it was besides Palmer, that was Palmer Road, but that's only an assumption.
But what you know for sure is next you get on Birdsong Road. Is that right?
That's right. Both of these roads run Birdsong Road. Actually, Caps Road is real clear about it. But I think y'all can make out some type of detail there. It's not a very good map. Over to Birdsong Road, and then we went south down 191.
Okay.
That'd be in this direction here.
So next, you travel further down Birdsong Road.
Well, I'm lost now.
So you end up down here.
Well, we're looking for 191 south.
So this is 191 south.
Okay, down to Eagle Creek, as I testified, and over to Coxburg, then to McElwain.
And then after you get onto McElwain,
over down to 641, down to the interstate, and this is where we run out of.
okay. Then, once you get to the interstate, you keep going down 641, further down the interstate.
That's incorrect.
So you cut over on this little side road over here?
If you cross 641 south,
Yes,
if you cross going south,
yes.
there's a road, the first road to the right,
Okay, that's this little Spence Store Loop Road.
and it cuts over to Hohammer Road. Hohammer Road runs to Yellow Springs Road. Yellow Springs Road runs to the road. It's all in a location that's very small. Let's just, just minutes on each road, and it's the quickest way.
So it's this,
The roads ain't what they look like on here, like long gravel. I mean, some of them ain't, like down Spence Road ain't 150 yards before you cut off on another road.
so Hohammer Road cuts over, and are you saying it runs along the interstate right here?
Hohammer Road runs alongside the interstate down to,
Right here, where my finger is. It's running along the interstate, and then it goes down over here to Yellow Springs Road.
I don't know if that's Hohammer Road there. I mean, that may be it right there. I don't know. That may be it right there.
Because it's running all the way from up here. It's going all the way from up here.
That's correct. I mean,
It follows the interstate until it finally veers away and goes over to Yellow Springs Road.
I don't see the name of it, but I'll agree with you if that's what, I mean, I don't see no name on there. Hohammer Road, Yellow Springs Road, P Road.
Well, would you agree with me that sometimes roads may have kind of country names that don't necessarily make the maps?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. I mean, I thought every road was named and was on the map. I mean, the little roads around the river there were, and they're,
Yeah, I'd like to
this
have.
is a state county road. I mean, it should be named, right?
I'd like to have these maps 8, 9, and 10 made a collective exhibit.
Let's just add down 8, 9, and 10 to collective exhibit number 184. Part of a continuing series, more or less.
Do you have a question on this?
And, don't you say it?
Do you have a paper clip?
No, I don't have a paper clip.
So last week, when we were in the process of you telling your story, you had arrived at the river. Now, you didn't go on the interstate because you wanted to go the back roads. Is that right?
What,
To go to the river that morning. with the-
explain by myself, or are you talking about Camden Bottom?
No, I'm talking about when we were last telling your story. You were telling your story step by step about what happened on the morning of the 13th. And before we took the break, you had gotten to the point where you'd gotten to the river that morning with Mr. Adams, and there was a body in the back of the truck.
What do you want to know? I mean,
I'm just
I'm
pointing to
wondering.
where we were.
Okay.
So at that point, you say that you arrived, and you were telling us that you had driven down to the boat dock. Did you
I
all drive
wasn't
to the boat
driving.
dock?
I wasn't driving.
You rode down to the boat dock.
That's correct.
Which is actually go off to the right to get to the boat dock there. As you're going in towards Ward Hill Road. Is that a yes? Answer out loud?
Yes.
Tell me, what did you do down at the boat dock?
Made a circle and come back. Made a circle and seen no one was there and started the trip back.
Okay. So what happens next?
We drive over to the location of the murder.
Okay, and because this is where you've seen a body before, you clearly then at some point communicate to Zach Adams where you think the best location is. Is that right?
I told him where the deepest part of that slough was, the channel. I believe is what I testified to, the channel.
And what's your testimony where the deepest part of the slough was?
Do you got a map?
Let's get the
Oh, no.
map back up.
The whole gallery.
I mean, I can sit here and say it, but nobody's gonna. I mean, I pinpointed it once to the state, but you're gonna need a map that has. You're probably gonna need your map, to be honest with you.
You want their map? This is the state's map.
But them maps right there.
Let's try first with this close-up that we had here, that we looked at earlier. can zoom out some.
Just a little bit more.
Would it help if the lights were down? Could you see better?
Go ahead and try it.
The jury can't see. Neither can I, the location that the state had drawn up. I mean, your map is not.
Okay.
If,
Well, this is water up here.
I understand
This
that.
is number 6.
Right
I'm
here is the
collecting
water.
number 184.
Are you in agreement that there's a patch of land right there with a channel through it? 'Cause that's what I testified to.
That's forward.
That map just ain't. There you go.
Try to glance back up.
I believe right there. I can't see it, but I believe it's the one right there.
He's handling that thing.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You can shut it down.
Will you put just a little X where you see
Right
the
there.
deepest part of the channel is? Get a pen and just make a small X there.
Somebody's gonna have to give me one. They come right. This is the deepest part of that.
Okay.
The water runs this way, and the flow of it, the silt is all back down on this end. It's all marsh on this end. This is the
deepest
bluff
part.
side, so to speak. If you look at it, it's not straight off bluff.
Okay, so make a mark right there where you say the deepest part is. Okay, very good. Next.
What unit number is that?
182.
All right, you can say X on 182.
Thank you.
You don't still have the map up there, do you?
I do not.
Okay, so you suggested to Mr. Adams where the deepest part of the channel was. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
And so what happened next?
Excuse me. Where was we at? We were coming down. What happened next? I mean, we were coming back that direction from Ward Road, right? Is that
Yes.
where we was?
Yes.
We pulled down that long gravel road that I testified that I run out there and looked at. Went underneath the bridge, went down to the river, circled by the riverbank, come back up, pulled in, made a circle, backed into the rock pile, got out of the vehicle. At that time, I grabbed Miss Bobo by the upper torso, Mr. Adams down the tailgate. We brought her out.
No, you haven't mentioned you're saying that you needed to gut her. So where are you along the trip when you mentioned that she'll need to be gutted?
I never told him that she needed to be gutted.
Okay, you just said that other things
Yeah.
floated because of.
Yeah, I never once, he was not acting under my direct command.
Okay, so you don't know for sure then he was going to go get a knife and gut her.
Well, when I walked away from the upper torso, he was digging in a fanny pack in the back extended cab of the truck.
Okay, so you don't know what he was doing.
He was digging in a fanny pack in the back seat of the extended cab truck.
And then at some point you said you all sat her down on the riprap. How steep is that riprap there?
Degrees wise,
Yes,
25
25 degrees? So it's-
incline like this.
Okay,
I don't know if that's 25 degrees. I mean, to be honest.
okay. So you set her down there. He walks back, he's digging in the trunk. What do you observe next? Not in the trunk, in the back seat of the truck.
He goes around to the truck. I observe a foot move and I hear a sound,
Okay,
a sound of distress.
okay.
What I believe to be his right foot. I then walk to the passenger side of the 4x4 Nissan and say, this fucking bitch is still alive.
You said this fucking bitch is still alive.
Why is he going to the Nissan to tell Zach?
Those exact words.
Okay. What did you say next?
Everything stopped and we met at the front of the truck, at the hood. And I looked at him and I said, she's hurting. my name and us speaking. At that time,
How would she have heard your name at that point? She's in the back of the truck the whole time this is going on.
we were discussing burying the corpse at Shayne Austin's.
No, you didn't, because I specifically, he said he needed your help,
Burying the body.
and I asked you specifically what was said. You never said he said your name.
I object.
You can
Forgive me.
cross-examine, but you can't make statements.
So far, you have not mentioned at what point he called out your name, have
That's a
you?
statement. All right?
Have
Ask
you?
the question.
I don't think that I testified to that. You're correct.
Okay. So now you're saying there are some things that you left out of your testimony, conversation that was had, that you've left out. Aren't you saying that?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm telling you what a 6 year ago conversation was in the best manner that I can.
Okay.
To
I'm trying to go
the truth.
slowly. So can you then tell me at what point your name was said?
No, I cannot.
Okay. So you say you moved to the front of the truck. She's over on the riprap. How far would you say the truck is parked from where she's on the riprap?
I think I testified to the jury the distance between this wood and the jury box. Approximately
For the record, can you say feet?
4 to 6 foot.
4 to 6 feet from the front of the truck,
No, from the tailgate, from the back of the truck. We backed in there.
right? But I thought you said you all moved around to the hood of the truck to talk.
We did.
So now how far is she from where you are at the hood of the truck?
Whatever the length of a 4x4 Frontier Nissan.
I really don't get. He just told us I wasn't commanding anything. But they both presumably he testified, he demonstrated it in court. They both carry her body to like behind this limestone rock thing and lay her down on his slope. And then he sees a foot move, but he doesn't know who's in this blanket yet. But then he does, because it's Jojo, not Bobo, which we heard him say it twice about the conversation exchanged before they left Shayne's trailer, Shayne's residence. If you're not calling the shots, why is Zach just back hanging out in the car and you got to go to the car and then pull him around to the hood of the car? If you've already taken her body out and moved her body away from the bed of the truck, he's coming up with it on the spot because he's never been probed on these details before.
On pickup is added to that footage.
Well, will you please?
24, maybe 24, 22, 23 foot, maybe. I don't know the length of the truck.
Okay, so you think you're maybe between 22 to 24 feet away from the body?
I suspect that's the amount.
Now to make it work, he's acting like as if the visual was they back up the truck to right next to the rock.
I'm not just 100% sure how long that truck is, but
Okay.
I know how the distance that we backed up to the riprap. I don't know the length of that truck.
Okay, and so you've just said she's heard my name. What else do you say? Can you be?
I said she's heard me talking and heard my name.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you say anything else at that point?
I did not.
What was Mr. Adams' response?
Just a dead look, just 1,000-yard stare, silence.
So he says nothing.
He says nothing. He turns, goes around to the driver's side pickup, to the driver's side door, gets the pistol out the front floorboard. At that time, I tell him, hold up, let me go over here and look. I run to the curb that I testified to down.
You testified earlier that at this point you were angry. Is that right?
I did not.
Okay, I thought you said you were yelling at him.
I did not.
The fact
That's
that you're
incorrect.
still alive.
That's incorrect.
Okay. So at this point, you're not angry. You're not upset.
I was on my way to the straightaway to look and see if anything was coming.
Okay.
Continue.
Continue.
I looked down the straightaway, which was approximately 200, maybe 250 yards. You can see that way. I looked back, told him nothing was coming, and at that time, the pistol went off. I was underneath the bridge, and it sounded like multiple shots that go boom, 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 boom down the river bottom like that. And I looked up, that stunned me. I looked up, and Martins flew out from under my side of the bridge. At that time, it was like dead silence. I heard a boat, took out running back over there, and I said, somebody seen us or heard us. At that time, we placed Miss Bobo back into the pickup.
Hold on, no, it sounds like he's mincing stories. It seems like he's mincing stories with when they're out on a boat trying to go fishing with Dylan when he's supposed to off Dylan. And then it gets interrupted because someone that they know shows up on a boat.
Bridge. At that time, it was like dead silence. I heard a boat, took out running back over there, and I said, somebody seen us or heard us. At that time, we placed Miss Bobo back into the pickup and proceeded to leave.
Saying nothing else between the two of you.
Not till I said something about driving erratic, that we need to slow down.
And that's at the same point when then you suddenly.
I don't remember anything about a boat being part of this under the bridge story. This is the first time I'm hearing about a boat being, and as Aaron points out, remember on direct, he's like, boom, 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 and then dead silence. It was silent for a moment. And now it's boom, 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 boom. And all the birds, and we heard a boat was audible. And I said, we've been seen and heard, we've been spotted, essentially. I don't remember any of that. It's like he's mincing scripts.
They recognize that this could be a possible federal offense?
Yeah.
Correct. I knew from previous experience that firearms are not allowed.
So what was your previous experience?
I mean, I'm born and raised in the South. I understand the rules and regulations of federal property. Plus, it's posted on the entrance, no firearms for everyone to see. Gun with a cross in it.
So where's that entrance where it's posted?
Generally, at the entrance of a federal property, it's posted.
Are you saying it was posted on that particular property?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know from previous times before at other places. This ain't the only refuge I've ever been on.
Where's another refuge you've been to?
Camden Bottom is a refuge. Duck River Bottom is a refuge. Eagle Creek is a refuge. Bustletown is a refuge. Mousetail is a refuge. I mean, the government has property all over the state of Tennessee. Each one, you have rules and regulations that they expect you to obey.
And so you would have known all this before you headed out that day towards the river, is that right? Because you say it's all from past experience.
I knew this before, yes.
So in trying to calculate what time you would have gotten there that day, you said you arrived at Shayne Austin's house after 9 a.m.
Sometime, yeah.
You said it took you about 5 minutes to get your pill and cook it up. Is that accurate?
I think I testified to about 10 minutes inside the vehicle.
Okay, so that would put it at about 9:10 to 9:15. Then you get out of the vehicle, you have a short conversation.
Yeah, he nodded his
I'm
head.
sorry. Can you answer out loud?
I'll agree with you.
So when you get to the river, would you agree with me you get to the river no later than 9:35 or 9:40?
I would say between 9:40 and 10 o'clock
Okay. 9:40 and 10 o'clock.
would be my. I believe that that's the time. Keep in mind that I was high, so I mean the exact minute I'm not clear on.
So being high, then, does that affect your memory?
That time, I guess so, yeah. I mean, we're discussing an event that happened 6 years ago.
Okay, so in the middle of all this, you were able to take a telephone call from your mother, Shirley King, that morning at 9:42, weren't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
You had approximately a 40-second call with your mother, didn't you?
If your records reflect that.
your mother has a telephone number with an area code of 901, doesn't she?
Yeah, we're moving on to another line of questioning here, but Long Kong Express says, if I understand, Bobo's placed back in the truck because he heard a boat. So where is the blood in the back of the truck? And he had said that there was a blood stain earlier when they were taking her out of the truck bed for the first time. So I'm just not understanding the story of how they back up to this rock, like, and that would kind of make sense. You don't have to carry someone too far. But you back up your truck, that would put you further outside into the view, like under the bridge. Like you wouldn't be directly under the bridge anymore. If you're going out to where this rock is and pulling your vehicle out to where this rock is. So you're making your vehicle more visible by pulling it out from under the cover of the structure of the bridge. But you're there trying not to be seen. But you have to say you backed up because you're trying to make it seem like you were hiding the body and didn't want anyone to see what you were doing with the body laying in a blanket. Like, there's just things that just don't sound sensible at all. Like, there's no way that these guys, there was no evidence found if these guys are the ones that did it. Too much isn't making sense. And then again, I think it's interesting. We're getting this talk of a pistol that's on the floorboard. But it's like at first he mentions the foot's moving and Zach's standing right there while they're all looking down at Holly, her body on the ground. And then Zach goes to the vehicle to go get the gun. And then in his second story, they're already at the vehicle. And when he's pressed about that, he has to say, well, we had to go to the hood of the car, hood of the vehicle. Like, I don't know how to make sense of this. I don't know how to make sense of it. And we're just moving on to another subject. I would have asked so many, and I'm hidden. I would have asked so many questions about this just to get him committing to certain answers. I would have kept asking questions. In fact, all of this map drawing, like, get him to draw the map, get him to explain the route. If you can't get him on any inconsistencies about the route, I would have gone into this questioning and gotten inconsistencies on what they do under this bridge in the refuge area. Because something doesn't make sense.
That's correct.
And the last four digits are 5662, aren't they?
That is her husband's, her boyfriend's sister's phone.
Okay, but it's a phone you can call her on, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And then that morning at 10:35, you called Angela Scott, didn't you?
If your records reflect that.
And then at 10:36, Angela Scott called you back.
If your records reflect that.
Okay, so what time do you think you left the Tennessee River that morning?
We were there less than an hour. I would say somewhere between 35 to 45 minutes.
Okay. So if you're there 9:45 to 10, then if you're there 45 minutes, you're then leaving about 10:30. Is that right? Is that the earliest you would have left, 10:30?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Now, did you take the interstate to go back home? Back to Yellow Springs Church?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you took, did you take the same route you came with to go back to Yellow Springs Church?
No, ma'am.
Is there a different route you took?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell me, let me get the maps back. Let's see if we can go through which way you went back. It's going to be using the same maps that we'd already had, isn't it?
No.
No. Okay. Let's just start with it.
At some point, we're going to run back into one of the roads, though.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pass you back map number 3 because it's the map where we ended up. And let me see if I can get you a pen of a different color. That pen was blue that you were using. Green pen.
Thank you. All right. This, you actually handed me the right map. Thank you. This is going to be rather simple. Do you want me to date and sign, or do you want me to sign this new route back to,
We're gonna time travel a bit. We are currently at 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 22 seconds. And I want to go back to part 1 because I want to listen to this boat part again. Because now I looked at the transcript and it says on direct, he says after the shots are fired and it's dead silence, he runs out from under his side of the bridge as if to go talk to Zach, where Zach is on the other side of the bridge. So let's go back to stay 4. Let's get to part 1. And what timestamp do I have? 1:54. Okay, this is like 1:31.
I'm going to thank you.
I want you to go back to that conversation that you had with Zach, okay?
Yep.
You started to tell the jury that, but you haven't finished.
That's correct.
You said, I looked at Zach and I said, Zach?
Yeah.
Dylan said, and then we had an objection.
That's
so I want you to.
Oh, wait, am I in the wrong clip? Oh, never mind. It was part 2, not part 1.
Thank you. This is going to be rather simple. Do you want me to date and sign, or do you want me to sign this new route back to,
No, for the record, you're looking at map number 3, and you're putting it in green pen.
That's correct.
If you'll just draw.
Anything was coming.
Okay.
Continue.
Continue.
I looked down the straightaway, which was approximately 200, maybe 250 yards. You can see that way. I looked back, told him nothing was coming, and at that time, the pistol went off. I was underneath the bridge, and it sounded like multiple shots. They go boom, 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 boom down the river bottom like that. And I looked up. That stunned me. I looked up, and Martins flew out from under my side of the bridge. At that time, it was like dead silence. I heard a boat, took out running back over there, and I said, somebody seen us or heard us.
You hear how he's describing this? This doesn't compute with the version he also told, because this is still, what I'm going back to is actually from Cross. And it contradicts itself within Cross, but also contradicts the story on direct, that they're all in this contained space. They back up right to this rock, just get her out the bed enough to put her body on the limestone rocker, like with her head like near the slope of it. But he's talking about, I'm under the bridge, I see this happening, the birds fly out from under my side of the bridge, and I run out and I run to the other side. He's acting like Zach is somewhere farther away from him. And that's not how he mapped out this order of events earlier when he spoke about it. This doesn't reconcile for me. This does not reconcile one bit for me. And later tonight, I'm probably going to play through this 5 times just to make sure I'm not crazy. Okay, so we were at 2:03.
Back to
drawing map.
No, for the record, you're looking at map number 3, and you're putting it in green pen.
That's correct.
So if you'll just draw arrows going back the way you came. Next, let me hand you map number 2.
Okay.
See, on map number 2, you can see where you went.
Was it snowing? The blizzard?
This is good all the way back to, I don't know what starting point we had here, Mark, but to wherever this ended, this is the path back. So everywhere the arrow points one way, the arrow pointing the opposite way is the path back.
So that part
The only difference is where the other exhibit you had looped back around to Morgan Creek Road. Yep.
So what you're saying, instead of taking the north route up here to go back, you took the north route to go to the river. You took a southern route to go back.
We took a route over to Morgan Creek Road on that map that I marked green right there. Down Ward Road over to, what was the other road? Over to Morgan Creek Road.
It goes over to Morgan Creek.
And then back down the same path all we done, we bypassed the 133 exit. Instead of going back up by the interstate in the same way we came in, we went down back around by the landing out.
Okay. So you meet up back over here again where Birdsong Road runs into Morgan Creek Road.
Is that, okay, let's see here. Okay. If you, Nick's Landing. Ward Road is where we decided, maybe, maybe not. The,
Hey, I wish this was zoomed out more, but this seems like a long way to go. To do in, what was his range? 15 to 30 minutes. If we're doing all of the circles instead of taking like a cutaway route, maybe there isn't one. It seems like we'd be closer to the max time of travel.
boat ramp was John Rail Roachville.
Do you not have your pointer?
The other side. This road out here is marked down through here, and I think it's, what's the name of it? Dick's Landing runs around Morgan Creek, where it joins back in out here. That's joins right there. What that is just a shorter path over to the, just different value, different route.
And then can I see,
Quicker path out, what it is.
can I see the map in your hand?
That's traced back to, I believe, Interstate 40. I believe what we got marked on that.
So this one, you're just going back the way Shayne.
We'll just, yeah, once we hit Morgan Creek Road, the same roads we tracked in, we tracked out. The only difference was the shortcut along the River Road over to Morgan Creek Road.
Okay. And so does it take approximately the same amount of time to get back?
Not even a little less.
A little less, okay.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know the exact mileage, but I know that the path back was shorter than the path there.
How much shorter would you say?
I don't know.
Okay, so that morning then, 10:35, you said on direct that you checked your phone and you realized you were supposed to go have lunch with Angela Scott.
That's correct.
What time did you usually eat lunch with Angela Scott?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. And where would you go to eat lunch with her?
Benton County Health Department.
Benton County Health Department. And where is that? What road is that on?
Maybe Hospital Lane. There's a hospital there. Maybe it's called Hospital Lane. I don't know. I don't know the road. I mean, I know where it's at.
Why were you eating lunch at the health department?
Health department was about an eighth of a mile from her job.
Did you bring a lunch or were you buying a lunch at the health department?
I generally bought a lunch. I wasn't buying no lunch at the health department. I bought lunch at other places and met her at the health department.
Okay.
I've never met her.
You never what?
I never bought lunch at the health department.
Okay. But this was up in the city of Camden, is that right?
I don't know if it's the city limits or not.
But it's kind of close to where the main town is?
Yes, ma'am. It's off 641. Just precisely right there off 641.
Okay, and then at 11:40, you call Jay Taylor again, don't you?
If your records reflect that.
What was the name of her?
Jay Taylor?
Okay, there was chair preaching about the time I was over here.
11:40, you called Jay Taylor, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that'll be true.
You had a 45-second telephone call with him.
If your records reflect that, that'll be true.
And then at 12:06, Angela Scott called you.
If your records reflect that, that'll be true.
And at 12:08, Angela Scott called you again.
If your records reflect that, that'll be true.
And then Jay Taylor called you back at 12:09.
If your records reflect that, that'll be true.
So you had multiple contacts with Angela Scott during this day, didn't you?
I testified to the state that I didn't have time to get there and take her lunch, and that we spent the lunch hour talking and texting. That's correct.
So she usually only had a 30-minute lunch. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if you met her, you said at 11 o'clock usually?
That's correct.
So you'd only need from 11 to 11:30 to have lunch with her, wouldn't you?
That's correct.
So what time are you saying then that you saw Zach Adams again?
If I could testify at 2:30, around 2:30.
Okay, and how is it that you got back in touch with him at 2:30?
I'm not exactly sure. If I believe that I made the phone call.
Well, that you called him.
I believe that's correct. I can't remember the exact.
So on the way back, it's your testimony that Zach Adams has shot Holly Bobo. You've heard birds flew. You heard a boat start up. You never saw the boat that you heard, did you?
That's correct.
You hear a boat start up that you don't see. You put the body back in the pickup truck, and Zach starts driving fast. You tell him, whoa, whoa, you need to slow down. And then as he's driving, you look at your phone and you say, I need to go. I need to meet Angela for lunch. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell me specifically how that conversation went? Was there anything else to it?
There was not.
No? So do you say, please take me back to my car at some point?
I did not.
So he just naturally took you back to your car?
That's correct.
You got out of the car, no conversation when you got out of the car?
We had the conversation on the way back about how allegedly, or how he knew her and how she got back.
Okay, so tell me how that conversation unfolded.
I asked.
You said, how did you know her?
That's correct.
Were you more specific in your question, or
I mean, that's
can you
specific as it gets.
Can you tell me as best you can, word for word, what Mr. Adams said?
I can't tell you word for word
What's the best you can remember?
what I testified to.
Well, can you tell me again, please?
Mr. Adams said Natalie Bobo was stripping at the Interstate 40, prostituting, selling her body for drugs and shit. She had been coming down there at his house, having sex, and she had showed pictures to Zach of victim Bobo, and left the impression that she would join them. Or he also said that
Did Zach say that gave me the
object, you're still talking.
he also said that the victim had been to his house.
Okay, so did Mr. Adams say it that way? Did he say Natalie Bobo left me with the impression that the victim would?
I testified that I didn't know exactly word for word, but what I could remember of the conversation. As I told you before, I couldn't rehearse word for word. You asked me that. I can't.
Okay, so that's the best you can remember.
What?
I couldn't rehearse word for word.
Natalie Bobo.
Rehearse or repeat word for word? What?
Bobo left me with the impression that the victim would.
I testified that I didn't know exactly word for word, but what I could remember of the conversation. As I told you before, I couldn't rehearse word for word. You asked me that. I can't.
Okay, so that's the best you can remember.
Oh my God, any other defense attorney would have loved this. Oh, I don't know why it froze. Okay, the law and crime clock is still ticking. Great freeze for law and crime. They caught it too. They said, hold on, this back.
Okay, so that's the best you can remember.
Conversation. As I told you before, I didn't know exactly word for word, but what I could remember of the conversation. As I told you before, I couldn't rehearse word for word. You asked me that. I can't.
Okay, so that's the best you can remember.
Then it cuts out. Oh man. Oh man. What a slip. What a slip. Couldn't rehearse. I can't tell you because I couldn't rehearse to get it word for word.
I tried to get another appeal. I had done the other half, and I was looking to re-up.
So when did you do the other half?
The time that I spent alone.
Where were you during that time?
North of Interstate 40.
So where north of Interstate 40?
I mean, you would have to get the maps back out for me to show you probably every road I went down. I spent a large portion of that day riding around.
Also, it is on the local time. It is 6:08 p.m. when they are still doing this cross-examination.
So you're saying you're just driving around north of Interstate 40?
That's correct.
And while you're driving around, you shoot up the methamphetamine morphine combo,
The rest of it.
the rest of it,
The rest of that pill that I purchased earlier.
and you continued to drive around while you were high?
That's correct.
Okay. So you didn't pull over and stop anywhere to shoot it up?
Well, yeah, forgive me. Yeah, I did. I mean, obviously I had to stop to do it.
Where did you stop to do it?
I'm not exactly sure. Maybe near my trailer, mom's trailer. There's a back road that cuts through. A lot of times I got high in there.
Okay. So then you drive around. So it's your testimony you never saw Angela Scott that day during lunch.
That's correct.
At 2 o'clock, you call Mr. Adams and you try to arrange a buy. What does he say to you?
Come on.
Okay. Come on. And what do you do then?
I go to his residence.
Okay. How long does it take you then to get to his residence?
I arrived at his residence around 2:30.
Okay. And so when you're at his residence, what do you do there?
When I pulled in 235 Adams Lane, Austin, Dylan Adams and Zach Adams were standing in front of Dylan's Silverado pickup. At that time, we got in the Silverado, me on the passenger side, Shayne in the middle, Zach driving, Dylan in the extended cab.
So why would you then call him at 2:35 if you were already at his house?
Well, maybe I arrived at 2:38. I mean, I'm testifying that I got there around 2:35.
So why would you call him if you were already about to be there? Why did you call him a second time and talk to him? Why did you try to call him a second time?
Now, I don't recall that, but if your records reflect that, I'll agree that I made that call.
Okay, so how long does it take you to get over to Dottie's?
Minutes.
Okay, and how long are you there before you get your next pill?
Minutes.
And do you use the pill there?
I do not.
So then you, as soon as you get the pill, you leave?
We leave.
Okay. And at that time, there's no discussion between you, Dylan, Shayne, and Zach as to what happened. Is that right? Not between you?
No, I testified about an argument and a fact.
Okay, but that wasn't involving you, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Where do you go when you leave there?
To Angela's.
Okay.
To the quick stop.
What time did Angela usually get off work?
3:30.
Now, at some point that day, you also texted Michael Douglas, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that'd be true. It's my boss. One boss I had.
Did you ever work for Michael Douglas in the evenings?
I worked when his schedule wanted me to work. I mean, when he said work, I worked.
So sometimes you would work for him in the evenings.
And I've worked all day for him many days, into the evening.
Do you have any specific memory about what your text to him was about that day on the 13th?
Work. I mean, he's a prominent man. He's not into no criminal stuff. But it would be clearly work related. Any discussion that pertains to him would be work related.
Okay. So let's talk about the Birdsong Road exit that you went to. You're saying that day you went to the Birdsong Road exit for the purpose of dumping a body. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Okay. But you'd also been to that same Birdsong Road exit, or the Tennessee River. You were also at the Tennessee River on April the 6th at 12:13 p.m., weren't you?
I don't know.
It's possible you were there on April the 6th at 12:13 p.m.?
I don't know.
Is it possible that you were still there at Birdsong Road exit at 2 p.m. or 1:56 p.m. on April the 6th?
No, I don't know. I don't recall April the 6th.
Okay. April the 9th, is it possible you were at the Tennessee River area at 5:03 p.m.?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember being there on April the 9th as late as 8:13 p.m. on April the 9th?
I don't recall that. There obviously wasn't nothing dramatic that happened that I would recall. I mean, if you got proof I was there, I was there.
Do you remember being there in the Tennessee River location on April the 11th with Zach Adams at 9:55 a.m.?
That's correct.
So this is 2 days earlier you were there at the river.
Well, 2 days earlier, they wasn't kidnapped, or they wasn't a murderer. So I have no reason to.
Yeah, but you didn't have a murder those other days and you were still there. So you're a frequent flyer to that area. You have a reason for all those other days that you're there and seem fuzzy on and don't want to commit to. Even though there's been certain things where, I would usually do this, so that would be my routine. He had no problem saying like he usually wore a certain type of outfit. But this, he's like, oh, I don't know if your records show it, then I guess I was there. Well, yeah, because you were probably also there on the morning of the 13th, just like we've heard and just like we've had confirmation, and you've even said yourself, you were looking for the ingredients for your drug cocktail and money to make sure you could procure what you needed to get your drug cocktail. And then, honestly, if he never made this lunch date, I'm waiting to see if he actually makes this lunch date or what's going on with why he's texting her. Like maybe he's going to be late and goes over there. Maybe they never go to that area. He then says he's trying to do other pills by 2 p.m. So it seems like you're so busy getting high all day, you time slipped and you were late to your lunch date because you were getting high. And then you go get high again. That's how I'm imagining this whole day actually went, with nobody involved.
If your records show I was there, I was there.
And there with Mr. Adams.
If the records reflect that, that's true.
Okay, and
If you routinely go there.
do you remember being over there at the Tennessee River on April the 14th at 6:44 p.m.?
That's 1:33. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying on April the 14th, the next day, you were over there at the Tennessee River at 6:44 p.m.
Where this occurred?
In the Tennessee River area, yes.
Okay, yeah.
And you were there with Mr. Adams on that day.
That's incorrect.
Oh, but you didn't talk to him for 2 days. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So if the records show you were both over by the Tennessee River, that would be incorrect?
I'm not saying he wasn't over there, but he wasn't with me.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So on the 14th, you weren't there from approximately 6:44 p.m. until, let's see, still there at 10:30, does that sound right?
Object at this point. I waited. We've heard 4 dates. She keeps saying, were you there?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't understand the question. I don't understand how he can know what there is. Somewhere by the river is a big, big area. If she wants to ask him specifically, about a
Be more specific on your dates and places.
Okay. Being specific on the day, I'm saying on April the 14th, 2011, were you by the Tennessee River Birdsong Road exit area? Right there, and I'm talking about east of Birdsong Road. Were you over in that area on the 14th at 6:44 p.m.?
If your records reflect that, that will be true.
Okay.
If you have facts of that, that's true.
Okay. And then you stayed there that evening until quite late. You were there on the 14th until at least about 10:30 p.m. at the Tennessee River area off of Birdsong Road exit. That would be true, wouldn't it?
If your records reflect that, yeah.
And then on the 15th at 1:26 p.m., you were back over there at the Birdsong Road exit area near the Tennessee River.
There's one thing that you need to realize, is there's a bar less than a mile from there. So it's possible that I'm at this bar. I mean, I visited the Sunset Bar quite often. I don't recall all these days sitting at the river that you're allegedly saying I'm there. Is it?
Doesn't matter. You're co-located with Zach. So it doesn't matter the exact location. If you're co-located with Zach and you're going to dispute the actual location, you're not correcting for the issue being that you were with Zach on the 14th, but you said you didn't see him for 2 days after the 13th.
Possible I'm at Sunset Bar? Possibility. Got a lot of friends in that area. I mean, I don't know, just because you say I'm a river, I don't know where you saying I'm at. I'm lost.
Okay, so it's possible you were over there at the bar some of these times.
That's correct, yeah.
But that doesn't explain why you would be there at 10 o'clock in the morning. The bar wouldn't be open at 10 o'clock in the morning.
That's an old redneck bar. It runs as long as you got money.
Okay. So then that might explain why you would be over there on April the 16th at 5:30 p.m. You could have been at the All Tennessee Redneck Bar.
That's correct, yeah.
Stop. Why does the 16th matter? Focus on the 2 days, the day specifically that you have him co-located with Zachary Adams. And he told you, he said on direct, he told this jury, it doesn't even matter what he said to you. And you told this jury that you hadn't seen them in 2 days. And you meet up with him on the 15th, that Friday, and Zachary suddenly asking you to kill his brother because he's talking too much. Press him on that.
And the same with April the 22nd at 1:58 p.m. You could have been at the All Tennessee Redneck Bar, couldn't you?
That's correct, yeah.
And the same.
What was the last date?
April the 22nd at 1:58 p.m. It's possible you were there that day with Zach Adams at that old Redneck Bar, April the 22nd.
Get him on the day where he's co-located. Oh my God, Chet.
That's incorrect.
Okay. How about April the 27th at 2:53 p.m.? It's possible you were there at this Redneck Bar that day.
Yeah, it's possible, yeah. I mean, you're discussing stuff that I don't even have a clue what was going on April the 27th. I mean, if your records say that I was in that area, then I was in that area. I'm not going to sit and try to argue the facts. If you have facts, I mean, I don't know. Well, you're not presenting nothing to me where I can see them.
It's true that Terry Lynn Renfro used to buy stolen goods from you or trade you stolen goods and give you drugs in exchange, isn't it?
That's correct.
And a lot of times you would meet Terry Lynn Renfro off of the Birdsong Road exit to exchange drugs for stolen items, isn't it?
That's incorrect.
And you talked about the deer stand and when the deer stand was stolen. And you said Zach Adams stole a deer stand and you stole the trail cam that was there at the same place. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And now where you stole that from, that was off of the Birdsong Road there by north of Interstate 40, wasn't it?
That's correct.
It's over by the Tennessee River.
It's on Eagle Creek.
Is Eagle Creek right there by the Tennessee River?
It's within 5 to 6 miles from it.
Okay. And it's right there off of the Birdsong Road exit.
There's multiple ways to get to it, but you can get to Eagle Creek from 133.
Okay. I'd like to ask you some questions. First, here, let me have a picture here.
I got a mug shot, looks like it's the younger Mr. Autry. I guess I need to ask what the relevance would be. generally, she wants to ask him about his record. You don't introduce as much. I don't know what he plans to do.
I'm going to introduce how tall he is. That he's 6'7". Yes.
Without, just generally the way to do it without trying to introduce much.
So, Mr. Autry, how tall are you? You're 6'7" tall, aren't you?
That's pretty close.
And how much do you weigh about?
I guess about 250.
And your hair is dark brown, is that right?
I thought it had a little gray in it.
Well, its original color was dark brown, is that right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. I'm gonna pass this to Jill.
We gotta have a jury out.
Right, take the jury out. Let's give them about 10 minutes.
Jury wants a break.
Caucasian, and the witnesses, for the most part, are all Caucasian. I understand this leap that she's trying to make. He can be asked all of these questions about, doing it, not doing it, and all that without getting into his membership or ex-membership, I guess, in that organization.
Court needs to do.
Wait, was she trying to get into like an affiliation with the Aryans? I wish it wasn't clipped, because it starts in the middle of the state's response.
Are Caucasian, and the witnesses, for the most part, are all Caucasian.
Caucasian.
I understand this leap that she's trying to make. He can be asked all of these questions about, doing it, not doing it, and all that without getting into his membership or ex-membership, I guess, in that organization.
Court needs to do relevant. Whether or not he is or is not under Aryan Nations has nothing to do with the case of Zach Adams that is on trial today. I don't see it as something that should tarnish his credibility. You can ask him things to impeach his credibility, but whether or not he's a nation, that's a totally collateral issue. We're having enough trouble concentrating on this case without trying collateral cases, which is exactly what that would be. So, no, it's not coming in.
Your Honor, for the record, it's my understanding the court intends to go tonight until I finish with Jason Autry.
Yes.
But I would like the record to reflect it's very hot in here right now. I'd say it's 80 degrees in here. I see the jury sweating, different people in court fanning themselves.
I've been watching this jury. They're ready to bring this thing to a conclusion.
I recognize that, Judge, and so by making us go late at night, the jury's only going to be harboring ill feelings towards me.
I hope we don't go late at night.
Well, I still have quite a bit to do.
You continue to go through this, you do so at your own peril. Ask legitimate cross-examined questions, but let's focus. We spent, I guess, well over an hour on these maps. Certainly that could have been done in a more succinct manner. So let's try to focus, and I'm not against you bringing up legitimate points, but let's don't be redundant, let's don't be repetitive. I think it's in everyone's best interest that we finish this witness today. So let's bring it.
I'd like to do an offer of proof as to the Aryan Nation information, Your Honor.
You need Mr. Autry out to do this?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring Autry in. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would like, if at all possible, for us to conclude the testimony of this witness today. As a result, we'll be running a little later. Defense counsel has an absolute right to cross-examine the witness.
Dang, did they skip the proffer?
The covering areas that you feel appropriate. I told both sides to please try to focus their examinations. So hopefully we'll pick it up a little, but I would like to finish this witness.
Mr. Autry, I wanted to review, when you
Okay.
said that you and Mr.
Go back to
Adams set
normal.
the body of
I don't know what the exact time difference was on that, but we don't get to hear the proffer. But we're all gonna be able to assume safely that Judge wasn't gonna change his mind.
Holly Bobo down on the riprap. I wanted to understand exactly how you set her down. You were holding the quilt. You said the quilt is wrapped up, and you just grabbed the quilt with your two hands,
That's correct.
and you just lifted the quilt up and set it down on the riprap.
I drug the upper torso to the end. He let the tailgate down. I proceeded out the tailgate. He grabbed the feet, and at that time, we set the body down on what we decided was a 25-degree angle.
Okay, and as you lift it up, I'm assuming that as you lift up the body, the feet on one end, and you're grabbing the torso on the other end and set it over, it's kind of folding in the middle. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then you set it down, and you believe you set it down so that the torso is towards the top of the riprap,
That's correct.
and the body, I guess, is kind of bending in just a little bit with the feet down at the bottom
That's correct.
near the ground. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Autry, you are a prolific letter writer, are you not?
That's correct.
So if I had 10 notebooks full of letters that you've written while you were in jail, that would sound about right to you, wouldn't it?
If that's what you got, yes, ma'am.
And I mean, you write a letter to every day, don't you?
That's correct.
And you're aware that the TDOC has been collecting all your letters to give, they've been making copies of them.
That's correct.
Matter of fact, your attorney has received some copies of your letters, hasn't he?
You're asking me if I've ever mailed the attorney a letter?
No. I'm saying you know that your attorney has gotten copies of letters you've written to other people while you were in jail as part of discovery.
I suspect he has access to the discovery, yeah.
Okay.
I guess he has access to every letter I've ever wrote if he wants it.
Matter of fact, when talking about access to discovery, when Fletcher Long was representing you, he even gave you a copy.
I have an objection as to trial representation, statements made between the two. In fact, it was objected to, and I wanted to go into something about that earlier, and I don't think it's fair at this time.
She hasn't let me ask the question yet.
Next question.
He gave a copy of the entire discovery disc to your mother, didn't he?
Answer.
You can answer.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, you were talking. Get her. You have conversations with your mother about things we're on.
You remember when you were arrested on this case in March of 2014, don't you?
I think that I was just carried to a room at River Bend and given the warrants by 2, maybe 3 TBI agents. I don't think they ever arrested me.
Okay, well, they handed you a copy of the indictment, I guess.
That's correct.
Okay. And even before that, Jeff Jackson had come to see you in Carroll County and had taken you in for inquiry at that time, hadn't he?
That's correct.
And at that time, you had complained to your mother because you said that they had almost broken your fingers when they did that, didn't they?
That's correct.
Two of your fingers on your right hand, didn't they?
That's correct.
At that time, Jeff Jackson told you,
Objection on hearsay.
I am not offering it for the truth that what Jeff Jackson said is true. I'm just offering to show what effect it has on him.
All right, you're not considered for the truth.
Jeff Jackson told you that Zach Adams and Shayne Austin had already signed complaints or had signed statements against you, saying that you were guilty, didn't he?
That's correct.
And at some point, Jeff Jackson told you that the whole reason that this case started was that that Zach Adams and Shayne had showed up at Clint Bobo's house to make meth. Didn't he tell you that?
That's incorrect.
So if you wrote that in a letter to your mother, that would not be accurate?
That's correct.
So you would have lied to your mother about that story?
That's correct.
And what about a telephone call with your mother?
As I testified earlier, I denied any involvement until Mr. Parrish and Mr. Shule come on board.
And they came on board in 2015, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
They came on board about the time the state filed the notice of intent to seek death penalty against you, didn't they?
I guess so. Yeah, I'm not for sure of the exact date.
You do remember giving an interview with Nick Barris, don't you?
That's correct.
And in the interview with Nick Barris, you specifically said that you were not a killer.
That's correct.
You said that you were a drug addict and a thief, but not a killer, didn't you?
That's correct.
You said you didn't want to speculate or make any kind of rumors of what happened to the girl.
That's
referring
correct.
to Holly Bobo.
That's correct.
He asked you, did you kidnap and kill Holly Bobo? Were you a part of that? And you said, by no means, Nick, did I bother that girl.
That's correct.
And you said, I can't figure out why I've been done like this, didn't you?
I don't know if I said them exact words or not.
Okay.
Do you have a transcript that says that?
Yes, if I have a transcript that says that, then would that be accurate?
If that's what the records reflect, I guess so.
And referring to Dylan Adams, you said that he was lying to get out of trouble. He's down there. He's waited all this time. You know, he ain't been seen. He got himself in a little bit of trouble. He's down there in Obion County, and he don't want this time, and he's making stuff up to get out of it. Didn't you say that?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, can we read that one again? I missed the question.
All right, do it again.
Okay. You said, and you were referring to Dylan Adams, first of all, he's lying to get out of trouble. Didn't you say that?
That wasn't the whole question.
Well, I was just going to go through it piece by piece.
Just do the whole question.
Okay.
We're trying to focus.
Okay. First of all, you said he is lying to get out of trouble. He's down there and he's waited all this time. You know, he ain't seen that. He's got himself in a little trouble, and he's down there in Obion County, and he don't want to do his time, and he's making stuff up to get out of it. Didn't you say that?
That's correct.
And you said at the time that it was a try to be you said it was a try to be a forced move to get me to bear false witness against Zach Adams, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, I said that.
Because at the time you were objecting to the fact that the state was trying to get you to cooperate, weren't you?
I had not spoke to the state at no time during that period, nor made any suggestions that would link anyone to believe that I wanted to cooperate with the state.
Right, but you knew that there was pressure to have somebody cooperate, didn't you?
I was under the assumption it was Dylan.
You knew law enforcement. They tried to get you to cooperate directly, didn't they?
When?
Jeff Jackson came and talked to you and tried to get you to cooperate before you had an attorney.
Is
this before the charges?
Yes, before the charges.
Process, I think, is what she referred to earlier.
Before the charges, yeah. Jeff Jackson wanted to know where the body was. That was his focal point.
Right. And you said, I would have taken 5 years and $280,000 for my freedom if I knew. If I knew, Nick, I'd tell them. You said that in your interview, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
And you said, no, sir, right hand before God, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. I did not bother that girl in no form or no fashion, didn't you?
And that's a fact.
And you were asked, do you know who did? You said, no, sir.
That's a lie.
But didn't you say that?
That's correct.
Okay. You said it had caused you a lot of sleepless nights, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
And you told Nick Barris that you were kin to Holly Bobo through your dad and her dad, didn't you?
I think that's correct.
And you said that growing up, her mother was your school teacher, didn't you?
I believe that. I believe I said that. If your records reflect that, that's true.
You don't remember now?
And you said, it never dawned on me, that someday I was going to be falsely accused of this. Didn't you say that also?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
And you've had a lot of telephone conversations with your mother, Shirley King, haven't you?
Numerous.
And you know those telephone conversations are recorded.
It tells you every time you pick up the phone.
And you know that those telephone conversations are being provided to everybody in Discovery, don't you?
It tells you that it's being recorded, yeah.
You told your mom, Mama, I didn't. I swear, right hand before. You said, I mean, I'll testify to what I know. I mean, and I'm going to. But, Mama, I'm innocent. That's right hand before God. I'm innocent. That's what you told your mother on the telephone, isn't it?
I reckon that's what I'm here doing.
But you told your mother that on the telephone, specifically.
Yes,
I mean, that's just one instance, but you told your mother that time and time again, didn't you?
that's correct.
And you have actually a lot of people that you are pen pals with in prison, aren't you? A lot of people you're pen pals with in prison?
Yeah, I have a lot of.
And a lot of women that write you letters and you write letters too, don't you?
That's correct.
I mean, you've always had a girlfriend in the past, haven't you?
That's correct.
Matter of fact, at the present time, you're still married to Lisa Autry.
That's correct.
And recently, you wrote letters to Lisa Autry for last January saying that you would be home by this Christmas. Didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
Okay, I'll let this. You said that initially you were going to get back together with Lisa and go back home and be a family by next Christmas, didn't you?
If the letter reads that way, I said that.
Just outed him for having other girlfriends.
Your Honor, may I explain a little bit to that? A prior letter coming into that was, a response to that letter was, it was Christmas time and the kids was feeling some kind of way. And, you know, maybe that was an exaggeration. I mean, it's difficult. It's a difficult position, but if your letters reflect that, that's what I did say. I'm not denying it if you have that on the mail. In fact, I believe I recall writing it.
Okay. Your kids are grown. I mean, they're over 18.
That's correct.
And you also have a relationship with a woman named Linda Kimball Wallace, don't you?
Name them all.
That's correct.
Oh my God.
I mean, at this current time, are you all still planning on getting married when you get out of prison?
Oh.
No, I don't. I mean, you know, love letters have wild endings, wild twists to them.
Oh.
But you've been writing to her saying she's going to be a preacher's wife and you all are going to get married, haven't you?
I have told her that.
And that you're expecting to get out of jail soon, haven't you told her that?
That's correct.
Okay. And right now, I heard you say you're serving a sentence. Has your federal time started currently?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no, I'll assume it's running.
You have a federal sentence that you're facing.
922G,
And that's a felon in possession charge, isn't it?
30-06 deer rifle.
It always
Okay.
is.
And what kind of time do you have on that sentence?
I don't know at what period I'm in that. I mean, I don't know. I've not been in contact with the Federal Bureau of Prisons to know if the clock's running or the clock's not.
What did you get initially? How much time?
100 months.
And 100 months is just
85.
what?
85%.
Right, but 100 months is like 8 years and a third.
Well, it's 85%, and 85% of 100 would be 85 months, right?
And that's because prison has no parole.
Federal prison doesn't.
Federal prison has no parole, and so if you get a sentence, you have to serve at least 85% of it. Isn't that right? Can you answer out loud to the court?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you have a 100-month sentence, you still have that to serve at some point.
I assume I'm serving it. I mean, a day's a day. That's the way I've always understood it.
In December, you actually wrote to the federal court asking how much.
December of what year?
December of 2016, you wrote to the federal court asking how much time did you have remaining on your sentence, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
Because in December, it became pertinent as to when you might be getting out of custody, didn't it?
I mean, I'm curious after 60 months, how long I got, and if the time's running was the purpose of writing. The purpose of writing the letter was to find out if the clock was running or the clock wasn't running.
So when you initially came into custody, you came into custody in 2012, is that right?
September the 22nd, 2012.
Okay. And at that time, you got a state sentence to serve, didn't you?
It was run concurrent with the federal sentence.
Okay, what was the state sentence to serve? How long was that?
I believe it was 3 years. For the theft of the deer camera, is that what you're speaking on?
Yes.
I believe it was a 3-year sentence run concurrent with federal sentence.
Did you have any parole violations or probation violations that were put into effect also?
I did not.
And so while you were at Riverbend, you had complained bitterly about your treatment there, hadn't you?
Objection relevance.
It's relevant because if he's getting really bad treatment, that gives him a motive to try to do a deal, Your Honor.
Ask the question.
You had real complaints about your treatment while you were at Riverbend, didn't you?
That's correct.
Matter of fact, they have had you in solitary confinement, haven't they?
That's correct.
Solitary confinement is very hard to take, isn't it?
I mean, I would rather be there than Henderson County Jail. I have a TV and a radio, can go outside. I don't know how you would. I mean,
So Henderson County Jail is also hard to take, isn't it? Is that what we can
I think
conclude?
jail in general can be difficult.
Okay. I mean, certainly if you were considering spending a lifetime in jail, that could be very difficult, couldn't it?
Yeah, I
And
guess so.
there's a lot of stress that comes knowing that you have a potential death sentence hanging over your head, isn't there?
That's correct.
I mean, that has to bother you and eat at you every day, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. It actually doesn't, because I bear a clear conscience. I know in my heart that I did not kidnap her, I did not rape her, and I did not kill her.
Well, you were right there wanting Holly Bobo killed, weren't you?
That's correct.
So it was your intent to see that she died, according to your story, isn't it?
Yep.
It was not my intent to see that she died.
You're the one that said the foot's moving, and she heard my name and she heard my voice.
Well, after you got there and you realized that she had said your name or heard your name, it was your intent then to make sure she was eliminated as a witness against you.
That's incorrect. I was under the impression that she was dead before I got in the truck, and we never established that she heard my name. Remember, we said it is possible.
No.
Oh, I remember that.
Okay, I mean,
But you're saying at the time, when you thought that she had heard your name, you knew Zach Adams, according to your story, was getting ready to shoot her. You never said, stop, don't do it, did you?
That's correct.
You said, wait a minute, let me make sure nobody's coming.
That's correct.
So you did something to help him kill her, according to your story, didn't you?
I did, and I have lots of remorse over that.
So, but at the time, you were there, according to you, to assist him in killing her, weren't you?
No.
That's a mischaracterization of what it said. We all
We've been over and over and over and over. Let's move on.
You've written letters where you said they don't have a case, I'm innocent, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
You've written letters where you said up front, I have nothing to do with Holly Bobo, no form, no fashion, right hand before God, that's the truth. You said that, didn't you?
I testified earlier that I had lied multiple times in the mail and on the phone calls.
Okay. And you said, Mr. John, there is no way they have a case. I am an innocent man. It's awful funny, man. My attorney still hadn't got no motion of discovery, 11 months and still no evidence. Did you say that? At some point you did, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
Okay.
I never got no portion of discovery from Fletcher Long or John Herberson. Nothing.
But it changed after you got your new attorney because he began to send you your discovery, didn't he?
He sent me a small portion of them letters that you're reflecting to.
No, but he sent you, he was printing for days and days all kinds of materials to send you.
He did not.
So,
He sent a very, very small portion.
so you had materials of your discovery in your cell, didn't you?
For probably a month or so, I was taking out of the cell for painting and cleaning for about 4 hours, and when I come back, a large portion of it was missing. On over a month or so later, some guys from TDOC come in and seized another large portion of it. And that was sent, what wasn't kept, to Mr. Show's office. So what I ended up with was a stack of letters that I wrote.
So sometimes when your Aunt Rita and Uncle Jimmy would come to visit you, you would bring them portions of your discovery and show them through the glass different areas you had highlighted, wouldn't you?
I don't recall that.
It's possible you did that.
What was it I showed them?
Different items in your discovery where you would highlight different things and show them different pages.
There's two things that she just needs to clearly ask about this. Awareness of key details, right? That's how he's getting all these specific details that probably sound really good to the jury. So highlight that he'd be aware of them because of this discovery and not because he necessarily had personal knowledge because what he's saying is true. Secondly, highlight that his story changed. He stopped maintaining his innocence and started to want to go for a deal. Once it seems like the state was finally willing to offer him a deal. And that's not something that Jennifer can get into. Jennifer can't have this witness say like, yeah, I knew that the district attorney's office and TBI, the investigators, they're all trying to figure out what to do because they realize they can't use Dylan Adams. This isn't the witness. She can't solicit that from him. But what she can start getting into is how suddenly he's being faced with the death penalty. There's increasing pressure on him. And suddenly he gets the discovery and realizes he can't maintain his innocence anymore if they're going to do certain things. He could be charged for knowing that there was a firearm when they go to some refuge. And now he's in a bind where he's going to be facing time, not necessarily because of Holly Bobo, but because they could leverage and charge to prosecute for these other things, the possession. So all of this pressure mounting on him, that could be the reason why you're suddenly changing your story and now willing to cooperate. Because on one hand, you're facing death penalty if they want to look at you and take you to trial on this case. On the other hand, you could be facing gun charges and you already have a history. Just lay that out. Just lay that out, Jennifer. And not for nothing, but she really should have opened cross with this. Frame your whole cross with, you've got immunity, you've got sentences hanging over your head, you've been concerned that, you want to make sure you can get out before Christmas and then your timetable's changed. And then get into everything else. Because then every time you question whether he's being credible or not, the jury can anchor back to a reason why he's going to try to stick to the story the state wants.
Where people had made statements, evidence that you thought was false.
I don't recall that.
So in this case, you have two agreements, immunity agreements, don't you?
I do not.
Okay, so you have an immunity agreement through the federal courts from the Department of Justice, don't you?
That's correct.
And initially, the prosecutor in this case was a woman named Beth Hall. Do you know Beth Hall?
I do.
She was a state prosecutor when Hansel McAdams was the district attorney, wasn't she?
I believe you're correct. I'm not really sure who the...
And then she was your federal prosecutor when you had your gun charge, wasn't she?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're aware that if you testify in a helpful manner in this case, it would be possible for the federal case, the sentence you've already received, it would be possible to get that sentence reduced or completely obliterated using a Rule 35 motion, wouldn't it? So
I'm not aware of Rule 35s and how state and federal stuff operate. I'm sorry.
So you're testifying here today, you're telling the jury today that you had absolutely no knowledge that what you do here might affect the federal sentence that you have to serve of 100 months.
I do not. I have immunity with the federal government. Other than that, there's no deal. Plain and simple.
Right, but there's a potential deal. It remains out there.
You're saying that, not me.
I'm asking you if you're aware that there's a possible deal that could be made in the future.
Have you ever heard of it happening before?
Yes. Have you?
Yes.
Just then.
Okay. So your federal deal,
I thought there was a difference between state court and federal court.
BS. This is where I don't get why she doesn't have a copy of this agreement or of this plea. Because at this point, he's already, am I mistaken? He's already taken his plea, right? So if he's already taken a plea for the 8 years with the requirement that he would testify, why isn't she pulling that out?
Obviously, I was wrong.
in your federal case, I'm sorry, you face a potential death sentence in a federal case if this killing occurred on federal property. Isn't that right?
No, I've been given immunity.
Well, but that's what you were given immunity from, were any federal charges.
I don't know what I was given immunity for. You'll have to ask Mr. Scholl. He's the counsel that I did not handle that.
And you have a federal immunity agreement.
I've never seen it. I mean, nor was I present when it was worked out with the federal government.
Gotcha. So no plea.
That was
that
that information I was privileged enough to get through Mr. Scholl and Mr. Parrish.
Well, I'd like to pass this up to you and have you look at this document and see if you recognize it.
What is this?
That's your federal immunity agreement. Is that your signature on the second page, along with Mr. Scholl?
Hold on. Was this plea on the table then? Because there was no way that they could have convicted Jason at a trial without, like, he's not going to take the stand against himself. Like, who are they going to call? And then they're going to say he's not a star witness in this case? It's crazy. It's crazy.
Signature?
It is.
So you've signed that federal immunity agreement.
That's correct.
And now do you recognize it that you've looked at it?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer that as an exhibit.
Do you want me to sign it?
No, you've already signed it.
Who do I give this to?
Give it to the bailiff, give it to court reporter, that will be 186, correct?
Yes, sir. Okay, and I'd like to pass up the next one too, please. Yes.
Judge, the next is his Proffer agreement with the state. It's not any kind of immunity. It's just saying he has to tell the truth when he's talking to us. I don't really have an objection, I don't guess, but it's not an immunity agreement. It's just him saying.
They said they have no objection. You want it in?
Yes, please.
All right, file it 187.
Wait.
Now, this agreement that you have with the state, did you get a chance to look at it? Your signature is on it. Do you have any reason to believe it's not your signature on this agreement?
No, I do not.
And what this says is that anything
That's what this is.
this immunity, or not this
Proffer
letter that you have with the state of Tennessee.
And the Proffer is for the interview that we had with him. That was an agreement between his counsel and my office that we could talk to him. Period.
Yes. And so what this says is anything that you said, and it doesn't specifically say it's only for one session. It just says the things that you tell the state during a Proffer session will not be used directly against you. Isn't that right?
If the letter reads that, that's correct.
Okay. So, well, you went over it with your attorney, didn't you? Mr. Scholl and Mr. Paris?
I looked over it. That's correct.
And so you understood that by going into that Proffer session, what you say in that meeting, they could not then turn around and use it directly against you.
That's what the agreement states.
Yes. And, but what it does depend on is you testifying honestly and cooperating with the state from that point forward, doesn't it?
That me signing that paper wasn't an agreement to testify.
No, it specifically does require that you need to be honest in what you do, doesn't it?
That's correct.
Matter of fact, it says third, in the event if your client becomes a witness in any judicial proceeding, including the prosecution of him in any criminal case, and offers testimony materially different from any statements made during the proffer, the state may not cross-examine concerning those statements made during the proffer. However, if he's called to testify at trial against any or both of his co-defendants, then the substance of this proffer and material differences shall be disclosed to the other defendant or defendants. Doesn't it say that?
Yes. I mean, if you read it right off there, yeah, that's what it reads, yes.
But it also says that they
Is this why they didn't want to say right away that they were going to call him to testify today?
can take the information that they get from this and they can make derivative use of it, meaning they can go out and do their own investigation and then use that information against you, doesn't it?
It's use immunity.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I'm not.
That's use immunity. So we cannot, if we find the lead independently and we don't get it, it's not derivative. It's not what you say on the stand here isn't the hint that we use to give us the lead to go and uncover something. And that would make it like fruit of the poisonous tree. We can't use that. You have use immunity. It's not transactional immunity, but it's still immunity. It's still immunity.
Not understanding the full scope of what you're saying, but I'm not disagreeing either. I mean, I'm not an attorney. I don't understand the language.
So what happens to you in the future really depends now on how your case goes, doesn't it?
I mean, that's an answer for the DA and the council.
Exactly. Well, you recognize that if the district attorney decided that you were, quote, lying, they could come back and continue prosecuting you, don't you?
If you say so.
And you're really expecting that you're going to do little or no additional jail time after this case is over, aren't you?
I testified at the beginning that I was hoping for leniency.
But by leniency, you wrote to your family saying you were hoping to get out by Christmas, didn't you?
May I ask the date of that letter?
We all know that that's not going to happen.
He answered that earlier. He actually offered a further explanation. He wanted to explain it.
If I can have a minute.
Dang, they're really there at 7:30.
During your Proffer session, you specifically said that the gun that Shayne Austin had was a .38 or a .357, didn't you?
That's correct. That's what I was under the impression of it being.
Well, that's before they found a gun in a creek, isn't it?
The gun.
And the gun they found in a creek is a .32, isn't it?
If you say so.
You don't know what caliber that gun is?
I do not.
So you just eyeballed that gun and you're just pretty sure, even though it's rusted, it's the same gun.
That is the same gun.
It's the same gun, but you have to admit it's much rustier than it was when you claimed to have originally seen it.
And you knew it was
The
working
blue ring is
previously
off
and
of
not
it. It's
working now.
aged.
Okay.
This is the end of it, MLS. Have a good night. Hope you have a great Thanksgiving. And guys, MLS mentioned he might be putting a stream together for tomorrow, so make sure you check him out. Making law simple. But he didn't say possibly on what, if he possibly streams.
So not only did you give an interview to Nick Barris with Channel 5, you also wrote him some letters, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you wrote him letters saying that Lisa Autry was a wolf in sheep's clothing and lying, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you knew that she was lying and a wolf in sheep's clothing because you had seen the discovery that included reports of what she had told the police, didn't you?
That's incorrect. I mailed her a letter. I mailed Nick Barris a letter that Lisa had written me. I've never seen nothing that links Lisa to the discovery. Lisa wrote me a letter, a series of letters, claiming that she had.
I don't want to hear what she said in the letter. That would be hearsay. So basically what you want this jury to believe here today is that you're facing a death sentence in this case, and that you've now come in and you've testified before them about the, quote, truth of what happened that day, but you only hope for leniency and you have no other expectation as to what's going to happen to you.
I've come in here and admitted my wrongs, admitted where I've lied, testified to the truth, and I hope for leniency. That's correct.
No further questions.
Further direct.
When you got to Shayne Austin's house on April the 13th, 2011, you were asked to draw 2 cars in that diagram for Ms. Thompson.
That's correct.
What other cars were there, or trucks?
Behind the house was a black S10,
Whose truck was that?
Mr. Austin's.
What about Dylan's truck?
It was not there.
You were asked what you were wearing on April 13th, 2011. What was Zach Adams wearing?
Camouflage.
What was on his feet?
I don't recall.
Nothing else, Ron?
Anything else?
No, you don't.
All right, we're going to recess for the day. We're about an hour later is what I'd like to do, but I want to finish this witness. Probably I gave it the outset, leave your notebooks in here. We'll be here. I'll see you folks in the morning. Thank you.
And all the jury's going to go home and hear that day is Clint said guy was wearing camo. Holly was going into the woods with guy wearing camo. Jason said Zach was wearing camo that day. Cross could have been lay out the pressure, lay out the deals, lay out the risk of exposure for the guns, lay out the risk for this case, highlight the leniency push, highlight how you've been writing to the family, then move on. Then move into making him answer questions that might affect the expected leniency. Instead of having him draw the routes, which gives him time to add credibility, I really wish that she just said, spell out the entire route of the day from start to finish. Spell it out. And then go back and forth with it. And then if you need to, make him draw things. And don't ask him to draw roads, but ask him to say, okay, when you went from here to here, can you draw that route that you took? As you told us. And who was with you? Who was sitting where? Tell us what was happening at this point in time. When this was. And then she really could have made a point contradicting, I hadn't seen them in 2 days, and then he's showing up asking me to help him off his brother in exchange for a portion of his grandfather's home. Just that one date. You didn't need to expand it to like the 27th or whatever. But yeah. Kesno, thank you so much. Says, hey Kat, happy Thanksgiving. Will you be covering the David trial when it comes up? I'm not sure. I've been watching coverage on all of that with Lauren Conlon. And Lauren Conlon is now streaming for LA Mag. So you could watch it on LA Mag's YouTube channel, or Lauren also has her own called Pop Crime. So that's where I've been following all updates. She has really good connections and she's quick to contact people to get updates, and she'll pull things directly from the courthouse. So that's actually my recommendation for all things related to the David trial coverage, especially since there's been a lot of speculation and jumping ahead. I think her reporting has been accurate. And she's always careful to qualify, like, hey, I tried to get this information, but they're not giving me an answer on this thing yet. And distinguishing her opinion from actual information she obtained somewhere. So let me get her link real quick. And she covers other stuff too. But that's a big case that, again, there's such a swath of commentary online about that case. I'm going to highlight her coverage on that specifically, but she does a lot of different, she's covering all like the MLB and like the gambling rig cases that are popping up. Here is Lauren. And I might, depending, I mean, covering the trial when it comes up. I mean, it seems like there's the latest news is that a grand jury might be hearing some information about the case. So that might be in development. But as of right now, I mean, there isn't even a case docket opened, right? So a trial, I think, would be quite a ways in the future. But who knows? There's times where I said, I don't think I'd be the one to cover something. And then something weird happens. Like with ASAP Rocky, we find out about this extremely great plea deal being offered. And I'm like, wait, I thought they had him caught red-handed, clear as day on video, pulling out and attempting to kill somebody. So when I heard that news, you saw me do a 360 and we're going to watch the ASAP Rocky trial. So who knows? Thank you for the super. I hope you appreciate that recommendation. Fully there recommending Lauren Conlin. And then we've got Sheriff Chuck. Thank you for the 10. Says happy Thanksgiving to Kat. I think you meant chat for the second part. And the best mods. Heck yeah, mod love all the time. Get some lat in the chat. Thank you for the super and all your support and not just insight, but also your witty banter, Sheriff Chuck. Oh, we've got Sebastian Rogers. That's something I've only really seen over on X as far as coverage. So I haven't done a deep dive. I haven't gone and looked at like any like contemporaneous news reports. I'm only seeing things that come up on X for that. Hey, Rig says all she did, meaning Jennifer Thompson here, was make me mad, and I'm pro defense. Yeah. So, oh my goodness. Nurse Janice, hey, good to see you. Says, I'm always popping in and out and never comment. I know you over maybe from lead attorney and AV's chats, I want to say. And if I've also seen you somewhere else, I don't want to not shout out that other person, but I think those are the two places I've seen you. So shout out to them, of course. Hopefully I'm not missing anyone else where I see you hang out. But good to see you. And Janice is sending love to all and happy Thanksgiving from the UK. Yes, we're happy to share our Turkey Day celebrations with our friends overseas. Thanks for hanging out. And then we've got, yes, from AV. There we go. We've got, so actually, can you send me something on Discord about the Ryan Duke case? I did do a quick search for it, but it gave me a bunch of random news stories about Ryan's, or even people that just had the last name Duke and weren't Ryan's, that I don't think it was a wrongful conviction story. So either give me a chance to look deeper and find it. I'm not the best at searching while I'm also on stream. Or if you like can point me to the start of a rabbit hole, I can do that. And then there we go. And Amy's in here at the last minute reminding everyone, please hit that like button. Do the YouTube-y things. And again, tonight, it's Wednesday. So we've got Club Classy tonight over on Classy. Search Classy Beats. Dropping that in the chat right now because he probably has it scheduled. This stream is going to redirect over to Hella Excited Utterance. She's continuing the HTC, the whole, like this lady Lauren, and I still don't really understand what's going on. I just know she's starting to copyright strike a bunch of creators. She started by copyright striking a victim of a case that she herself was also covering. And now she's sending out cease and desist letters, and attorney Mark Randazza sent a scorching, hilarious, well-written response back to her. And Hella's been covering that with co-host Dolly. And of course, Dolly's been doing the reading, his voice impression. So that's been a good time. That's where this is going to redirect, but in an hour and a half. So probably right after Hella's stream. Unless, let me make sure Classy's not postponing tonight. Is there a Club Classy tonight? Oh no, there's no Club Classy tonight. No gobble wobble Wednesday night before Thanksgiving stream. I hope you guys get to enjoy your holiday. I think that's a well-deserved break. Yep, so cooking, cleaning. So never mind Ixnay on the club classy tonight. I think we'll resume that on Friday. So pack all your energy in. We'll go over there Friday night. We'll be back tomorrow morning for a half day. We're going to cover footage that we have not yet seen from the August 2025 post-conviction relief hearings. It's going to be Kathy Ferguson testifying. And we have that thanks again to Trial and Error Podcast. So make sure you're going and checking out all of their content. They've done a great deep dive on the evidence. Again, before Katie Spirko started doing this podcast with her co-host, Dana McClendon, defense attorney, and now they brought on Kinsley, the intern, who's doing a great job. Dr. Spirko was going out and she knows this case file like the back of her hand. She was going out and interviewing. She was consulting with the defense team and really doing incredible work. She's the reason we have that interview we looked at earlier with Jason Autry from December 2023. So a ton of stuff over on their channel. So I'll drop that in the chat instead. There's T&E. And they got this footage up and I didn't see it available from Law and Crime, just like the footage at the beginning of this stream with TBI agent Valerie Troutt. Did not see that on Law and Crime and they have it uploaded on their channel. So big appreciation for getting that extra context that we've been missing. And then Gloria, thank you for being a member for 4 months and sending in a nice wish, wishing us all a happy Thanksgiving. Right back at you, Gloria. Right back at you. And I loved all your commentary on this case. Like every time I see your chat, I'm like, oh my God, what did Gloria say? And there we go. Yes, we got a free Zachary Anderson. And I'm telling you, man, there's something up with being named Zach and having an A as a last name. It's just not a good time. And Tennessee's causing trouble. And let me get the Discord link. And then we're going to get out of here. I need walk-off music. So there's a Discord link in the chat, you guys. If you want to keep the conversation going, hop in the Discord or join us over in Hella Excited Utterances chat because we're going over there right now. See you guys in the morning if you're going to come hang out. If not, everybody have a great Thursday, Thanksgiving, whatever you're doing tomorrow. I hope it's awesome. So take care, you guys. Happy Thanksgiving.